Peace, family. I hope all is well. I hope your Sunday is going well. Hope enjoying yourself. Taking a breather, relaxing. And if you're watching this on a Sunday, thank you so much for joining and being a part of the stream. We are going to discuss the new Black Panther Wakanda Forever trailer. Quite frankly, I love it. I absolutely love it. Um, and some people, I'm reading the chat already, and they're trying to make this into Womananda Forever and the Woman King too, completely different. And I'll discuss why, and I'll tell you guys why. When we get to the trailer and when we watch the trailer. But do me a favor, hit that like button, share, and subscribe. And again, I have no problem with the trailer. I'm looking forward to the movie. I can't wait till the movie comes out. And I know a lot of people are like, well, the white man created Wakanda. I'm sorry, created Wakanda. The white man, over at Marvel or whatever. I'm like, listen, it's a great movie. The first one, loved the first one, saw it opening day. I'm gonna watch Wakanda Forever as well. And again, we can't compare. I haven't seen the movie yet, obviously, but from watching the trailer, we can't compare Wakanda Forever to the Woman King. The Woman King has his own agenda. Wakanda Forever, because number one, um, T'Challa, who was played by who was played by Chadwick Boseman, he passed away, unfortunately. Killmonger, who was played by Michael B. Jordan, he was off in the last Black Panther film. The brother from Get Out, Daniel Kaluuya, he didn't return. So the main men who were in the first flick, they're not in this flick for whatever reason. So like I said, I'm looking forward to the film. I can't wait till the film comes out. I don't. Somebody said due to the LGBTQ agenda placed into this film, we don't know yet. Again, we don't know yet. We don't know if they have the agenda or any type of agenda at that. It's just we don't know. Some people said it has this film. People are saying in the chat room that Wakanda Forever has this feminist agenda. Well, yes and no. The men got killed in real life or in the movie or didn't return. I mean, Jabari is back. The brother that's playing the head of the Jabari clan, Winston Duke in Baku, he's back in the movie. But all the other men, they're gone. They've passed away, or they're not coming back. So, I don't know. I don't know. I think if T'Challa, I think if that brother Chadwick Boseman, if he were still alive, I think we might have went in a different direction. But again, the movie's not here, but I'm gonna go see it. I'm going to go check the movie out November 11th, right before we leave for Sierra Leone. Speaking of Sierra Leone, November 20th through December 3rd. So listen, if you want to really come to Wakanda, if you want to really come with us and visit the real Wakanda, Sierra Leone, November 20th through December 3rd, November 20th through December 3rd. Come and join us. Go to Danfo, 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 DANFO Africa. Again, please visit Danfo, DA. Shout out to Alexis Fowler. Alexis is coming to Wakanda with us. Wakanda, Sierra Leone. She's coming with us. Alexis, I bought Alexis tickets. She got her tickets, Shout out to brother WM West Africa 1980. He came on the last trip to Wakanda, Sierra Leone, this past April. And guys, yes, we're gonna talk about that in another show. As far as Liberia, guys, Liberia has officially legalized dual nationality. And guys, with Sierra Leone, guys, let me hold on. Let me blow the screen up real quick. So Sierra Leone, November 20th through December 3rd, November 20th through December 3rd, and citizenship is available to those who qualify. Again, citizenship is available to those who qualify for the Sierra Leone trip this upcoming November. I got about 4 spots remaining. So listen, we'd love for you guys to come. We're gonna pray for Alexis. Hopefully, her results come back uh, to Sierra Leone. And guys, in order to be eligible, this is the first step, but the major step. Everything else is downhill. But the first step, which is the most major step, is you have to have DNA results from African ancestry, not ancestry.com, not 23andMe. The results have to come from African ancestry, linking you back to Sierra Leone. Once you have that, pretty much everything is downhill, and you'll be able to get one of these. So I didn't know you knew Erica Williams. Yeah, we've been communicating via email. It's just like I'll respond to her. Like when she emails me, I'll respond back, and then like she won't respond back to me. So tell Erica to hit me up. I think I'm supposed to go on Erica's show. So yeah. So here we go. African ancestry. Get your Sierra Leone passport. Come enroll with us in November. Again, come enroll with us to Sierra Leone. Again, come enroll with us to Sierra Leone in November. Citizenship is available to those who qualify. Visit Danfo, 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 DANFO .Africa to learn more. It'll be a blessing for you to be a part and to join us. It will be a blessing. So visit Danfo.Africa. Somebody said, "What watch is this?" It's called an ice link. Hold on, it's called an ice link. It's called an ice link. Yeah, it's a different time zones. My favorite watch. It's called an ice link. Yeah, so visit Danfo.Africa to learn more. And we will love for you guys to join us in Sierra Leone. Just make sure you have your DNA. Make sure you have your DNA results from African ancestry, and then everything else is pretty much downhill. Also, we're rolling to Nigeria in about 3 weeks. Again, we are rolling to Nigeria in about 3 weeks for the Oshun Festival. Again, we're rolling to Nigeria in about 3 weeks for the Oshun Festival. Would love for you guys to join us. We have a couple spots left. If you're interested in joining, again, go to Danfo, DANFO .Africa, Danfo, DANFO .Africa to learn more. Also, people are always asking where do you get the gear from? I'm rocking the Africa is my everything shirt. And go to ileamir.com. Again, ileamir.com, ILEAMIR.com to purchase your gear. Again, ileamir.com, ILEAMIR, ileamir.com to purchase all of your gear. So guys, let's jump right into it. We're gonna take a look at the trailer. Like I said, I loved it. Absolutely love the trailer. No, Devin. Absolutely love the trailer, and I cannot wait to view this new Black Panther, Wakanda Forever film. Cannot wait to view it. Definitely gonna go check. Definitely gonna go check that out. So hold on, here we go.
No woman, no cry. No woman, no cry. Little darling, don't shed no tear. No woman, no cry. Good friends we have, and good friends we've lost along the way. In this great future, you can't forget your past. So dry your tears, I say. Everything's gonna be alright. Everything's gonna be alright. Everything's gonna be alright now. Everything's gonna be alright. Everything's gonna be alright. Everything's gonna be alright. Everything's gonna be.
I am queen of the most powerful nation in the world, and my entire family is gone. Have I not given everything?
Everything's gonna be alright. Everything's gonna be alright. We're gonna be alright. Everything's gonna be alright. We're gonna be alright. We're gonna be alright. Everything's gonna be alright. And when I wake up.
Yeah, guys, sorry about the lag. Yeah, I don't know, man. I gotta get a new computer or something. I don't know. Sometimes when I share the screen, it'll just be lagging sometimes. So I gotta get a new. It's about time for a new laptop. But anyways. I'm gonna go see it. I'm having a big thing of big old bowl of extra buttery popcorn. And yeah, I can't wait to see the movie. It looks good. It looks good. But hey, I mean, it looks good. It looks good. It looks great. You know, but hopefully the movie's good. But I'm gonna go check it out. It's gonna be action packed. I think it's gonna be action packed. And listen, I got the Netgear Wi-Fi 6 Sky Daddy. Pause. I don't know what I call him, Sky Daddy. Yeah. So, Brandon, let me ask you: did you think the first one was trash? I thought the first Black Panther was good. He's trolling again. He's trolling. I don't want to hear nothing about no feminist black boys. Always had things to inspire them. Jordan, LeBron, the list goes on. What do little black girls have? Meg Thee Stallion. Yeah, I ain't got no problem with the movie. Yeah, I would rather see black girls looking up to this versus Meg Thee Stallion and Lizzo. Yeah, so I think the film is going to be great. I think the film is going to be awesome, actually, if you ask me. But guys, links in the chat room. If you want to call in and add to the conversation, go ahead and call in and add to the conversation. Black Line, go ahead.
Hey man, how you doing? Thank you for having me on the show. But no, I agree with you. The trailer itself, it looks very good, but it's very sad, but in a good way. It looks very beautiful. I liked how they literally put in a way Chadwick Boseman's passing in the movie to show in a way venerate him and give him that honor and that respect as he was the original Black Panther. And I kind of give respect to the producers who they said we're not going to replace T'Challa. We're just going to we're just going to create a new successor and let the T'Challa lead the Chadwick Boseman. And the trailer, it was very good. It's very sad, and I'm really down to see it. It's gonna be very interesting. I'll just tell you the truth.
Black Lion, you think Michael B. Jordan? You think Killmonger might come back? Maybe you think?
It's funny you mentioned that. I'm not saying it's for sure, but during the time they were making the movie, they were talking about the Marvel Studios producers, like Kevin Feige, the guy director of Marvel movies. He said he has a couple people who are going to play the new Black Panther. It was going to be either Danai Gurira, the female warrior leader, M'Baku, Dan Kalula, or they might bring back Killmonger because, and like in Endgame when Thanos switched the universe all over again, then it recreated the universe a whole new way after they defeat him in Avengers Endgame, that pretty much reset the entire universe. So he might come back, and potentially he might come back in a different form. He might be a better version. He might be a better, more maybe a good version. He might be real revolutionary. We don't know yet. Because that's one thing we look at, like past Marvel movies after Endgame, the universe was like you said, the global reset. So it's a potential. And in Marvel, it's a good possibility he might come back after Endgame, because they reset the universe with the Thanos with the Infinity Gauntlet. So we might be surprised. It might be either or it might be co-Black Panther. We don't know. So it's a good chance because a lot of people say like everybody wanted Killmonger to be a successor. They saw him more of a potential as a better leader than T'Challa. So we might be in for a real treat, honestly. Either way, we won't be surprised, but we'll be very happy with the results of who's going to be the next successor.
Like, how do you feel about people trying to compare this to the Woman King?
Well, personally, the thing is, it's a Marvel movie. That's something we got to separate. It's a Marvel movie. That's all it is. That's one thing I can see in that form. Woman King was based on a historical thing, which was based on historical past of history. So, but in Black Panther, it's just a comic book, which is based on real African aspects, but it's just a Marvel movie. That's one thing we got to understand. Like I understand what they're coming from. I know I've been seeing like what they call, like even white guys would call like the MCU feminist takeover. I understand that, but however, it depends on the director. Like Ryan Coogler, much respect to him, he actually respects his community from here and the continent of how we would like the movie. So if they did even like the producers and investments say they want this certain way, Mr. Ryan Coogler, he most likely he might say, I don't think so. Maybe we can do it another way, maybe we can do another form, but he knows how Black people feel, and that's in a way, he knows a Marvel movie, but he knows what his audience wants. We gotta understand it's just a Marvel movie. It's not realistic history compared to the Woman. Like I understand what they're saying, but we just gotta keep an open mind just in case. Because the whole point of the movie was because this movie is really about Chadwick Boseman's passing and a new succession. So that's one thing we should really be focusing on.
36.
Can I say something? Yeah, hold on one second, K-Pack. Shout out to Lily. The first one was good, but killing off Killmonger was unnecessary. The powers that be still sending us subliminal messages. First one was good. I think this second one looks real good. Go ahead, K-Pop.
Oh man.
I just want to say, as a true comic book fan and a real,
hey, K-Pack, K-Pack, you sound muffled. Like, can you take off speakerphone or speak directly into the phone? Or
can you hear me?
That's a little bit better. There's a bunch of background noise too.
Oh, sorry, I'm in the car.
When you get in a station somewhere, call back in.
All right.
All right, no problem. All right, Isaiah Parks, go ahead.
Hey,
Isaiah
what's
Parks,
up? Can you hear me?
I hear you. Go ahead.
So I just wanted to come and give a quick 2 cents about it. I want to say that I really loved the first movie, and I'm a big comic book nerd too. Black Panther always was like my go-to. Like you see a character that looks like you. I I think personally they're gonna make Shuri the next Black Panther because on like they after the trailer release they released a poster on Instagram of the Black Panther helmet, and it looked like a very like feminine looking mask, if you know, like a very feminine looking helmet. And I think with the addition of Riri Williams, they pretty much like she's pretty much a Black woman that takes over like the Iron Man mantle. I'm not sure if y'all noticed that in the trailer. And I think that's obviously going to speak to a lot of little Black girls that's into science and everything as well. Also, another thing I wanted to point out was how Ron Coogler put in the African cultures with like the funeral ceremony in the beginning. It looked like, so correct me if I'm wrong. I think in Yoruba culture, isn't like that kind like when they were wearing all the white and everything, isn't that like representative of Obatala, like the cleansingness a little bit?
White is the color of a bottle, yes.
Isn't that like the funeral, like looked like the funeral ceremony, like it looked like almost like a send off to the ancestors in the afterlife. So I think that's where they said they were going to put the respect and ceremony to Chadwick within the movie, I'm sure. But overall, I think it's going to be a great movie. I don't think there's like that white feminist aspect to it. I think it's just going to be a bunch of powerful Black women throughout this movie. It's going to show the powerful Black man, I'm sure, with M'Baku. And yeah, that's my 2 cents on it, really.
T. Khalid, go ahead, T.
Yeah, man, I'm gonna have to disagree, man. I have no confidence in this, man. Just the simple fact that Black Panther, and I just want to make this clear. I'm not coming off as some woman hater or some misogynist, but I'm starting to notice in Black media it does have a strong female empowerment message, where the man is always like put on a back burner, or if the man is the lead, he's always supported by women. And we can look at Black Panther 1, which was a good movie. But why? I mean, does it make sense to have a strong female guard around you? Like, that makes absolutely no sense. And then I'm looking at the movie trailer. I looked at the trailer. I didn't see any male characters in it. And I'm telling you, this is looking like some Black feminist female empowerment movie.
What's the name of it? The guy that played the Jabari tribe.
Yeah, M'Baku. But I like I said, I don't think. And look, I'm trying to say it like this. It's gonna probably have some men in there, but I'm telling you, it looks like the heroes is going to be all women. Riri Williams, and you're gonna have. I know they're gonna do a female version of Black Panther. And what I'm saying is that when it comes to the Black community and Black culture, I feel like especially when it comes to Hollywood, women are always going to be the center and up front. And it's a similar to way where I'm looking at Woman King. I watched the trailer and I'm already seeing this strong, masculine, feminist movement.
We know Woman King has definitely has some type of has an agenda. So yeah, but I don't think you compare Black Panther to Woman King, because Black Panther, because of the circumstances. Nobody expected Chadwick Boseman to pass away.
Yeah,
Killmonger was off in the previous one. Your boy Daniel Kaluuya, he didn't come back because he had prior engagements with Jordan Peele, I think his name is. So I think this was a little bit different.
Okay, we're gonna have to see more trailers, man. I'm just looking at the trend of Black shows, and I'm sorry, I have not seen a Black movie where there's just a strong masculine Black man as the lead. It's always backed up by some woman, or I don't know. I just don't see it. So I don't have no expectations for Black Panther, but we'll see. Maybe this is the first trailer and I'm looking at it wrong, but I'm just looking how American is going culturally. And when it comes to the Black community, they do not want the Black man as a front and center. And yeah, that's my opinion on it.
All right, for sure. Guys, do me a favor. Hit that like button. Again, please hit the like button as you come to the chat room. Go ahead, Brandon.
Can you hear me okay on my struggle net?
Yeah, we hear you. Go ahead.
I'm with the brother before. Everybody's gonna try to make this into some like, you hate women, you don't like women. Man, listen, even women know this movie's gonna suck. That's the thing. They're gonna feel happy because women are in a powerful role and little girls are gonna be empowered. Man, listen, women want to be watching Megan Thee Stallion. Women don't give a shit about no Black Panther or nothing like that. They went because their boyfriends dragged them to the movies. Here we go again with the comic book shit. When you see the images of women giving birth in the water, the play up on nature, they're hanging on to like wells and shit, unrealistic stuff like that. You know that this stuff is taking an environmentalist / feminist spin. And all hatred for women that I may embody or possess aside, you just know based on Hollywood, movies like this don't tend to do well. They're not made well and they're not received well. It's just like the WNBA. Hey, I want those chicks to be able to entertain me with basketball. Well, who wouldn't want more sports year round? It's just not ever going to be on the level of the NBA because there's certain narratives and there's certain things like variables that make the NBA awesome. When you see the little blue creatures that look like freaking, what's that movie back in the day with the little blue animals? They look like the blue humanoids. What was that called, Dynast?
Avatar.
Avatar. When you see some miniature versions of those creatures running around in wells, carrying people through the water, you just know that this thing's about to be a, pardon my French, it's going to be a freaking woke shitstorm on film. They should have just went ahead and recast the role. There's always been actors out there that are better, who were actually better suited for that role of Black Panther than Chadwick Boseman. If you really want to go, if you want to really talk turkey, there are Black male actors who look the part better, who have a better fake African accent than Chadwick Boseman, and have more combat choreography skills than Chadwick Boseman, and have a better athletic build than Chadwick Boseman, who have a decent resume when it comes to movies. So why he wasn't recast with I think his name's Wyland Noel, that guy should have just become the new Black Panther, and they should have kept it kind of in line with the comic books. If you look at Marvel movies, the ones that do the best are the ones that stick closer to the comic book. I like to call people's attention to the first Sonic the Hedgehog movie. Dynast, I know you probably saw that with your son. First Sonic the Hedgehog movie.
I did. I took him to Fibs Plaza. Me and him went to Fibs Plaza. Go watch it when he said that.
Let me tell you something, brother. That was one of the best video game to movie adaptations ever made. Why? Because they stuck with the storyline of the game. They introduced some new concepts, but they stuck so close to the storyline of the game. Anytime you stick close to the storyline, you're going to do better. They redid the storyline. They're supposed to fight for the right to be Black Panther. Shuri assumes it temporarily when T'Challa is incapacitated. It's never been a thing where it's like, yo, it goes down to my relative. It's never been cronyism or nepotism in the Black Panther comic books. That shit's not good. That doesn't make it appealing. That makes it like, okay, now this 112-pound female is about to be beating the shit out of grown-ass men. It's just garbage. They should have just did Wild Nowhere or brought back Killmonger some kind of way. They were going to take creative license. That's all.
Yeah. Hey, shout out to T. Khalik for the super chat. Thank you, brother. Obstacles to opportunities. Go ahead.
Dynast, are we talking about the same people that coup d'etat Killmonger? We talking about the same people who sit up here and ran back on their African traditions? We talking about the same group of people who ran around with the CIA guy with the little spaceship and gave him the keys to all the technology? Is we talking about them? Drake?
Yeah, we're talking about them.
We talking about the same people? Oh, okay. I wasn't know. We talking about the woman in the trailer who's all emotional in front of the UN, yelling like she ain't got no common sense. Is we talking about that?
We're talking about that.
Oh, okay, all right, cool. So let me go back. Let's go back, man. Let me, because I just want to make sure we talking about the same people. I want to make sure we talking about the same movie. Yeah? Killmonger dead. Mistake number one. Number two, T'Challa dead, right? Mistake number three. Or number two, right? So now we rolling into this movie.
Well,
We
it's
got
not
all
really a
this
mistake.
going.
It's not really a mistake. The brother passed of colon cancer.
Well, yeah. He took that.
But
L.
not in the movie.
No. I'm not talking about in real life. I'm talking about the movie, guys. I ain't talking about in real life.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm talking about as far as the movie, right? Yeah. No, so in the movie, this is what we got, right? And as you can see in the trailer, man, come on, man. And I'm not even going to entertain that stuff.
Yeah, went out for a second. You said we lost you after you said trailer. You there?
It's a puppet regime. Look, bro, I'm not even going to go into the rest of the stuff. Go ahead. Dang, internet acting up, right?
Yeah, I'm saying keep going out. So we lost you after you said trailer.
Ah, damn.
All right, we lost. Yeah, I think we lost him, brother. Yeah, we lost him, brother. T. Khalid, go ahead, T. I know you want to say something, bro.
Oh yeah, I just have a question, man. Do y'all not see this as a trend in Marvel where, take for example, every time there's a male character, there's like a female counterpart, like Thor recently came out. You got Jane Foster. Then you got the Hawkeye Disney series. Now you got a female version of Hawkeye. We're gonna have a female version of Iron Man. It just seems like it's a lazy way to push female empowerment instead of making a whole new female character.
I agree.
It's woke Hollywood culture. I mean, that's just how they get down to Hollywood. It's woke Hollywood culture. So yeah.
But this is what I want Black people to really take away from, because what I fear from Black people is that when we see these movies, and I don't have a problem with this succeeding, but I wish we stopped thinking this is some type of Black power movement, because the funds is going to Disney. It's not trickling down to our communities. So shout out to the Black people who are going to make money, but we got to stop getting all excited like, oh my Lord, we made it, and going to movie theaters with African drums and African garbs, because Black Panther was not created by Black people. We have to understand that, and our emotions get used to bring Disney profits. This is not a pro-Black film. Okay, this is good entertainment, and I wish we could just see this as another Marvel movie and stop acting like this is some pro-Black uniter for Black people.
No, I think we know that. I'm just going to go enjoy the movie. I'm going to go enjoy the movie. I'm not, but but I'm not going to put on my African garbs. I'm not going to wear my African print. My Kara. I'm not doing none of that. But I'm gonna go enjoy the movie. Obstacles, opportunities. Go ahead, bro. Let's see if your internet's working.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so we still talking about the same people. We still talking about the people who's running with the CIA. We still talking about the people who was running and trying to kill Killmonger when he was just trying to save people across the world. We talking about them people, right?
Yes, sir. That's what we talk about. Yes, sir.
Okay, cool. So as far as what I see in the trailer, man, some of the same stuff, man. We're not going to take any powerful roles in there. I mean, even if we split it down the middle and spit it down the aisle, and we're both in powerful positions, that's not what it's going to be. As Brandon said, it's not even going across the storyline. And once again, what did he do? She's out here assuming the mantle, wilding out in front of the UN. Like, I mean, come on, man. This is what we're doing. This is the matriarch. This is what we're going to constantly perpetuate. It was just with the what was that last trailer that you reviewed not too long ago, Dinah?
The Woman King. The Woman King.
Yeah, the Woman King. Now we got Forever Wakanda. Now they got the keys to the technology center. I mean, it's just anarchy going on, right? Like nothing's done properly. There is no culture. There is no tradition. And Dr. Amos Wilson said, you always got to look at these things in parallel to our real life and our real position, right? And as you look into many different type of communities of us, it's always in this type of free fall, right? Like there's no order. Things don't make sense. Tradition got thrown out the window. Once T'Challa got whipped up on by Killmonger. And now it's just in the run on the free for all.
So, whoever's assuming the mantle, whoever's running around, I think it's going to be one of those things where we're conditioning more chaos, and it's just draped in dashikis, cool tools, cool handshakes, a new album from Kendrick Lamar. Shout out to him. And then that's all that's going to be in this film. It's going to be more propaganda, more propaganda, more propaganda inside African tradition and some garbs. And like you said, stilt birds in the water, things, birds flying into nature and all this other garbage. So we're going to have to look forward to that. But I don't think we're going to see any true power coming out of this. We're not going to see that, of course. But nevertheless, have fun, get your popcorn, wear your dashikis at the movie theater, do the little African dance in front, and then we're just going to continue what we did before.
But that's what they was doing at Black Panther 1, though. They definitely was doing the African dances and the drum.
Now,
they was having drum
Well, that
circles
was
in
sad.
the movie.
This time it might be twerking. This time it might be twerking. So you don't know what's going to happen. But it's about to get reckless. We already know what it is. And anybody actually sitting up here saying, well, I don't know. It might come down good. We might see some true power. Look, the last movie I say go see is The Spook Who Sat by the Door. That's the best power you're going to get from the best movie of something you could really watch and be like, yo, now that's a powerful position. At the end of that, I think that would be the only movie we got out there.
All right, go ahead, Theo.
Hey, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone.
What's
going on, man?
What's up, man?
I don't know why I would tell your ass good afternoon. We already know what you about to say.
What's up, Brandon? What's going on, man? Hey,
Feminism.
so no, y'all actually said it. I mean, you just got to enjoy it because it's the product of somebody's imagination or creativity, someone or someone's. So it is what it is. I don't know where the idea came from that the Black Panther is supposed to be a Black empowerment film, but I get it. I get how that feeling, the first one, sparked that feeling in a lot of people because it was the introduction to Africa in a positive light for a lot of people, right? Be it imaginary, and mostly, made up. It's still, I guess, put the culture into the mainstream, the African culture into the mainstream via, language, the traditions, clothing, and stuff like that. So that was something to celebrate, I guess, for a lot of people. I put on my dashiki and went to the movies and watched the first one. But I just don't expect it to be anything that's supposed to be informing us of direction or even where we're at. So
yeah, I think we know that. I'm just going to enjoy the movie. Like I'm just going to enjoy the movie.
Dinah, check your email.
I'm not trying to be empowered. I'm just going to enjoy the movie. Okay, hold on. Let me read the super chat. Yaya Satewa was the queen. Somebody has background noise going on. Yaya Satewa was the queen mother who defended the Ashanti kingdom during the War of the Golden Stool when the Aussie Asantehene was captured by the British Empire. I'll appreciate the movie if they model it after that. Oh, that's a different timeline or whatever. But I will. Hold on. Let me bring out Kala. Go ahead, Kala.
Okay, check this out. I think the last brother is reading too much into this, reading too much. I'll be the first one to tell you, oh, yeah. Let me tell you something, right? Let me tell you something really good. Black people are going to go to see Wakanda, right? When I saw the first Black Panther, right, I knew the shit was fantasy. Disney, all that shit, yeah, right, yeah. But the fact of the matter is that was the largest budget ever given to a black director, a young black director, Ryan Coogler, right? The fact of the matter is when that movie came out, it sparked something in Black America. We had the Year of the Return a year later. I first premiered on Search for Huru show, this platform group. It piqued the interest in Africa, just the same way Coming to America back in '88 piqued the interest in Africa. I was like, we know it was fantasy, but sometimes fantasy has a way of drawing people in to the real thing. That's why movies and art is made, so people can research and stuff like that. You see a statue of the Mona Lisa. Well, I want to know about that. You go to a researcher. You see a movie. You see an art. You see a sculpture. That's what art does. Not saying everybody's gonna be Wakanda, flying spaceships in the jungle. No, but you guys have an appreciation because look what happened. The reaction to Wakanda of the first Black Panther was the ADOS FBA movement. Well, I remember that. Remember that, Dinus? Remember that? Yvette Carnell. Why y'all going to see? Y'all black people can't afford
Black folks
$25
ain't
for
got
a
no
movie.
money. Black
Yeah,
folks
you got
ain't
no
got no
money. You know?
popcorn. Popcorn,
So,
but
so my brother,
popcorn.
D,
The popcorn cost $20. The ticket $20. The water $20. Black folks ain't got no money to go see no Black Panther. Black
And
folks
she
ain't
yeah.
got
got no
mad
money
at
to go see Black
Killmonger too.
So
Panther.
check this out. So let me say this, guys. Let me say this, brother. When you see all those little black girls coming out with this war doing the George A. Melage, just like white people do Star Wars, can we have something? Oh, every time black people do something, now when black people go into the drugs, the crime, the young thugs, everything, we don't say nothing about that, right? When somebody does something positive, let's stay on this course. I don't care. Yeah, it's corny. Yeah, it's that. But why get on black people every time black people? We're so traumatized as people when we try to go so. Oh yeah, you gotta stay. Dr. Amos Wilson said this, but Dr. Amos Wilson ain't alive in 2022. You know, we're alive. College is alive today. You know, those people aren't here to deal with today's reality. I'm tired of people just beating our people up every time they want to do something. They just want to go out there, enjoy themselves, put their Wakanda stuff on, and then we could critique the movie afterwards. You know, I don't think black people we gotta stop beating each other up every time we want to do something.
Man, I'm with
White people
FBA on
out
this
there
one.
with the Doctor Strange, the Spider Man, everything.
Brother, it's not beating
Good,
black people
good.
up, brother. It's stopping.
Yeah, I
Look,
don't know.
man, when
That's what you
Black
sounded
Panther
like.
one,
That's what you sounded
brother,
like.
no.
That's how you
When
interpret it.
Black Panther one came out, black people were treating this like this was like something like amazing. And I'm
Who
telling you, so
cares?
no. The reason
It
I'm
What
saying
was
this,
problem is?
brother,
amazing.
Hold on,
brother,
why
our
do you care?
emotions get used. Go ahead,
Let
man.
him finish, Colin. Let him finish. Go ahead, Chief.
Brother,
Yeah, you acting like they.
our emotions is easily manipulated. Now, I'm not gonna
Whose
lie with you.
emotions?
The
I
other
wasn't even.
brother,
Who are you
brother,
Colin,
talking
hold on,
about?
brother,
Who are you
Let
talking
the
about?
guy
brother,
finish,
brother,
All
Colin.
right, all right.
brother.
Goodness,
We're
go
not
ahead.
uplifting any other Hollywood black trash that denigrates black people, bro. Like black people are not putting that as black empowerment. All I'm saying is this, man. We need to see this as a movie, as just that, and stop acting like this is black empowerment because this
Who
does
are
not
yo?
trickle
Let me
down to
ask you a
black
question.
people.
Oh
White
man,
people
King, let
are
me
Colin,
ask you
making
a
money
question.
off this.
Colin,
This
can
has
the man
nothing to do
talk?
with us, bro.
Colin, let the
That's
man
all.
talk
That's
for
all I
like.
gotta say.
I didn't hear you, T. Khalid. Can you repeat that, please?
No,
Please
no,
repeat that, please.
I'm trying to let the brother know that at the end of the day, this is a white company making money off of our black emotions. So therefore, we need to see it as just a good black film, not some type of pro-black empowerment movement or anything like that. Black Panther was created by a Jewish man and a white man. Okay, and here we are. Thank you, Master. Thank you for giving us
Yeah,
something.
man, you
You don't
sound
know. We
corny,
got to
dude. You
get out of
sound
that.
corny,
We gotta
dude. You
we
sound
gotta make
corny,
our own thing.
Giannis,
That's
can I
all,
say
man.
something?
You sound.
Yeah, go
I
ahead,
just
Ken.
want to hear T like complete. We might not agree with everybody, but I still want to hear T
Yeah.
complete a sentence. T, can you please
True,
repeat
true,
yourself?
true.
Nobody can, and nobody, please don't interrupt T. T, I'm so sorry. Unmute yourself, T, and please finish what you were saying. I just want to
Yeah,
hear.
that's all I want to say, man. I get more excited when black people themselves create their own things and there's not a white overlord. But I'm not gonna be under this illusion that something is black empowerment when it's coming from a white man, white creator, and the money's going to him. That's all I want to say on that.
Okay, no
Can I
problem.
say something?
Can I say something real quick?
Hold on. Let Isaiah, then we'll pass it to Brandon. Go ahead, Isaiah.
I just want to say something before I had to get off real quick. I just want to ask everybody a question. Have y'all ever read the Black Panther comic, King of the Dead?
I haven't read any Black Panther comic.
Nope.
All right, so this is one of the cases where I agree with y'all where they should have recast it. Now, however, Shuri did become the Black Panther in that comic because T'Challa did die. And they were fighting the water beings you see in the movie today. That's where this movie came from. So they wanted to take the death and then spin it off into the movie, which I really kind of don't agree with because it's like almost profiting off a man's death. But still, that's the creativeness within Marvel and Ryan Coogler's team. Now, I do agree and disagree with the feminism of it because the way Marvel is going now, they did say that they're trying to be more inclusive and with the LGBT movement, and then the women, they're trying to make the A-Star team or whatever, which is a Marvel team full of women, and especially the way they did Captain Marvel with all that feminism garbage. And then, like y'all said, with the they always have to have a female counterpart next to the male hero, which I agree with as well, because the way they did Thor, and then now the way you see the way they do him with Hulk, and then with the She-Hulk, they just shafted him. They pretty much emasculated the Hulk in this whole MCU. But yeah, that's why I gotta say I agree and disagree at the same time, but I respect everybody's opinions. And I do
Go
agree.
ahead, bro.
I do also agree we need to take our emotions out of it. But the reason I put the Black Empowerment title onto it is because I grew up around white people my whole life. I didn't really have nothing to look back to except for Black Panther and Blue Marvel and all them like that. So those were the only superheroes I had. So that's why I put the Black Empowerment tool over it. But I don't put it over as much to the point where I'm blind and don't see it as a regular Marvel movie, if that makes any sense.
Makes sense. Go ahead, Brandon.
Yeah, I was gonna bring up that point about the Captain Marvel movie. Make Mike some syrup. I was gonna bring that up about the Captain Marvel movie. I don't care about like the women in the movie and stuff like that. Like women know that they should be sucking, you know what I'm saying? They know nobody want to see that shit. But the thing is, okay, but women know what the deal is when it comes to box office reviews and stuff. Like they just gonna have to take that on the chin. The point is, I mean, Kala is right. Let people just enjoy the movie as a movie, and that's why I'm speaking as far as it just being a movie. But as far as it just being a movie, look at James Bond. Look at all the movies where somebody tragically died during filming or before a sequel was made. When white folks got their own shit, if a guy died, they just simply recast it. And if we're just making it a movie where people can have fun,
like a Spartacus.
And if we're making it a movie where people can have fun and people just enjoy it, then just go ahead and recast the movie. Stop trying to do this thing where the guy dying. They would have if Chadwick Boseman came back and was like, "Yo, I want to get paid what I'm actually worth for this movie," they would have had no problem with recasting him. They're just using that as they're using his death and sympathy over his death to make the movie more like, sacred or whatever. And let me tell you something else too. They're really holding the audience hostage, right? Because they know people will still go see that movie out of respect for Chadwick Boseman's legacy, bro. They know Black people will go see it to say, "Hey, did they honor his legacy?" The reality is he has no legacy in that movie or in Disney or anything like that. His legacy is not attached to Disney, you know what I'm saying, in their feminist agenda. So I'm with the brother T. Khalik also. So Kala is right in a sense, but the brother T is right too, because if they're going to use a Black man, same thing like Black Lives Matter, if you're going to use the corpse of a Black man to engineer like this allegiance or loyalty from Black people to go see a crappy ass movie, then you need to say that, and it is worth scrutinizing it on like a political level, right? But if they just said, like I sent you an email with Wyla Noel, Dynast, I'm telling you, they could have seamlessly transitioned that character from Chadwick to this brother. If you ever saw him in The Purge, the first Purge movie, not the first movie, but the movie called The First Purge, he's better choreographically than T'Challa. He's actually, in my opinion, he has more like skills as like a dramatic actor than Chadwick Boseman, in my opinion. He also has the look. He looks like T'Challa. He looks more like T'Challa than Boseman does. But one thing I want to say, I'm with FBA on this one too. We lost the FBA lead character in an African movie to a feminist, activist, British Black chick.
Yeah.
Who I don't think
Killmonger brought the movie out, man. That really took me by surprise when I saw it in the movie. I said, look, and you can tell they're looking at talking points coming from social media, because there was a conflict between the Africans, the African Americans. That's been talked about for there, and that was brought to the big screen. It's like, well, you're over in Africa, we're over here suffering in the West, and you got all the wealth over here. This is a conversation we have with Nigeria. You guys got the oil, you got the gold, and everything. We're over in America struggling and everything. So that was really good. And let me say this before I pass the mic. My problem I have is this: when people, when it comes to black people, right? And I look at the success of Black Panther, right? That was a game changer, right? We could have built upon that. Uh, the highest grossing single Marvel character in history. No other character matched Black Panther as far as gross sales. Infinity War came out, but that was a combination of the whole franchise, right? Same thing with Endgame. The single most popular character in Marvel history. Like you had the Chinese guy, you got Captain Marvel, you got Iron Man. Black Panther topped them all. Instead of us standing on that and saying, "Look, this is what we can do. This is what we can do," and it translates to the other projects. Ryan Coogler was very talented. You saw the set design. It was a Pan African set design because they used Tyler Perry Studios. They used all the artists. They recruited Nigerians, South Africans, Kenyans, all these people for set designs, costumes. All that stuff was Afrofusion and Pan African. Instead of saying, "Oh, you know something? Yeah, we understand it comes from Disney and Disney making all the money," but look at all those black people who got on and got famous because they contributed to that movie. We don't sit there and see 4 years went past instead of us saying, "Look, collecting, showing our receipts, saying, look what we did," right? We're sitting there trying to throw shade. Oh yeah, the Black Panther. Come on, I'm tired of that stupid stuff. Then we always use some ancestor back in the day. He said this 30 years ago. It's like, man, come on with that shit. These younger people coming up, man, nowadays don't want to hear that. If you don't give them something positive, they're gonna go into the freaking rap and 200 rappers killed in the last year. That's gonna be a trend. I'd rather have them doing comic books and this right here. Killmonger was the ultimate badass. I mean, I remember when I was watching 50 Cent go into the movie. I'm gonna watch Black Panther. He felt so insignificant. Yeah, Diddy like, well, see this Black Panther. I wasn't invited to do the soundtrack. I feel so out of place. These motherfuckers was scared. A new trend took over. Afrocentric. Black people talking African politics again. So if that right there was good enough for me. So I'll pass the mic.
Well,
Yeah.
Colin,
All
you're
right.
right.
So wait, hold on. Let me add something in there too. For the most part, man, I think that once again, hey, Brandon, what's that one guy that everybody wanted to play James Bond? What his name is?
Idris Elba.
Idris Elba.
Yeah, that would have probably been dope. I don't know if anybody agree with me on that one, but I think he would have been dope for the spot. But
No,
anyway,
leave James Bond white, man. Leave James Bond white. Find another black character.
No, I'm talking
James
about
Bond is a
Wakanda, man. I'm talking
white.
about for Black Panther. Talking about him playing the role for Black Panther. But let me continue. Key thing is like, Killmonger is the king at the end of the day, net. You know what I'm saying? And we lost him. And the reason I like Killmonger, and I'm gonna add this into it, and we can celebrate whatever. Let's celebrate the movie. Let's do it. All right, cool. But what I'm more is focused on, especially for black men, especially for black people, period, bro. Y'all need to start actually focusing and being, inspired by conquerors, bro. Like people who are willing to be the best of the best, people who are willing to do what's right for them based on what they want. And most of the roles and most of the stuff in Hollywood or whatever, it's always this subordinate stuff. We got to go to the UN and ask for permission. I'm not reading it in nothing. And Dr. Amos Wilson made me a multi-millionaire. And even, what is it called? Dynast know, bro. Like, I do deals, man. I get stuff done. Like, I'm not even on these channels that much because I'm out here in the real world getting things done. We just signed a property of $100 million for
So are we,
investment in
man.
real
So
estate.
am I, man.
And I got that, and I
So am
got
I.
that. Be quiet.
You
I'm
got
talking.
you got an
I'm
opinion.
talking.
I got an
I'm
opinion. I'm
talking,
in the
my
real
brother.
world.
I'm talking,
I'm
my
doing
brother.
business too.
I'm talking,
You're
my
not
brother.
preaching. You're singing to the
This is
choir, bro.
Now let the man finish, Colin.
This is the
Let him
Wakanda.
finish.
He acting like them chicks from the Wakanda movie. Like they can't just have any order. They can't just let people like I'm speaking. All right. I didn't say you wasn't doing nothing. I never said that in the stream. So relax. So
So
what I'm
you
saying is
implied
what I
that.
got from
You implied that. You
implied.
implied you
Look,
invalidated what I was saying by saying I'm in the real
Let it
world.
go,
You
let
ain't
it
doing
go.
shit,
I
man.
mean,
Nigga, you put your credentials up against mine.
Colin, let it go,
Listen, bro.
Colin. Let it go. I mean, nobody else
Listen,
is
bro.
offended, Colin. Let it go. Go ahead, BA.
Back to the point,
Please, go
bro.
ahead.
We definitely, thanks, bro. So we need some people who are powerful, man, that inspire us to be conquerors, inspire us to do way more, inspire us not to just do just to get by, not just to do just to have. I didn't say boycott the movie. Nobody's saying don't go see it, right? But I'm gonna make some jokes, man. We still talking about the same coup d'etat people. We still talking about the same people who's working with the CIA. I'm gonna make jokes, bro. We're gonna turn up, and then people who are gonna go watch it. But I think it's a valid point in introducing, hey, like the brother said earlier, T said, like, don't take this too serious, don't take this too literal. Go and enjoy yourself and have fun, and go do the dashaki, or what is it, dancing. And I think it's good, just like the first movie. It did show Africa in a positive light, which is kind of super duper rare. So that is a good element, and we know the good things that come from it. But also, I would add my 2 cents in, and people are not going to agree, and that's completely fine, bro. I think we have to learn how to agree to disagree,
No, the
and then
first
move
movie
on from
grossed
there.
$1.5 billion, bro.
Okay.
The first one grossed $1.5 billion, man. So I don't think they're gonna miss your money if you don't go see it.
What? I didn't say I was going. What are you talking about, bro?
Hey, can I say something real quick? Just a quick thing before I leave.
You go see the movie or not?
What are you talking about?
Go ahead, Brandon. Go ahead, Brandon.
Go ahead,
Brandon. Go ahead, Brandon. Go ahead, Brandon.
This is all I'm gonna say. Like, I'm with my brother Obstacles. I'm with my brother Colin. Y'all both saying y'all some good stuff. The reality is, it's just the hypocrisy of black folks that got us over here at each other's throat this beautiful Sunday morning. You know what's gonna happen is the same thing that always happens. Let the movie come out 3 months, a month after the movie come out, 2 months after the movie come out. You're gonna hear these same people like Colin talking about when some shit is in there that's politically incorrect or something that we don't like, it wasn't represented well. All of a sudden, it's gonna take on a new meaning. It's not gonna be. And Colin, I'm just messing with you. I'm trying to bait you to interrupt me, actually. But
no, I know. Look, I'm gonna tell you right now, Brandon. Let me say this.
Look, so
before you finish. So I know that I'm gonna get pissed when I see this movie. I know I'm gonna get pissed.
Right. So
I know
that's what I'm saying, and that's what opportunities is saying. The same people saying, "Oh, yo, it's just a movie. It's just a movie." As soon as they go see it and they see something they don't like politically, it's gonna take on a new meaning. So what we're all essentially saying to the people who are like, "Yo, it's just a movie." All right, nigga, it's just a movie right now, Dinus. But as soon as something happen that people don't like, what they're gonna be doing, Dinus, they're gonna be all over YouTube in an outrage. How can they do that? No, if you just gonna enjoy it and it's just a movie, niggas. It's just a movie. Don't try to change it.
I know. Take us out. I know that. I know that, and I'm just gonna enjoy it because you know what it is. I'm preparing for this.
Don't try to change
for them to make her the king.
Don't try to change when you see the Black Panther making out with another woman. Don't try to come out. Oh, look at what they doing. Remember?
Oh yeah. See, I'm not ready for that shit. You know, that I ain't ready for.
Go ahead.
But Obstacle and TK didn't say nothing about that. So
go ahead, Michelle. Go ahead, Michelle. Mute yourself.
Hello, team. How's everyone today?
Everybody doing good.
I was very emotional when I saw the trailer today. I thought of Chadwick Boseman, and to see this journey. Yes, I understand that it may affect us in a social political way that we may not like. But what do we have on TV? Yesterday, I caught snippets of P-Valley, and I saw snippets of The Shy. They're trying to use abortion as an issue in their shows, making us Black women as the front for abortion in these television shows, in terms of pushing a, as lack of a better word, agenda. Until we start, again, go back to what Mr. Calagenesis says, when are we going to start controlling the narrative?
Mm-hmm. Hey, T, go ahead.
Also, what I was saying was this, though.
She has a point.
Go ahead. I just want to make this.
Yeah, we agree with that. The whole.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Okay,
T.
so this is what I want to say, T. The problem I have is this, right? We don't control the narrative of any of these things, these films, everything. Black Lightning had a lesbian character, right? It's divisive stuff. They had a lesbian character, and come to find out, it was a white woman who got that character in there. She's a college professor. Like, It added a lesbian character to the Black Lightning series. I think that was the Black Lightning or one of those series, right? And then a white woman created this woman, the Woman King. They said this is the creators of the Woman King. That lady that I think that did the Harriet Tubman and some white lady. So they have their lesbian Amazon fantasies. The bottom line, we're in a freaking mess because we have never demanded, right? Let me say this, right? And I'm gonna shut up, right? We have never demanded from our artists and our entertainers to give us real black content and protect our value system. Like the girl Chris she was saying on Brandon Show or this show where I can't remember. She said, if you don't have, if the family is not the black family, is not the nuclear black family, right? Man, woman, child is not the focus of your civilization, your existence. Then nothing, everything's off on the table. So when people start bringing this LGBTQ stuff, this multi-gender stuff, this all this filth and pedophilia, all the stuff they're trying to inject into our culture and everything, we don't have a natural defense mechanism to reject it. Because right now, to be honest with you, I don't know what to see when I go will see Black Panther. We're completely at their mercy. We're going to enjoy ourselves and everything like that. But I think Black people, to give us more credit, we're more conscious now. We have social media. If there's something wrong with Black Panther Party, it's going to be a backlash on social media. Trust me. It ain't gonna be like, we saw two, the Jory Bernage and other girls kissing on that. Man, the boy, social media is gonna be lit. Black Twitter, all is gonna be lit. So I don't believe when this people are sitting back helplessly like, oh, well, they're gonna feed us now. It's not like that before. It's not like that. Last 4 years, social media is now the dominant thing in Black America. We have nothing else. We have the mainstream media. It's all social media. Oh, that's what
Well, yeah, man,
that is.
and I gotta agree with you on that one, man. And I'm also say this: I would rather Black Panther be, Black Image than P Valley, because I don't support a lot of Black shows because that has too much nonsense in it. So yes, I would rather Black Panther succeed. The only thing I just like I said before, I just want to caution Black people of is like I said, I feel like our emotions get manipulated so easily for money. And what's sad, it is not even from our own people. It goes to so outside of our race's pockets. And then it goes to the exact same race who we complain about oppressing us. So all I'm saying is this, let's just take this as it is, a good movie. And yes, you are right. Black people, we don't hold none of these Black movie producers accountable to anything. That's why they can make a lot of nonsense.
We don't hold rappers
Nothing
accountable.
happens.
We don't have any power to hold anybody accountable, but we
Well,
do have
withdraw
social
our
media.
dollar
And I'm gonna tell you
collectively, but
right
we
now,
don't do that. I mean, we
Excuse
can
me,
just
if I
boycott
may,
the movie.
Linus, I think we
Yeah,
showed
yeah.
our
Go ahead,
disappointment.
go ahead, Michelle. Go ahead, Michelle. Then we'll pass the Black Line. Then we got to pass it to Kay. Go ahead, Michelle.
Oh, 1 second. I think we showed our power with the Harriet Tubman movie. They got so much backlash online. I mean, they had to put it on DVD earlier than usual.
Oh, that is true.
It was horrible, and I didn't see it, and I saw the reviews. I even had a debate with a fellow coworker at the time about the movie because people were showing, because they were so distraught about it, they were showing snippets of it, and I agree with it. How are you going to twist and turn the story of Harriet? I understand we have to embellish a little bit, but they took it so far off that it took on another meaning, and Black people said no, we were not going to do it, and we let Twitter and social media know about it. Thank you.
No problem. Go ahead, Black Line, and we'll pass it to Kay. Go ahead, Black Line.
Okay. No, like everybody has some good points. Like Kala, T, and Obstacles, and Brandon. No, they all make some very serious points. But like I said, let's give this, like, honest, like everyone's, all you guys are all right, but let's give this movie a chance. Because like I agree, the feminist agenda, the LGBT agenda, I know. Believe me, I agree with T in one thing. I don't support a lot of Black products either because they're all sick and corrupted. They're all just sick projects, and I don't want nothing to do with them. But I'll say let's give this a chance in a way, because one thing like one thing I know about the Marvel movies or movies that have these agendas, it depends on who's directing it. It depends on who's producing it. Like I'll give it a chance because at least Ryan Coogler, like I said earlier in the chat, he knows what he knows what his people want. He knows how much the past Marvel movies have failed the box office. He knows, especially how the Black community feel against, and how the Black people in particular, how we feel when we see kind of these sick agenda movies. So let's give it a chance
Right.
because he's the So let's just give it a chance. Also,
Yeah, I
like,
definitely am.
yeah. So and like in the first Black Panther movie, there was a lot of plot twists in that movie. I didn't even see coming, especially that wasn't involved in the comics. Like Killmonger being related to T'Challa.
Oh yeah, that's what got
and how he
me,
confronted
man. I
white
stood
woman.
up and saluted Killmonger in the movie theater, man.
Yeah, and then he confronted that white lady, told her, "Is like, where do you think your ancestors got these trinkets from? You think they paid a fair price?" That was very controversial when people saw that.
He had a Taiwara mask. He had the Taiwara mask.
Exactly, and that was very and that was like, damn, all black like, woo, shit, he's gonna get serious. He got on her face, like he kept it real. But I'm saying, so let's just give it a chance because like there might be lots of crazy plot twists that we know nothing about. Remember, this is just a trailer. This is just a taste. So I'm not saying just that there's agenda. Let's call it out and stop giving our money. Like if Dynast or any guys see it first, honestly, just don't like spoil it, but call it the LGBT or feminist parts or the real corrupted parts in it. And that's when we can spread the word on social media, like Michelle said. And next thing we can probably stop the move from there if it goes that route. However, like I said, let's just give it a chance, see how it goes. Because here's the sad part: Marvel cannot lose any more money. White people right now are leaving Marvel because these sick agendas. They're leaving Marvel. They're about to leave DC. And I say, and Ryan Coogler sees this. Marvel and DC cannot lose any more dollars. Because after Endgame, Marvel movies went to hell, especially after Stan Lee died. So I'm gonna trust Ryan Coogler because I'll be honest with you, bluntly honest with you, I notice when it comes to white people, white liberal women, and white liberal, so they say even some liberal black women, when they direct shows or they producers, it's always a famous LGBT or any form of sick corruption agenda involved. I trust more black men because it's more guaranteed to give the audience what they want. Like with Luke Cage, it was mostly directed by black men. He knows not to put any of that shit in there because he want to respect the masculinity. He want to respect the comics. He want to take it to He want to take it to an upper echelon. So let's give it a chance and see what's up. If it is the way it is, don't watch it. Call it out. That's it. But if it's good, let's just hope for the best.
All right, go ahead, Kay. Go ahead, Kay. Unmute yourself, Kay. Kay, unmute yourself. All right, go ahead, Brandon.
Yeah, I want to drop this quick point. Right? Just almost got his ass blown off.
Brandon, you're on your Obama phone, Brandon.
Can you hear me better now?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Ryan Coogler is a black man who almost got his butt blown off at a white bank, getting large amounts of money to give to his Mexican nanny, who he had in the car with him to babysit his black children. Right.
And Brandon, let me stop you right there. Then had the nerve to drop Stacey Abrams' name as if she got some type of clout.
Didn't have the nerve to drop. Hey, wait, didn't have the nerve to drop the charges against the bank. But guys, we gotta see this is where we gotta put our thinking caps on. Black Panther was not pro-black because of Ryan Coogler. I just gave you guys a super chat. You essentially had two directors working on that movie. Chadwick Boseman was a director before he was an actor, and he was a hell of a good director, actually, too. But Black Panther was pro-black because of Chadwick Boseman. If you look at his body of work, movies that he acted in where he really didn't have to because they were low budget, but they were black directors, and he went down and hooked them up.
James Brown, get on up. Get on up.
He was a pro-black person. So where the Pan-African and pro-black ideas you saw in the movie came from was Boseman, bro. Ryan Coogler was just an up-and-coming young black face who really balanced that out. The parts that Ryan Coogler is responsible for is the one where Wakanda turned over all their technology to the white man. That was Ryan Coogler's part right there. All that Killmonger stuff was all Boseman. If you ever listen to the interviews and stuff like I did, you'll see that hold on, I gotta go.
All right, for sure. All right, peace. All right, go ahead, Mike.
Hey, I just wish black people can stop taking movies so seriously, man. Because these things are just entertainment, really. They're designed just to entertain you, you know. And
No shit.
somehow
May I
some
please
people
respond to
just
Mr. Mike?
say it again.
May I please? I'm sorry. When you're done, may I please respond, sir?
When I'm done or right now?
Yeah, when you're done. I'm sorry.
Okay. Because I mean, people watch movies and somehow become part of their consciousness. And so, I mean, movies are just meant for entertainment, you know. Some people, and it's also elemental programming. I mean, that's why they call it all these things we consume, whether it's TV, movie, they call it program. It's elemental programming. If you choose to allow it to program you, and it's very important. I think black people should stop allowing their children to go to movies because these are kids, you know. Because majority of movies, 90% are put together by a white guy. You know, you just put together a story just to tell people to. Because
So what you
watching
listen
movie
to
or watching
Nollywood?
TV is the same as giving somebody instruction or information, and you have to be careful what you're consuming. Yeah, I had to say this because there was a time where this black American guy trying to fight me over a movie he saw, Sugar Hill. And I mean, he didn't even think to say, okay, this was just an entertainment, or somebody just put it together, maybe to make me start thinking certain way. So I mean, I really don't go to movies. I don't. I mean, I would advise people don't send your kids to movies. If you want your kids to acquire knowledge, let them read books or something. You know, or if you want to send kids to watch the movie first and see to make sure it's not something that's going to program them in a certain manner to start thinking certain ways, you know. And it was this Black Panther that people watch, and I mean, some of it is just some high level of misinformation and degree of programming for anyone that understands true African culture and know we know that hey, there's some degree of programming in these movies, you know. So to me, if you want to learn something, you want to learn about people or society, go do your own independent research. Don't go through movies. Don't go watch movies and say, "Oh, I've seen this movie, so I know about these people. I know this, I know that." These movies is just somebody putting story together. I mean, bogus bullshit and truth and frictions and propaganda. You just
Hey
put
Mike,
it
let
out
her
there for you to
respond to you,
consume
bro.
and just watch it as entertainment and live it like that and live it there. It's just entertainment. Stop debating and fighting over talking about it. That, oh, this is real. And, you know, come on, man. All right.
All right. But
Mike, you're
let me
running in
pass
circles.
Colin.
Michelle, say
Colin. Michelle was next, and we'll pass it to you. Go ahead, Michelle.
Okay, I understand what you're trying to say, Mr. Mike. Ideally, yes, people
yes,
should.
that's Michelle.
I'm sorry. Should I continue or should I?
Yeah. Go and continue, Michelle.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry, Mr. Mike. I appreciate your opinion. However, I think yes, people should do their independent research, but ideally in our community, we're not doing our independent research. We're not reading as we should. Also, you got to understand who we are traditionally. Traditionally, we're an oral people. Okay, so we learn stories from orally, from the verbal, from the singing, from our spiritualness, our vibration. So these mega movies, they understand this and they put it in a mass production form called movies. So to say you shouldn't, your kids shouldn't watch movies, they're going to go to school, they're going to see it on somebody's iPhone, they're going to see it somewhere else through the teachers. So we can't afford to live in this box. I just wish we as a community could have developed infrastructure to countermeasure some of these mega movies and so forth. That's our biggest issue as a community. We have no counter infrastructure to this mainstream at all. Because if you watch now, the conservatives now they built some streaming service called Daily Wire. Come to find out, it's one of the top 10 streaming services because they're building a counter narrative.
Hey, listen, hey, Michelle. I think Daily Wire outstreamed like Disney, ESPN.
Yeah, I heard about. Yes, I saw a snippet on that, and I unfortunately didn't get into it. But yeah, I mean, what are we doing? We're here going back and forth. We could do something. I mean, honestly, how many of us in this room right now? 1, 2, 3, 4. About what? 7 of us? Really? At some point, when do we do something?
Well, yeah,
When do we have our own platforms? When do we have our own platforms? When do we say, oh yeah, the white man, but yet we're on their Facebook, we're on their YouTube, we're on their stuff. You can't get black people on black platforms. I heard there's a black owned platform like Facebook that nobody uses, that they can do the same thing as Facebook, and you can monetize, and nobody uses it. Everybody chooses to be on Twitter, and stuff like that. Like Twitter
as much, Mr.
They
Collins,
call you.
as much as I know you don't like this dude. I'm about to bring up Mr. Tariq Nasheed. I do have my questions about him.
So, like I said, in the end, we're a hot mess. You know, like I said,
We, if we, he, what I study about him, he's about that dollar. If we could come up with enough dollars, we could actually sway him to certain themes that we need addressed because he has the audience. But instead, we want to argue. Yes, I get it. He has his flaws, but it's not the flaws of the LGBT community. It's not the flaws of other feminists. So we have to
right.
look
And
at
all
our
he has to do, is get rid of that. All Tariq has to do. He could do that. All he has to do is stop thinking small and get rid of that anti-black immigrant, that that's goofy stuff, and say, yeah, we got our issues here. I'm protecting Black America. But the
And why do
bottom
you guys need movies to
line
educate
is
yourself anyways? I don't get it, man. Why does
Africans
it
and
have to be
everybody
movies?
else are it's like, white people. They cast a big net.
Yeah, and I'm what Tariq Nasheed would call an FBA, but to act like it's only immigrants causing problems and FBAs are all on code and we don't have our problems.
Right, right.
I don't like
We're
not
all
yeah
innocent. We're all
escaping
good. Immigrants are
accountability,
causing all
man.
the problems. Yeah.
Yeah, man,
But you
that's the
guys
major problem in
understand,
FBA
this
culture.
is
We
making
escape
him money.
accountability.
This back and forth is what is paying him until we decide.
Exactly, it's an exploit.
I agree.
Until we decide. I wish I had the money because trust me, he's a businessman. We could cut it. I said, Tariq Nasheed, okay, this is what we need. I need you to slow down on this. He'll do it. But the thing is, he's a businessman. He's a hustler. At the end of the
Of
day,
course he will. He's going where the
But
money is.
you
He
don't
goes where
think
the
he
money is.
exploits black emotions? Because that's the problem. I mean, I feel
he
like
does.
especially
He
FBA,
does.
we get
And
so
he's great
exploited
at it.
emotionally,
He
man.
does, and he's
I
great at
mean,
it.
it is crazy.
He does, and he's great at it. Instead of us, we're more likely to get him more on our team if the price was right than trying to go to the LGBT or some other group. I'm not saying he's the best bet, but he's one of our best bets. But we have not strictly formed a way to talk, to engage him. And then even when I hear this forum and people calling him, I'm like, some of them, I'm not sure where they're at. They don't have cohesive thoughts. I'm like, you guys are giving him the floor.
If he was the same Tariq
Hey,
Nasheed,
Michelle,
if he was the same Tariq Nasheed from the Hidden Color series, like a real amazing and respectful Pan African
Well,
scholar,
he's going with it. He's going with
the
the
Hidden Color
money's there.
series,
He's going
I'll be
where the
so
money's
down
there.
for it. But a lot of us have to accept that Tariq Nasheed, he wasn't. I agree.
Check
He
this
will be,
out. What?
he's
Hey,
not
T,
the
let me say
same
this.
he was. Let me finish this real quick.
Hey,
Now,
Black Lion, let me say this. The problem is this, right? I think there's got to be, and I'm not absolutely sure about this. It seems like there's a line of demarcation between people who came up through social media, and I mean, I think Joe Rogan was already a celebrity, right? Kevin Samuels broke the mold, but there's this thing where if you weren't chosen by their media house institution, whatnot, they're gonna never let you over that threshold, And if you do go reach back, there's people who came up through social media and everything. Even though social media has more influence on the mainstream media, the people still see mainstream media as the authority, mainstream Hollywood as the authority. So all the indie people and people that basically have started with a GoFundMe and everything, they're never going to be respected for some reason. I don't get it. I don't understand. It's like the people that could be giving these people a chance, like Tyler Perry and everything like that. Oh, we got all these people. Well, Brother Kofi that was on the line, right? He's a filmmaker. Where's he gonna get his big break and be like this? It's like this almost impossible when you start off in social media. Now, if you basically kiss on the butt and hang around these people and go to their parties and everything, then you get put on. But people who came through social media that got a following YouTube and everything, they almost never. It's almost like they're trying to crush those type of people. It's a sad situation.
yeah, like I said, if he like I don't know about Tyreek because the thing is he's not the same man as he was years ago. Like when I saw him when he introduced Hidden Colors, a great documentary about African and African American history, he was astounding. Especially he's like a straight great Pan African scholar. Like I don't know what made him change over the years. I'm still shocked about it. Especially we did a great documentary about the Haitian Revolution, 1804. And then he run this rhetoric about attacking Africans out of nowhere. So it's like he's not the same guy as he used to be, and a lot of us have to accept that. Believe me, there are times I wish a lot of African American actors and producers will literally get together and build their own, and like I agree with you, build their own image. We don't really need Hollywood. I would love to see Denzel and Viola Davis hook up or try pairing and do it. We should have been doing this. But the sad part is a lot of them they want that white money. They have the money and the influence and the power. But a lot of them don't want to take that step because they want to make white people uncomfortable in a way.
Bro, we're not unified, man. That's the problem, bro. There is no unity. You know, the black basketball players, you know, always talk about, you know, social justices, but they don't do anything collectively to stop anything. There is no unity. You know, I think we like to talk about black unity in public, in the abstract for white people to see, but in practice, I don't see us coming together, building any businesses or doing anything. You know, it's just the same in fighting.
I agree. That honestly that needs to be practiced. But at the same time, black people gotta find other black people who have that same mindset, even if we're from distance apart, within America or Africa itself. We're very scattered, but it's not practiced like other cultures is.
Bro, we don't even talk on I don't even see black liberals and conservatives just talking and coming to agreement. You know, they hate each other. And it's like, why are we mimicking white people in their political war? Now, black people, if you think a certain way, you can't come together and talk. And we call it, you know, I hate when we call each other coons, Uncle Toms. That just destroys conversations. That just destroys unity. And we do it on behalf of political parties. That's the main reason. And that's hurting FBA more than any immigrant community, because immigrants, they don't even know about that stuff. But FBA have that you a coon if you're not in this political party badly.
No, I agree. Oh, go ahead.
A good example, if I may add, is this Roe versus Wade situation. That's why, back to the Black Panther, I'm glad they show a picture of an image of a woman birthing in the water. Every nation, you have to be able to proliferate life. That's part of our being as a nation, as a group, is to proliferate life and make sure it continues for the next and the next and the next. That's what we're about. That's what we're here for. You know, sometimes in order for the better of the group, people have to make individual sacrifices. So that's why, and because of the European situation, the men and women are fighting. Now it has come to us, and now we're here on this forum trying to figure it out. In so many words.
I would like to finally say something. It was nice hearing you guys talk. Do you guys know the biggest black production company out right now? Do you have an idea?
Is it in Nigeria? South Africa?
No. Nope. It's right
Hey, Kofi, it sounds very muffled. I can't barely hear you.
My headphones out. You hear me now?
That's better. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah. You know, the company is called Stay Macro. They produced the story about Fred Hampton, Judas and the Black Messiah, and they did Mudbound. They produced Fruitville Station. They produced a whole lot of films that are based on the Black American experience in the Black diaspora. And it was started by a guy named Charles D. King. He's from Atlanta. He went out in the 80s. He went out to Los Angeles. He just graduated as I guess in a finance degree, but he had to go out to LA and become a mailman. And, you know, just by being so close to execs and hearing the conversations while he was sending mail back and forth, he was able to get himself an executive position. And he worked this position for about 17 years until he got enough money and enough information to then start producing his own films. And now he's able to give us the historical hidden truths that the white society tends to hide. But just the other day, I was with this guy who his name is Blitz the Ambassador. He started off as a Ghanaian rapper in Brooklyn. He was inspired by Public Enemy coming to Ghana when he was 10. And this guy was giving out CDs, and somehow he ran into Rakim, started opening for Rakim, and then through his art and music and his film talents, he ran into Beyonce, and then he directed Black is King. He got nominated for that. That led him to the his independent film, The Burial of Kojo. Now that's the film I saw when I was in Ghana, and when I got back, I just happened to get back in time. I just happened to do enough bike deliveries to buy a book and buy a ticket to his book launch. And I had met him 2 days ago. We had a great conversation. I gave him my business card, and I talked to one of the execs I talked to one of the managers from Stay Macro. And I had followed this lady, and she was the only one that was accessible. And she's going to be on his new film. It's called The Scent of Burned Flowers. And that was picked up immediately by Macro. And his book premieres Kwame Nkrumah. Now, that has never been done. It premieres Kwame Nkrumah, and it's kind of telling the experience of Black people in a diaspora meeting, and also having options of if they need time to flee to Africa, having that option. And that's all I'm going to say about the book. But I feel like you guys should get it. And I would say just to do your research, get a subscription on IMDb, and every single film that's made, you kind of see like who's behind the scenes, who's like turning the keys. And I heard that Wesley Snipes was someone who knew Stan Lee early on, and he was trying to help Stan Lee, produce Black Panther and starring Wesley Snipes. And this is something that seemed like it was going to take years, even to just get through. At the time, there was no Black audience. The only Black audience was that in America. Now, you see the push to reach out to masses in Africa. Africa has the youngest population in the world, and it's going to stay like that. So that's why Disney, who also distributed Black is King and now distributing Black Panther, is targeting Africa because they see where the value is at. And I feel that we all see that same thing. That's why it's such an important thing to produce and do business in Africa. And that's why I'm here. That's why I'm on this platform. That's why I'm talking to you fine folks. And Kala has a great book. I met a book editor the other day. I'm definitely going to pass that to her, see what she could do. Because I think telling the story about our history in the diaspora is very important. It's important to the human race. But that I'm gonna let the
I hope that goes through. We can make that into a movie.
I just wish Black can watch less movies, because to me,
Hold
most of these movies are designed.
Hold on 1 second. Free game. Have you win free game? Free game.
Yeah, you can hear me?
I hear you. Have you spoke yet?
No, I haven't spoke yet.
Oh, go ahead, free game.
I want to say all Jewish people are not out to put out bad movies. With this movie, it always goes back to Africa in some way. And because of course you have up front the feminist movement, but you have to understand these people that are directing these movies are high level occultists. They know what they're doing. So with Chadwick Boseman, dying, you just have the same story as Asar in Egypt. You have that Aset having to go and save Asar, and this where the women empowerment stuff comes in. I wouldn't be surprised if they had he had a child or something like that in this series. So we have to look at it, and we have to get past the bull crap and understand the deeper message that the movie is trying to convey. And it's ironic that the movie, the trailer, really displayed the Aset going to put, going to rescue Asar, going to put Asar back to the 14 pieces he was into. So if the movie come out something like that, which a lot of Hollywood movies do, they mimic the Egyptian mythology. So that's what I think it is. Of course, you have the feminist agenda on the front face, but you really have to take the meaning and the message of the movies, because these people know what they're doing. They just not making movies out of nowhere.
Go ahead, Kay.
All right. Hey, can you hear me?
Hear you. Go ahead.
All right. Yeah. I just wanted to say that, I think that this is larger. I'm sure that it was said before. It probably will be a good movie. At some point, I'll probably see it. I'm not as excited to see it. But, obviously, when you look at it, there aren't very many, and it's already been said that we need to build something, of our own, build our own, make our own movies. But if we continue to participate in the movies that they're making, it's obvious that they emasculate us, emasculate black men specifically, in damn near every movie that we're put in. And there aren't any strong black men superheroes. The main reason why the Black Panther was so exciting to people and people wanted to see it, because he wasn't just a superhero, but he was a strong superhero. He was a king and a leader. And I mean, his powers were, one thing I was upset about in the first movie is you didn't really even get to see his power and what he could really do. The whole thing was set about the infighting between him and another African American. And I think a lot of people kind of miss that. But with him dying and them, instead of recasting his character so you can see that, they turn it into a black female. And I think that that's something that we have going on in the world in general right now is, it's constantly, men are, expendable. We can just get rid of them or whatever, and then we'll put a black woman up there. So I think it's a lot larger, than just, oh, it's going to be a good movie. I'm sure people go see it. I'm not about boycotting. I'm not about actors not making their money and getting roles, but something has to happen as far as us having something of our own, creating in a way that is actually showing positivity on the screen, showing black men as strong and powerful and leaders, because you won't get them in any of the movies that we have now. Anything that you look at, anything new that they make, it's crazy the lengths that they go to emasculate black men on camera, in the media, in these movies. Just to finish it off, I remember every once in a while I used to watch that show Arrow on TV every once in a while, and the main character, the white dude or whatever, he had this like black sidekick, and it was crazy to me that, in every fight that they got in, Arrow would be, giving people the work. But every time his black sidekick was fighting anybody, superpowers or nothing, he was getting bodied. And then the white dude had to come over and save him. Same thing with the new Captain America. Now Anthony Mackie, the Falcon, is becoming Captain America, and you notice it in his fights. Anytime you see these superheroes, the white dudes, in any of their movies, they're bodying 3, 4, 5, 6,000 people at a time, like it's nothing. But every time that they show the black ones on there, they're damn near struggling, until somebody has to come and save their tail. So, and I don't think we notice that in a lot of our films. And unless we're making our own films, it's going to continue to be that way. So this new Black Panther, with them having Shuri go on there and they're calling it female empowerment, it's not female empowerment. It's just literally further emasculating black men. That's all I got to say.
Yeah, you guys got to see the political implications of this, because really it's political not making masculine black men. Because you have to understand, if there's going to be any revolution or any type of nation building or coming together, that's always led by the men. But if the men are weak and they're in a feminine position and they're acting like women and they always need handouts and or they're needing praise and validation, that's never going to happen. So, I think, the reason why black men are never going to be put in a masculine or king role unless black men do it, because you have to understand, like, another race of man is your competition. They're not going to sit there and dethrone themselves and put you front and center in a strong position. That's never going to happen. It's up to black men to do that.
Right. Yeah. That's why something has
Yeah,
to be created
yeah.
on
Let
our
me say
terms. That
something.
makes sense.
Yeah, yeah. Let me say something. You're absolutely 100% right, right? And like I said, we don't control Disney and stuff like that, so it's gonna be their narrative. And it seems to me is that they're gonna bring this movie out right in time for the midterm elections. Right in time for the midterm elections. And basically gin you up, and they're gonna bring Stacey Abrams out. You're like, yeah, we get played. I just hope we don't fall for this nonsense and everything. And I'm nothing against our sisters and everything, but the bottom line is this idea that black women are so strong and black men get the hell out of here with that shit. Black men have always been the backbone of the strength of the black community. We led the marches and got the dog sticked on us and shit. We went toe to toe with the Klan, but with gunfire and stuff like this. We built Black Wall Street. Women were always by our side. They were never our competition. So this nonsense about elevating the black, that's a white man doing this shit.
100% agree.
Elevating the black man because
Mr.
we don't say it.
Let me
Sorry.
Somebody
let me say this
you
about
say
movies,
about
right?
black.
See, when I first came to America, right, what I discovered was that in American culture, it's like every weekend, what people do is go to movies. That's like the things they do for dates. So I'm like, oh wow,
That's
this is
what
what
we
people do
do.
here.
That's what we
Yeah,
do.
go to movies. Like the first 4 weekends when I decided, oh, let me do what Americans do. Went to the movies. After watching like 4 movies, it didn't take me long to realize that, hold on, this shit here is about mind suppression, especially black mind suppression and propaganda just to lower. I mean, it's pretty much designed to lower your IQ as a black person. Most of the movies.
Hey
You got
Mike, what movie are
movies
you talking about
produced and
specifically?
directed
Name me
by
in the movie.
white men. Say it again.
What
Oh,
what
sorry.
movie? What movie? Name the movie. I want to get to
Almost
this.
every movie I saw,
What
once I
movie
go
are you
to the
talking
theater,
about?
it's like I just want to walk out of it. You don't. The thing is, you don't see it as a black person born and raised in America
Mike,
until you actually live outside of America and
what
come in.
movie, or what specific
Oh,
movie?
bunch of them, man. Virtually every
What
movie, dude.
specific movie and storyline?
He's talking about the vast
Any
majority
Yeah,
of
movie,
but
any
movies.
you got me.
movie
Give us a
where they
specific.
inject.
What triggered you?
You
Dude,
could
I
just
haven't been to a movie in about 15 years,
you
dude.
could
I don't even
literally
go to
name
movies
one off
anymore. The only
top.
movie I've
You could
seen
just name
recently is
you
just
could
Black Panther.
literally name a movie off top and
I
you
don't
could
watch
point
movies.
out
I
if you
told you
watch
I
it.
stopped going to movie about 15, 20 years. I stopped going to movies, dude. I just don't watch movies.
No,
Yeah, but
And
Mike, Mike, Mike,
if I
okay,
will watch a
hold on,
movie,
hold
it
on,
has to be.
hold on, Mike, hold on, Mike, but Mike, which movie did you see that you was like, oh, that movie is propaganda and is brainwashing our people and black people should stop going on dates to the movies? What movie was it?
A bunch of it. I can give you one. Sugar Hill.
Mike, how old
Why
are
Like
you?
why
one
do
Hold
black
scene.
Americans hate
on, stop the
Nigerians?
show. Hold on, stop the show.
No,
Mike, how
I'm
old were
just
you
giving
when
you
Sugar
one
Hill
off
came
the
out?
top of my head.
Mike, how old were you when Sugar Hill came out?
No, and I'm just giving you one on the top of my head.
Mike,
It's
you
not
said
about how.
Mike, you brought up
Okay,
going to the
okay, Black
movies.
Panther.
How old
Okay,
were
Black
you
Panther.
back? Mike, man. Oh.
My
I'm
thing
just telling you, Diners. I'm just saying, like literally, when I go to movies,
Oh,
like
yeah, Sugar
you
Hill.
can't you
Mike,
don't maybe.
Mike's a
how old were you
scream,
when
man.
Sugar Hill
Mike's
came out?
Here's the deal. Here's the
on.
deal, man. Here's the deal.
Mike, how old were you when Sugar Hill came out? How old were you when Sugar
No,
Hill
no,
came
no.
out?
I'm not saying I watch Sugar Hill. I'm just giving you an example of movie that people
No,
see.
but Mike, you said you when you came to. In fact, Mike, when Sugar Hill came out, you might have still been in Nigeria.
Yeah, I was in Nigeria. I'm just saying. I'm just.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about, Mike? It goes against your
So you don't believe movies?
argument.
You don't believe these movies in America are
No,
really designed to?
Mike, I do understand some movies are a form of propaganda, but your argument
Most movies,
was
Dennis.
your argument was when you came to America.
Okay. Let me give you another one. Okay, let me give you another one.
Out way before you came to
Okay,
America.
leave the Black Panther one alone. What about the one they made about Charles Taylor? Also the ones about there's so many of these movies.
The movie about Charles Taylor didn't come out in the theater. It was on Netflix. You talking about the one with Idris
No.
Elba?
The one, no, it's not. It's called the Warlord or something like that. I forgot what it's called. Something about Lord of War, something like that.
That was 2006. Blood Diamonds.
No, not Blood Diamond. Lord of War.
Not
there's so many.
Mike.
But even beside that, I'm just no. Here's the deal. Dennis. You and I may not see things the same way. We don't see things from the same angle. But what I'm saying is, obviously, you guys are born and raised in America, so obviously, your whole life you consume whatever, the same line of stories. So that's your reality, and that's the way a lot of these Black American things where they think, because that's all they like, all they consume. Their own reality is based on just their whole storyline where white people paint.
Mr. Mike, you're generalizing people.
Well, as somebody,
don't people generalize my Black American brethren like that. No, absolutely not.
Well, that's not generalizing.
Black
I said
America
you guys grew up in America.
What about the fact that Black America?
Black Americans that grew up in America. Am I generalizing? Where did you grow up? You grew up in the moon. I mean, come on now. That's
we
not
don't just watch black films. The biggest films, the most popular films on black. Hold on, were Chinese Hong Kong movies in the 60s, 70s, and 80s. Those were the most popular films in the black audience.
In the 1970s. We saved it.
What I'm saying is, somebody that grew up in an outside, someone that grew up in the outside world that comes into America, the moment we start consuming things you guys are consuming, we can quickly see that, oh, this is fucking propaganda, dude. Just like when I came to America those days, 90s, and I turned on Discovery Channel, I'm like, what the hell is this? Because I grew up in Africa. I didn't know about all these things they showing about African TV. But to a Black American, that was real. That was like reality. That's what they grew up watching. So they thought that was what Africa was about. But someone that came from Africa, can I talk, please? And you come after me. But someone coming from outside, from Africa, growing up in Nigeria, once I come into America and I turn on the TV and I'm seeing what they're showing about Africa, it was clear to me that it's propaganda, it's rubbish. But to a child person that grew up in America, to him, he doesn't know that's the propaganda. He doesn't know he's being brainwashed. And that's what I'm saying about movies as well. Like once I walk into those movie theaters, once anything about Black or Africa or anything, it was always negative and just misdirected, So I quickly was able to see and I stopped going. But for a Black American that grew up here, that's just normal. So him, that's okay. That's the way it is over there. That's the way it is, So that's what I'm saying, that we have to be careful when we're consuming all these things. It's very important, especially our children. We have to be careful when white people
produce things. We're more smarter than you think we are. We're more smarter than you think we are. We're more smarter than you think we are. We know the difference.
Oh, really? And that's what people are.
Mr.
Mike, you say you generalize.
It has nothing to do with intelligence. It just has to do with subconscious.
Generalize. We know more about Africa. Let me tell you.
Get out of here, man. Stop.
Americans have been going to Africa for decades. Well, you don't know this, right?
Really?
We know all about it. We were the ones who built the Ethiopian airline.
Kyle,
we were in Africa longer than you.
Kyle, I got to interject, Kyle. We Black Americans as a collective are ignorant as hell to come to Africa, Kyle. I can't.
Yeah, we're collective, but I'm saying this. Not all of us are. You know what I'm saying?
All of you. I don't know why you
know. It's like 90% of us are, bro.
Mike knows that. That's why Mike is
I
here.
Was too, man. I ain't gonna even lie. I was very
majority of us are. Kyle, listen.
Yeah, I was the whole the niggas in my house where I grew up, right? I had geography books. I had encyclopedias. And all this
that's your house, Kyle.
Bro, that is not the normal FBA family, bro.
Yeah, again, Kyle, like he said, that's not the norm. But again, the vast majority of African Americans have absolutely no clue about Africa. Go ahead, Michelle.
I was just saying that as Mr. Mike, as we talk about each other from the various parts of the diaspora, I think we need to be very careful what we say. Yes, we are highly marginalized here in America, and there's a reason to it. So I think we just need to be more careful and more mindful of how we speak on each other.
For example,
you made a generalized statement about African Americans and propaganda and reading and writing. There's a reason for that disparity.
What was that statement? Can you so that way I can know if I can correct
I
myself.
mean,
Actually,
I can't remember exactly, but it was
uh,
for what I interpret what you're saying. It was referencing that.
no, it wasn't. Sorry.
Okay.
Because what I said
You
was
saying we're going to
people.
movies,
What I said was people grew up
uh,
here. So people grew up here. So those that grew up here, they haven't been outside of the environment. If you consume something, if you're consuming something here, that's all you know. And so it's different from somebody that's coming from outside that comes in. The way I'm going to perceive what they're showing is going to be a little different. You understand? Because I coming in, like I said, when I came, I went to the movies a few times. I'm like, okay, what the hell is this? Something is fishy. Because it's the first time in my life where I'm just seeing black being painted in so negative
hey
light.
Mike, hey
Growing up
Mike,
in
do you like
Nigeria, I
Nollywood?
wasn't growing up in Nigeria. I wasn't really consuming so much. I didn't even know there were black people with flies in their face and walking some places where people walk around naked. I didn't know when I was growing up in Lagos. I did not know. But when I came to America, is when I started seeing it. I'm like, damn, this is crazy. And then when I go around black people,
Do you
they
ever
see
ask
me as
yourself,
somebody
why
that
is
came from a
that?
place like
Why
that.
is that, Mr. Mike? Do you ever ask the big question? Why
Why,
is that in the
why
first
you
place?
asking me why is that? You know,
But
I'm
Mike, let
telling
me
you
ask
what
We
I
you,
didn't
know,
do
and
that.
you're
can
White
you?
asking
people
me.
did that.
And that's what I'm telling
White
you. Be
people you
careful
love
when
so
you go
much,
to the
Mike, did
movies,
that.
and that's why you guys are arguing against me. And I'm telling you that be careful that
Hey,
the
hey
white
Mike,
people produce.
what I'm saying,
Listen, white people produce
who
90% of
created
the
that?
movies made in America. Yes or no?
But you never,
Who do
I
it?
have yet to hear you ever criticize white people. You tell us we ought to do
I'm not
better to be
criticizing
liked by white people.
anybody.
That's
I'm
what your
telling you the
whole thing is,
reality
Mike.
on ground. 90.
Yeah,
I'm
but hold on. So
criticizing them
you
right
can
now.
criticize us, but you said,
How am I
yeah,
But you
criticizing
say
you,
now because
Africans
Carla
you're
are
Genesis?
cornered. Because you're
propagandized in
cornered.
America also.
But you never criticize white people, Mike.
99% of movies produced in America, put in the theater, are produced by white people. And so white people are the one producing what you're going there to consume. And I'm telling you, you have to be careful. So what do you want me to do?
Right. But what I'm saying, how
Go
come your
correct
beef
white,
isn't with
talk to
white
white people about
people?
what they're consuming?
This is a question I've wanted to ask for years. I wanted to ask for years, right? A lot of Africans complain about their negative image toward African Americans. But what group of people, right? What group of people on this earth deliberately produce negative information and images of Africans to the world? You know, blurt this way.
It's
It's to the
white
point where
people.
Koreans and Japanese. Hold on, oh, right, right. But Mike, every time I hear you and your Afro dumbest and all these other idiots on social media, you guys make it seem like African Americans and Black Americans are the sole source of all your problems.
Thank
You
you.
Carla,
know,
please explain to
and
me how
you
I
never
just did
talk
that,
about
please.
white
But the
people.
thing is, a lot of Africans are propagandized as
I will
well. I mean, are you
always,
saying
I
Africans
No,
don't
love
have
Carla,
white
white
please
people.
collar
explain to me how I
I
just did
ideology?
that.
st-
Because I said don't go to the white people's movies, so I'm criticizing you. That's
you
me
just did it
criticizing
now
you.
because you're cornered. Hold on, because you're
Say it again.
cornered. You only cornered. You're saying it now because you're cornered. But all the time I hear you on social media, you always say like we got some conspiracy to damage the image of Africa. You know, like we're doing it
No,
on
no, no,
purpose.
no. Maybe
Like we're doing
you,
it.
Carla, but
And
no,
we're
no,
not
no. Maybe
we're
you.
not victimized by this.
No, no, maybe you. But I
But
never
you
come here to
never,
say
Mike, you
Black America as
never
a whole are
ever
undermining
hold
Africa or
white people
anything.
accountable. I heard you say, Mike, hold on. I heard you, Mike. I heard you say one time on Dinah's show that if when we were talking about those kids that were brutalized, this will tell you this is how hypocritical you are. When we were talking about those kids that were exploited by the Chinese guy and whatnot, you said on the show, right? It's their own fault for being poor, the Malawian children. You said that.
I didn't say it's their fault for being poor. What I said was that globally,
You
people
said it was their fault
don't
for being in a
respect poor people. That's what
situation
I said.
where you're poor and ignorant, the poor children that were exploited. You said it was their fault for being poor.
I didn't say
That's why
what
that happened
Carla.
to them.
I said it was their fault for
Yes,
being
you
poor.
did.
That's
You
what I
said
said.
that. I remember that.
I said people
Yes, you
don't respect
did.
poor people. That's what I
You
said.
didn't talk sometimes. You don't remember what you said. I don't forget
And
anything, bro. I wouldn't be lying on you. You said that.
you're lying, Carla. Listen, what I said was people don't respect poor people.
But
And
what
now, if you go to
exactly did you
China,
say about
essentially
them?
what I was trying to say that day was that I'm not going to lose a sleep over somebody making
So yeah,
or
go get
Chinese
your lie
guy
together.
making jokes.
Get your
I'm
lie
not going to
together,
make
Mike.
myself
Get
a
your lie together,
victim
Mike.
over a Chinese guy making jokes. In China, they have more slums in China than even in
So,
Africa.
but
And
you
even
say
Chinese over there, they don't
basically,
respect their
go
own
ahead,
poor
let it
people
out,
over there.
Mike.
And you expecting me
You're
to
saying that
expect the
it's their
Chinese guy to
fault.
come respect poor Africans?
Oh, okay. So, but bottom line, it's the Malawians' fault why the Chinese guy who should know better, right? Exploit vulnerable
No,
people,
no. The point
poor
I'm trying to
people
make is
that didn't know any better.
I'm not about to be
You're blaming them.
seeing myself as a victim, seeing myself as the victim and losing sleep and be crying about victimhood because a Chinese guy made a joke about Africans. My self-esteem is high enough for a Chinese
Oh
guy to make me
Lord,
feel
see
bad
that's
about
what I'm talking
myself.
about. But you're
So what?
African
No,
American, you
no,
have a problem. Yet Black
no,
America is a
no.
problem.
Mr. Mike, if you didn't go to
Blacks make jokes about everybody too. We blacks, we make jokes about Chinese. Nigeria, we call Chinese people Shinko. We make jokes about them, but Chinese people don't cry over it. They don't go.
Where would you be if you were in Nigeria right now, today, at this moment, in this hour? Where would you be?
What the hell are you talking about, man?
That's the hell I'm talking about. You sit up here and just negatively.
You're not making sense to me. That's why I'm asking you. What are you talking about? Yeah?
If you did not come to
never
America,
came to
United States,
America.
wherever you are, where would you be?
If I never came to America, where would I be?
Yes.
I don't know. I could be maybe in Ghana, Kenya, or Nigeria. I don't know.
Doing what, sir? Well, you're gonna be you talking away the same way you're talking to us.
You asking very low IQ question, man. Come on.
You say low IQ statements.
Come on, man.
You're saying low IQ statements about your own general diasporan people.
What am I saying that's so negative about you guys that you guys are crying about it? For Christ's sake. All I say is let's be careful consuming these movies produced by white people because they're controlling your people's minds. And let's not send our children. Let's be careful sending children to these movies. It's not good. So how am I? How's that talking down on anybody? How is that talking down on anybody?
Careful what? They're everywhere. Mr. Mike, they're everywhere.
But then I'm telling you, it's American culture where people go to movies every weekend.
We live in America, so we're part of American culture.
In Africa, people don't go watch white man's movie every weekend. We actually interact.
Problems because we're here in diaspora having a conversation about our challenges, but you're here making derogatory statements about us or sly statements about us. But yet you're here with us.
Man, can somebody else ask a better question? Because you're not really making too much sense, to be honest.
I make too much sense.
Hold on. Mike, Africans in America go to the movies too, brother. It's not just African
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. I didn't say people in America, even African children born. I always tell my Nigerian people every day, stop sending your children to those movie theaters, man. I tell them, man, I always talk to my community.
And they're not.
I tell them, stop sending your children to movie theater. Let them spend time in libraries and read books and actually let them consume independent information, not some information put together by one white guy in Hollywood and just put it on TV to damage the self-esteem of black children. I tell my Nigerian people, don't send your children to all these American movie theaters because these white people are just putting things together.
I will say this though, he's not entirely wrong. I will say that he's not entirely wrong because nowadays, like he's not entirely wrong because like with the recent incident with like the toys, like the Buzz Lightyear movie that based on Toy Story, the majority of people of all races, and even white folks, they said, "Fuck no, we're not making our kids see that shit." Because they created a black lesbian character in that movie, and that's why the box office the way it is. Because nowadays,
we're all on call with that. We're all on call with that.
I'm asking the question, Colin. Black Lion. So they made the character a black lesbian woman.
Yeah, female character. Yeah.
She has a black. Let me finish. She has a black son, but she has a white lesbian female lover. It's in the scene. Originally, it was supposed to be taken out of the film. But the liberals and the liberal animators in that studio said no, we want to put this in the film, and
they made them kiss.
Yeah, and also a controversy like when they tried to film the movie in Qatar, and they said, "Hell's no, we're not showing this film unless you edit that part out. We'll gladly take a movie, but edit that part out. We won't take the movies." And it spread all, and that propaganda and that issue spread all over the world. And a lot of even the white parents are saying, "Wait, what? What? Black parents? What?
You see the difference?"
And a lot of people my age, and I'm 28, a lot of people my generation who grew up with Toy Story, we're like, "Are you fucking serious?" Everyone's like, "Why can she get a black husband? Why should I get a black kid with the white woman as a lesbian lover? What's wrong getting a black husband? Why can't she just be single?"
Basically, a lot of white people make sure they're careful what their children consume, right? They make sure they watch things before they allow their children to consume it. But a lot of us we do that. We just send our children straight to the movies. Hey, go with your girlfriend. Go watch a movie.
We're gonna pass it to Missy Barr. Missy Barr, make sense of this, Missy Barr. Go ahead. Let me show.
Alafia to every single one of you. High vibration to you. I hope all of you are doing very well. So, what the brother is saying, Brother Mike, is very important, right? So everybody just get ready to tear up your ears because I'm about to tell you what you need to hear. So growing up in Nigeria, right? I was born here, but I grew up in Nigeria. My father refused to buy us TV and he got money. It's not as if he can afford it. So I was so bitter about it, right? So by the time I was about to finish high school, my dad decided to go ahead and get us a TV. Oh, before you know it, I was addicted to it. I used to wash my uniform in the morning. When I'm going to school in the morning, I have to leave the house at 7. I'm washing my uniform at 6, right? Then I will take hot iron. So most Nigeria can bear witness to that. I'll be ironing the clothes and my uniform will be smelling, because I was already addicted. I'm talking about within months. I was addicted to watching TV. And my dad was telling us, he says, you see, this is why I didn't want you guys to have something like this. Because I did not watch TV early on, when I came to US, I was able to get the point very quickly, okay? So when I came to US, it was during the Clarence Thomas, during the Clarence Thomas interview, when this brother was telling you guys that in Nigeria, because the children have the time to go out and play outside, people can interact outside. He eliminates the idea that you stay watching TV all day long, watching movies. You need your brain to be able to decipher certain information. Because I did not stay watching TV, that my mind has opportunity to grow. I can tell what is different, what is propaganda. So when I came to the US, it was during Clarence Thomas' time. In fact, immediately when I was watching Clarence Thomas, I knew that he did what they say he did based on just the information that was being presented at the time. I didn't need anybody to tell me, just based on the information, right? It was also during Mike Tyson. When I heard the story about Mike Tyson, and he said, this brother didn't rape the girl. If you go to a man's house at 2 o'clock in the morning, he's not your fucking priest.
Well, hold on. Missy, bro, I got to interject. So Clarence Thomas was found not guilty, and they poked holes all through.
But if you remember that, if you go back,
they poked holes all through her story. They poked holes all through her story.
If you go back to that hearing and you watch you remember I just got here. I don't have anything else to do. I'm not going to school. I'm not going to work. He said, right? As you can say, I'm just journalist come lately. So I was watching the entire thing as a student coming in, right? I'm watching these things and I'm saying, to hell with it, he did it. Now, I'm talking between him and what's the doctor's name? I forgot the lady's name, right? So I said, no, he did it, right? Now, when I was listening to Mike Tyson's story, I didn't watch it on anything, just listening on the radio. I said, it's not your priest. When you go to a man's house at 2 o'clock in the morning, it's not your father, it's going to go down. Even, forgive me if I said this, even if you're raped, what are you doing into another man's house at 2 o'clock in the morning? I don't support rape, but I'm saying, what are you doing there? Where is your accountability, right? Where is your responsibility as a woman, as an individual, that you don't go to anybody's house past? In fact, you don't go to anybody's house unless you're expecting something there. So now let's come back to American watching TV. So I started watching soap opera, right? That's how I get started. All your Days of Our Lives, Your One Life to Live, all those degenerative daytime shows. Listen, there is nothing on that show but a complete propaganda from A to Z. It's always, this is how the show is always go. It got to a point that when they're starting a plot, I can tell you what the plot is. I can tell you how it's going to go. And what I say is always 100% on point. The entire daytime show is nothing but propaganda to redeem white people. That's it. And it's meant to degrade black people. For those of you that watch daytime show, even up to today, I stopped watching it. Oh my God, it's been well over 20-something years. But the little that I watched, it was just too much for my stomach to bear, right? So when you're watching it, it's always a white person that's saving whoever that black woman that is there. The black woman or the black man is committed. They will commit so-called their offenses. They never redeem throughout the whole show. That thing is always hanging over their head. What is happening in real life? You commit a little bit of offense, you're on probation for life. Not the real life, what they do in real life to us is no different from what they do in their movie. So now I started going to a movie. When the brother was saying going to a movie every week, I am the one that does it. I go to movies every single week. Oh my to the God. It is degenerate from A to Z. I used to tell people that I watched so much bad American movie. I can tell you the plot from A to Z and I will not miss a beat. I can tell you what's going to happen. The first time I will watch a movie that a black person did not die within 10 seconds of that movie is Will Smith, right? After that, it's always, the moment the black person is dead, they're dead. They're the drug dealer. What that thing does, when you keep watching your black man to be the rapist in a movie, to be the criminal in a movie, it causes self-hatred. It makes you hate your own kind. And I'm telling you, as somebody that you can say, quote unquote, was deprived of having TV when you were younger, to me coming in here and I can splurge all I want, nobody can control where I stopped watching those things myself. Do you understand? I stopped watching it. I stopped watching all those daytime television, every single one of them. The last movie I watched, I think it was Amistad. In fact, not only did I watch it, I walked out of those movies. Do you know what happened in that movie? When black people were sitting there crying, white people were laughing. Two different individuals. All the black people there were crying. And I was pregnant with my son. I told my husband, I said, listen, I'm leaving. All three of us that went to go and watch that movie, I will walk out and I told him, I said, I will never come back to watch movie again. So between 1998, when that movie came out, I went to a movie one more time. That's not true. I went to a movie in 2004. My son doesn't like any noise. So I thank God, somebody like me, we work out. Again, I went with him again in 2009. So between 1998 till now, I went to a movie twice. I stopped watching movies, and I'm telling you, the longer you stay away from all these things, you can see the propaganda for what it is. The black man is always the criminal. The black woman is always single. These days, when you have two black men slopping, talking about kissing, it's even worse. Not only did I make sure that I don't watch the movie, I make sure my son doesn't watch it. I make sure my entire family don't watch any TV. In fact, if you come to my house and you hear voices, if I hear voices, I don't assume that I turn on the TV. I'm calling the police because somebody's in my house. You understand? Black people need to get away from entertainment, period.
And that's the point I've been trying to.
That's what we're telling you.
White people weaponize those media things against you. You guys don't know that. You don't even realize it.
The longer you stay away from all this, when you have other people in your head telling you what you look like, what you're supposed to be, do you know what it does to me as a black person watching black men being arrested for, what is that, Law and Order? Many of you that watch Law and Order, it's nothing but straight anti-black propaganda. The white woman is the hero, beating everybody up, going to her, beating up the woman, the bitch, right? She's also the victim. She's been raped all the time by black men in real life. In movies, she's been raped. She's also the hero, right? The black woman needs somebody to save her. Also, when they're going to save her, it's going to be the
So, Ibarra, can you understand that, because what you're saying is you're describing negative black stereotypes in movies, but can you understand that there could be a need for a good, positive black image, which is why Black Panther or Wakanda Forever is getting so much buzz for black people? Maybe we do want to see it. So, I mean, I hear what you're saying.
Black Panther is negative to a large extent. You guys just don't.
Take a look at this.
But when they take out the Black Panther, it
take a look at this. I don't have a problem that black people wants to watch movies, but are we not done watching movies? Are we not done being entertained? Are we? If we can't get a good movie, we humiliate each other by insulting each other. What is that? The black booty thrasher, this and that. When black people have turned themselves into entertainment for white folks, when you have black men cutting off their private, is that not a form of entertainment for other people? When you have black women walking around there talking about their demand, is that not entertainment? Are we not done with all that? We need this brain to solve this problem that we are in. Watching and the need to watch, believe me, the longer you stay away from watching TV, the longer it needs to stay from watching all these things. Let me tell you, when the Black Panther came out, I wanted to support the brother. What is his name? That he has passed now. May he rest in power. Honestly,
Chadwick Boseman.
If I have gone to the movie, it will be because of that brother. Do you know? All I keep telling everybody is I'm gonna go inside my house. That's how that movie ended. I never went. And the reason why I didn't go is because of whoever that is behind the actual movie. It's not 100% black. If I'm going to support you like that, I need you to be 100% black. I don't want to see any homosexuality being promoted in that movie. I need you to promote all black right here. I don't want to see anything that was used to punish my ancestors in that movie. And besides, I don't want to watch any more black slave movie. I'm not a slave. I'm done with it. I realized what happened has happened. Black people, in order for us to move on, we need to cut down shame once and for all. We cannot take control when we're still supporting white folks. We can't take control when we're supporting black people, but what is that, LGBT, whatever they call themselves these days, just like they steal the rainbow color, they're stealing all the alphabet now. So I don't know what black people are. Not a single black child for any reason should be watching any form of TV. And I'm telling you right now, if you need your teacher brain, you need them away from all that entertainment.
Mr. Barr, would you support a black person who probably worked for a white company, say for Disney, but he's like, I'm making this movie for you, Africans or black people? Would you then say, okay, let's just give this brother a chance instead of just, we're just not going to support you at all because you work for Disney? Well, what do you think about that?
So let me be honest, right? You want me to be honest, right? I can't say I won't, but after 20-something years, you should be able to deduct that I will support you if you're going somewhere to go and speak, right? Maybe I will be there, and I've done so, I don't know if you will see me in the movie, particularly because it's Disney. Disney is sexual predator to children. Do you understand me? Because there's always a principle. So I honestly say, if I hear you doing like a play somewhere, and it's just you having good time with other people doing play, don't be surprised that I will be there. But to say that a movie, forgive me if my tendencies will continue. I've been like this for over 20-something years. You see what I mean? Because I know about Disney, I know about Hollywood, right? In fact, I was the one that stopped my son from becoming an actor. So,
Miss Iber, might I please say something? Dennis, first of all, I appreciate your perspective on this subject matter, as opposed to our colleague, Mr. Mike. I really appreciate your personal perspective, and also you interjecting your personal experience, and that makes it more wholesome and more understanding, and therefore it's more applicable to us as a diaspora. But what I don't agree with is downsiding one side of diaspora to make a point. That's all I'm saying. Thank you so much.
It seems like it, right? In fact, it is good because, sometimes when we want to say something, it's not coming out the way it's supposed to be. I was in the classroom, I think it was in 2016, and I said to the professor and all the students, America is the most ignorant people in the world. Because especially, take a look at this. When we're watching football, right? Do you know when I'm watching football, I just feel like those guys are banging on my head. Mind you, I'm just watching it. And I remember I used to say, this is trauma. How is it that people are not seeing this for what it is, right? Fast forward, when those same guys, when they go out and commit a particular offense, according to the people that pay them, they can forgive them. But remember, you are using your head to bang on somebody else. Look at the amount of rage, amount of rage that you have to be able to project. I think Brother Amir can tell you, because I think he said they play football. The energy you have to project in there to be able to bang on another person for somebody. I can't even begin to tell you how long it will take for those brothers to come down into their normal space, if they ever will. So now, well, what is that guy? Was it Ray Lewis, the guy that beat his that eat his girlfriend or will-be wife in the elevator? Where you have
Ray Rice.
But pick at what happened in that particular Ray Rice. That's right. Do you understand what happened in that case? If you look at it, all white women were coming out from the woke ward saying that they were abused. Forgive me if I don't give a shit about it. Ray Rice did not abuse you. Whoever you are with. And then a lot of rape victims were coming out and said they are raped. The last time I checked, this is just one single black man dealing with his woman, the woman that beat him first, right? And that is the most demonic shit that this country does. That a woman can slap a man, abuse a woman. Listen, if any of you come to my son, I gave my son permission to beat the shit out of you. Keep your hand to yourself. My son is not gonna be a punk to nobody. Do you understand me? Keep your hand to yourself, because in a society where you have women that want to behave like men, but when they're gonna be abusive, they're saying that it's okay, let the woman beat you up in this society. And what they're trying to do is they're not teaching that everybody has to be accountable for their own behavior. That lady went on to marry the gentleman, right? White society, they're still upset about it. They're still angry about it.
Mama, he never got another shot in the NFL.
That's right. They destroyed his career completely.
Done.
Do you not understand? In the meantime, we just had a white guy that beat that black sister, nearly killed her. I don't know if I remember the story a couple of months ago.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah. He got cut too. He got cut. I think he got released. But
I think Ray Rice knocked his girlfriend out.
But the thing is,
it took a lot of propaganda though. It took a lot.
But the thing is, but the thing is, they didn't even really talk about it like they did with Ray Rice.
It was black media.
Exactly. It took a lot of media
not for black
propaganda.
media, that case would have gone under the cover. We'll never hear about it. But what I'm saying, for those of you that play football, maybe when I'm dropped, Brother Amir can go ahead and really speak to what it takes for you to calm down after playing. I think we need to learn. And I used to tell people, whenever I hear somebody saying they're going to watch football, since I've been here, I always down it, because I kick against it every single time. When my son told me that he's going to play for listing, I said, you are my only son, and listing, I don't want you to start wearing diaper at 17.
Missy Barr, let me support what you said on that. Let me support that. You have some very good points. Because, like, for example, the first one, there's an African American who was in the NFL league who wrote a book called $1 Million Slave. And he literally compared the transitions to be a pro athlete as the same on the plantation of how big you are, how strong you are.
I being an ex-athlete, I disagree with that. Like I disagree with that. But go ahead.
No, I'm just saying.
Every race is involved in
it's also
sport,
how
so
the majority of the owners are literally like the plantation owners. It's just in a more upper echelon of the sports entertainmentship. Secondly, there was a Nigerian doctor. He was famous. Will Smith played him. He was a Nigerian doctor. It was a movie called Concussion. And he was talking about how football is really dangerous for anybody in the athletic world. And he and a lot of medical team try to boycott football because, like, do you have any idea the long-term neurological brain damage it can do to the athletes? This should even be legal to play because how dangerous it is in the long term. But he was shut down and he was attacked by the big corporations because they're making too much profit off of it. And he said, once this damage is done to the human brain, it can never be reversed. Now, how much medicine or how much medical or physical trauma training, it can never be reversed. And this is very dangerous. It shouldn't be allowed in the field. But like you said, that was a very good point. Like let's say, like the brother said, $1 Million Slave and the psychological trauma that goes with them long term. So it does. So I completely agree with you on the saying because
brother, if you remember, if you go back to the 90s, right? Go back and look behind a lot of those black men when they end their career. Many of them don't look the same. Go and check them out.
No,
maybe today, but one day, many of them are wearing diapers so early in their life.
Yeah, some can't remember what they ate for breakfast, or they can't remember who they were because like I said, that's one thing about the athletic world. You literally pay the price, the ultimate price. That's because and you can't. You're never the same. There's people there's like athletes who are damaged for life and they can't even remember anything. Or sometimes, yeah. Now how much rehab training they got, how much medicine they take, it's done is done. And that's something like I agree with you. You guys see the bigger perspective on when we get entertained by certain things. I heavily agree with that.
I'll let somebody else take on.
Let's give Mr. Black.
Well, yeah, let's do this. Let's pass it to Tamazite, my brother, Miguel. Go ahead, unmute yourself.
Peace and blessings, everybody. Peace and blessings to you, Prince, and to everybody on the panel and everybody listening. Ibarra O, I want to say I love you, and I loved you on the last show as well, and I love your content and what you speak on.
Thank you.
Of course, always, Brother Dynast and Brother Colin. On this subject, not on the football subject, but on the subject of mass media and production, Dynast speaks about going to Africa and rebuilding a lot. A lot of people on the panel speak about it. There we have a chance to change media because the media is kind of behind. There we have a chance to save our children. But the American media's ways are spreading to different countries.
Exactly.
For instance, on Netflix, I watch South African, Nigerian, and different types of programs. But it seems to be run by the same type of people that run America.
Exactly.
One is called Savage Beauty. I don't know if Savage Beauty is from South Africa or Tanzania or Kenya. But they have I don't know what to say, Dynast, on the show to keep them off of you. The alphabet couples, I guess. Is that safe to say? I don't know.
It's South Africa then. It's South Africa. It's South Africa.
Okay, so they have that on there, and I'm like, I have to watch things early to see what I'm getting into. I like the program a little bit, and a few other things I've watched, but it's everywhere. And then the disrespect of Black people is everywhere now. It's spread through mass media. A lot of the way they attack us, a lot of the way they set us up for attack is to attack our characters through mass media. They make the public feel like we are less than human. They've been doing it before motion pictures. Birth of a Nation with the Ku Klux Klan and so on, and so many other things were the first mass-produced media ever produced. So the history of media, mass media, started out in racism. And it would behoove all of us to think that it's changed unless we change it. So my children can't even watch anything without me going through it. They can't watch anything without propaganda and an agenda.
Yeah,
and
that's true.
We need to take over this media in Africa more than America because we have a chance in Africa. So just to support the platform and what the Prince Dynast talks about a lot and support Miss Ibarra O, this stuff is around the world, spreading around the world now. I disrespect it being spread through mass media. And we need to do something now. It should have been yesteryears, but we need to do something because it's ridiculous. And that's what I want to say. I appreciate you.
It looks like you guys are.
Jay, go ahead. Hold on, Mike. Go ahead, Jay. Jay from the UK. Go ahead. Do a pass to Alan. Go ahead, Jay.
What's up, Dynast? What's up, everybody? Thanks for having me on. I guess I've come into this a little bit late, so I got the question here. After watching the Black Panther trailer, I'm guessing with people like what did people see in the trailer that is kind of like pro against? Again, just because I came in late, I just want to make sure I get myself up to scratch.
Well, what's your view on it?
Well, I agree with actually what was just said, in that if we want to have the true control of what particularly our children see, then obviously we have to be the complete vertical like structure of it, the production, the cameras, the settings, the script writers, all of that. However, I'd have to disagree in, like, I think I heard Mike earlier say like that they get you with Black Panther 2. Now, yeah, I'm not saying Black Panther's perfect, but again, I'm gonna name a few films from the UK that are just common films that kind of came out. One of them is called Kid Adulthood. Again, gangs, violence, drama. The intent, gangs, violence, drama. We all know 12 Years a Slave, massively negative. I mean, to say Black Panther didn't have a positive effect on kids in terms of what they were seeing, I mean, come on, man. Like, I can't really think of the other film that had as positive a big effect. I'm not saying it's perfect, and I'm not saying that it goes without critique, but particularly, I struggle in my mind to say, okay, if we took Black Panther out and it never existed, what's the positive film that we're showing to our kid? Like, what is the other one? I didn't see anything directly in the trailer that caused me any kind of, whoa, what's going on there? I just saw it as just kind of like, oh, I guess they're continuing it. They're gonna do a whole thing to do with obviously Chadwick Boseman. You know, may he rest in peace. You know, obviously they're transitioning the character and they're doing that. But that's why I said, did anyone else see something that maybe I didn't see? So, is there anything that anybody saw, like any kind of telltale signs or something?
I think the worry is it's probably going to have a lot of agendas in it. Now, like I said, this is speaking from ignorance. We don't really know until we see more. But rumor has it Shuri is going to be the new Black Panther. Once again, this is rumor. I think they're going to introduce Riri Williams. And the thing is, this may be like well, this is my opinion. I'm not going to speak for everyone else. I'm thinking this may be more like a feminized version of Black Panther. I'm just looking at the trailer. I've seen a lot of women. I didn't see too much men. So to me, I feel like it's going that direction. But I have to see more to confirm that. And to me, I just feel like, culturally speaking, when it comes to American movies, especially the depiction of Black men, you don't really see too many masculine Black men or masculine Black heroes. It's typically when it comes to the Black family and the Black culture, they typically elevate the women. And I don't blame them for elevating the women, because if I was competing with another man, I'm going to definitely emasculate that other man. So, but yeah, that's the viewpoint.
Well, I guess. Oh, my bad. Go on, brother.
Jay, you from the UK. I was gonna say they got Zuri from one of those programs in the UK, right? She's in one of those. Wasn't she like a drug dealer or something when she was young?
Top boy. Top boy.
That's where she come from.
Top boy. Yeah.
Yeah, she's done other stuff, but yeah. I mean, like it's already been said. Like, unfortunately, for a lot of people, like Black actors, if they have done films in the UK, then there is going to be a lot of like gang shit, a lot of top boy shit, a lot of road shit. And then that's where I look and I say, okay, in one hand, I don't like seeing that like all the time as the only, picture and narrative. But then that's why I'm looking. I'm like, okay, is there something with this Black Panther thing? Like, obviously, one can expect a potential that there may be, slants and angles put on it. But sorry about that, as you're saying.
Yeah, here's the thing, Jay. I'm just connecting the dots. What he get them from, what he made their faces at, what he had to make their faces at, and then where they're going. I can agree with, I think that was Mike who spoke about the trailer for Black Panther seeming to empower women more. And also, there also has to be the age-old American way of, you always have to have a white hero to have a big production. The same reason why they wouldn't let what's that guy name that tried to make the movie about Nat Turner? Not Nat Turner. Was it Nat Turner? Dynasty?
Yeah. I know the guy. They accused him of the thing afterwards.
Danny Glover, right?
No, it wasn't Danny Glover. It was the other guy, wasn't it?
It was Parker.
Nate Parker.
Nate Parker.
Nate Parker, but Danny Glover tried to produce. If it's not Nat Turner, it's another hero.
The Haiti thing.
So it's the same old thing. They told him you have to have a white hero. Danny said there are no white heroes in that revolution, and let the movie ride. They wouldn't do it. He wouldn't produce it. It's still not here. So here we have in its place Black Panther 1 and now 2, and still no Toussaint. So y'all got to get what it's going.
Yeah, but I take that in a different vein, because Toussaint Louverture, that's a real like historical figure in there. Black Panther, whether we like it or not, is a Marvel character, and he's been there since the 60s. It's not to say, again, that we should just be okay for any culture to come and bastardize our cultural inputs. They take a lot of good things from the continent. I'm just talking about the Black Panther films artistically, with like the costumes and things like that, which was massively successful with the first one. But
So Jay,
one thing I say is a kid. I see Marvel as kind of like aimed at kind of comic nerds and like kids. And the one thing I will put out here is this: we are all correct to be sensitive as to what our children see, but our kids are not brainwashed by TV no more. It's 2022. If you're
are
scared of
you
what your kids
serious?
see, get them off the internet. Oh, what? You think kids watch TV? It's the internet. Kids, what? I would
Okay,
say this:
I
our
get you,
kids
Jay.
receive
I
more
get you.
damage from TikTok than they do from any TV show. Guaranteed.
I get you. So Jay, when they watching, whether
Hmm.
they watching television or they watching the internet, is it still programming?
Oh yeah, no, absolutely,
So
absolutely.
can
Both
we
ways is
understand
still
the
the one.
word programming, right?
No, 100%, 100%, 100%.
No, so
So
I'm agreeing
let
with
me
you,
ask
Jay.
you.
I'm not disagreeing with you, Jay. I'm agreeing with you, but we got to watch it's programming. Whether it's internet now, what they can see on the phone anytime they want, or whether it's television, they're still in control. When they want to shut you down, there's certain things we can't say on this channel right now. They'll shut down.
Of course, oh, of course. But what I'm saying is the modern day kids in 2022 are not sat at the TV after school waiting for their favorite show to come on. The modern kids in 2022, yeah, they might watch some TV. Of course, they're going to watch movies. I'm not saying that it's not all a collective part of it. What I'm saying is now I think our attention with regards to being aware of that programming is okay. What are these kids seeing on TikTok? And I'll give a great example of what I mean. Does anyone remember the Tide Pod challenge that the kids was doing?
Yes.
Oh God,
Yes.
yeah.
Oh my God.
They
Yes.
did not get that from the television. They got that from the TikTok or Snapchat or wherever the hell it was. They got that from.
Remember the fire challenge?
Exactly. They were licking
So
door handles, for God's sake. I mean, yeah, like all I'm saying is I don't disagree with your point that the programming is there within media. It's in there regardless, across the board, even in some cases with books as well. Absolutely. There's always people out there that are going to put their slant and their style on things or what have you. What I'm saying
Jay,
is I think the fear, or not the fear, but I think the energy, yeah, maybe it should look more at the internet than the movies as such.
I agree with you, and I think also we should look at all of it. I mean, we
Yeah,
protesting about the
collectively.
school books. We protest school books are media, newspapers are media. It's mass
Mm.
media, and so I'm agreeing with you. I'm just adding in every part because I'm a man of many children that I actually raise. I teach. I open up my own school, and I think Diney spoke about that on the last show that Miss Sister, our big sister Mama Ibarra O was on. We still need to get in control of our thing. Like, what's stopping us from doing what Dynasty is doing and other mass media are doing collectively? Because we're seeing what
Oh,
they're doing,
absolutely nothing. We
and we
should
have
be
so
in
much
Nollywood.
talent.
We should be in Nollywood right now, collectively, with diaspora funds that are coming from France, US, Canada, wherever, saying, look, we've all put this together. We want to get this produced. For example, does anyone here ever heard of Black Sands?
Yes, I'm an investor.
Yeah.
I'm an
Hell
investor.
Exactly.
Yep.
And for me, I look at that and I say, right, why has the Nigerian government not said, right, this is gonna work? This guy is clearly on his job to do it. We have a great film industry. Ring, ring, ring. Hey, Prince Dynast, do you think you could reach out to this guy here and maybe get him to come over? This is our part where I say, actually, you're right. But I feel like now our energy should not be so much. I mean, it
Hey,
should be
Jay,
there, but that's
not
where our energy should be.
Hold on, Jay, not to cut you off. I'm so sorry. What is Black Sands? I just first time hearing about it. Go ahead.
Oh, right. It's
what?
yeah, it's a cartoon based on ancient Egypt, like for kids and that. But one, the characters
Oh,
are
I hate that
depicted
guy.
correctly, and
That
two,
guy, no. That guy's a clown.
Why do
no,
you say
no
that?
way.
he is.
I'll
T?
tell you. I'll tell y'all exactly why he's a clown. And this is one of the main problems I have with these type of dudes. I don't know if you guys know of a black man by the name of Eric July. He's the Ripperverse guy. So he comes out with this new black-owned comic, right? Now, of course, his political views is more aligned to libertarian or conservative. Now, he releases his comic book. Well, it's pre-ordered now. It's supposed to come out in August. He raised like $3 million in a week, and his whole goal is to be like non-woke, just make good characters. And his main comic book character is a black man. Now, Black Sands, this is the problem. He goes out and he attacks this brother. Look at his Instagram page and look at his Facebook page. He found a picture of Eric July taking a photo with Kyle Rittenhouse telling us not to support him because he's a coon and things of that nature. That is a crab in a bucket jealous mentality, meaning I'm only going to support you if you align with me politically. And I'm sorry, man, like I don't care about your comics being, in Egypt or whatever, but when you disparage another black man who hasn't even said anything to you, and you come down from your high horse and attack him, there is no black unity and power in that. That is crabs in the barrel behavior, and I would say also coonish. So yeah, that is my beef with Black Sands. Look in this social media.
Okay. Well,
Okay, Black
again,
Lion. Can I ask Black Lion a question, Jay?
yeah, go on.
Black Lion, isn't it Tyrese Gaucher and the rest of the team that's also on the team for Black Sands?
Sorry, my signal's messing up. Say it one more time.
I thought you were mentioning Black Sands. Isn't Tyrese Gaucher, a black man out of Chicago, and the rest of the team also part of the team for Black Sands? Because he was saying that it takes unity. They attack one black man, but I believe that's a whole entire team involved that's all black on Black Sands.
Honestly, I'm not entirely sure about that. I don't know, so I'll make any kind of quick judgment on that.
Black
but
America has got other filmmakers though. Like we should have it should. And here's the thing: I'll even go on. I agree. If the guy ain't shit and the guy isn't like what he says he is, then cool. But our problem then becomes we shouldn't have one person doing this. We should be able to go, oh, okay, not Black Sands. What about this one? Or this one? Or this one? With a whole continent of 1 billion and over 150 million in the Western Hemisphere. At this point, we should really be looking at ourselves to say, okay, what part of this don't we have? Do we not have animators? Do we not have art schools? Do we not have? And you know what? Even forward thinking, right? Just hit me in the head. If we've got this now for animation, right? Hopefully, maybe in the future we can all put that money together so that we can give it to somebody like Dynast or someone who works at that computer lab that you're trying to do the thing for in Sierra Leone. Maybe we can start developing it from there. Maybe the next generation of African kids going through these IT classes on the continent or in the Caribbean or in America or wherever, maybe that's the new project. Who can make the new good thing?
It can't wait, Jay. It's like we're already behind on this. It can't wait any longer. Like who's the maker of who makes Akili? Anybody here seen Akili?
Is that the anime?
Akili? Okay, who's creative Akili? Does anyone know?
Akili.
Nope.
I know Gracie's Corner is invented by someone that's African American and that's a family, father, mother, and child. But we can't wait any longer for a media that's been attacking us since the media got invented, since the Birth of a Nation. If you have not seen the film Birth of a Nation, look it up. That was the first motion picture in America. Oh, yeah. It was made about the Ku Klux Klan, and it's it's rising again. And it rose again in Indiana, Tennessee, and rose even stronger than it was when it got put down by the Union soldiers. So we're that far behind on media, and they're using media like magic. Like, I don't know what you want to call it, Wicca, whatever you want to call it. I'm not going to call it black magic because black magic is good. They use it like Wicca, the colors, the sounds, the programming of our children. I mean, it's not safe for my children to watch Blackish anymore. They can't watch anything that used to be family oriented because it's always some agenda in it.
Yeah.
And we're so behind. The money's already there. Dynast mentioned Tyler Perry spending money in Atlanta. He could have went to Africa and been a mogul, been in charge of media and so many other people. I believe, what's the guy name that has a YouTube channel now, but he used to have Roland Martin. I believe he's actually covering things in Africa now, which is a good thing. But as Jay said, it needs to be a bunch of us. This media thing, Farrakhan even stated, and I know they had a show about it. Farrakhan stated 3 things that they wouldn't teach us, and 3 things that are a major weapon of society to keep us oppressed. Number 1 is the media. Number 1, and I mean book media, internet media, just all mass media is the number 1 weapon. Then you have biological, technological sciences, and then you have education. But all that is propagated by mass media. So why you think everywhere in the world we can't lay our heads down without being disrespected? It's people who haven't even met Black Americans nor Africans and disrespect us just from mass media.
Yeah, but we also got to hold ourselves accountable too, man, because some of us do have a crabs in a bucket mentality, like I mentioned with the Black Sands guy, where another black man rises and you don't even allow the white man to attack him. You attack him first. You belittle him first. because you think he's going to take your spot instead of congratulating him, or you go against him simply because he has a different political view, as if we are putting the white man politics first in front of if we're going to support someone who's black or not. Why don't we let them release their material and see if their material is good or not before just slandering them? And that was black on black crime right there. That had nothing to do with white people.
And to some effect, aren't we doing the same thing with Ryan Coogler as the director of this movie? Like that's why for me, you know, let's not see something
I don't
crazy.
think they're
Like,
attacking
I want to
him
give.
Well,
I just want to give it a try. See what maybe
well, here's the thing.
I agree. Oh,
I'm sorry.
No,
there's no reason to give this movie a real try. Yes, we're all probably going to go watch it, but it's Hollywood, and so we know what's going to be in the movie. If you watch the first one, there was agendas embedded in that one. You know, where basically they were setting up the matriarchy that's going to be very more self-evident in the second movie, where basically you had a superhero who was getting his ass kicked every chance he got. Wasn't really the hero of the movie. Was disempowered and always complaining and getting help from a whole bunch of women. It was definitely geared towards that sort of that was sort of thought. So when I saw the trailer, I immediately said, "Wow, this is going to pretty much be either the Woman King Part 2, or it's going to be basically Black Panther, the matriarchy strikes back. You know, this is not anything that's going to meant to uplift your young Black boys as they get out here and seeing a king. There's going to be a whole bunch of women running a kingdom and a whole bunch of disempowered Black men. You can see from the trailer, just by watching it, you see that already.
I can agree with you. I got one question. I got one big question about that though, which is I've got a point to add on to that. Then I'll throw in a question. The point to add into that is actually I was watching another brother's podcast, and he's like a comic book guy, and he made a very good point about something they did to T'Challa in the last movie. Because in the comics, T'Challa is actually like literally one of like the 3 smartest human beings on the planet, and in the first film they shifted that onto Shuri rather than give him that as well, which was something he pointed out, which I actually, when I looked at it and I actually looked into it, I was like, actually, there is a point to that. There is a definite point to that. But my only thing with the matriarchy shift with that you were speaking on is, in a sense, yes, completely right. And it's what obviously we expect to see. My only thing is unfortunately, because of the passing of Chadwick Boseman, my only thing would be, okay, what would they do if that wasn't the case? What, just suddenly pop up and say T'Challa had a little brother that none of you ever saw or heard about, and he's now the king? It's not to say the message won't be there, but it's a hard place to be, because unfortunately, as you said, there was a lot of women put in the first film. The Killmonger character's gone, and we can't use him no more. And it's
Killmonger was resurrected several times in the comic book.
Yeah. Oh yeah, of course. And it's a comic. It's a comic. You know, you can bring back. You can bring anyone back.
Bring back anybody you want.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean? They could have made him. They could have made him the king. Sure, they could. They could do anything they want. It's made up. So they decided to take in this. Okay. Yeah.
Go ahead, Alan.
Yeah. So it's made up. So that's the thing. They're taking it and they're embedding their agenda into everything you watch, which is why Black people need to be more cautious about what it is we let into our eye gate or our mind, right? And we're not gonna we should be watching all these things because we know the propaganda they have embedded in there. I don't know the last time I've sit around and watched a Hollywood film. You know, I'm very selective. And, you know, I watch more Nollywood films than anything. You got to be very careful with even the South African films, as somebody on here already pointed out with Savage Beauty. You know, they had the LGBTQIA plus thing in there too. Man. So, you know, it's everywhere that they're embedding those messages in there, and they're taking Black people and they're showing Black men in a submissive way, even when they're supposed to be king, right? But there's really the women who are really doing it. You know what I mean? It's really the sisterhood that's really keeping the whole thing afloat. You know, and It's the messages are always there.
Yeah.
I want to wrap
Hey,
up with
one second. T. Can you respond to Onied Gray Fox this comment? Do you see it?
Yeah. I'm reading it right now.
What are your thoughts on that?
Let me see here, Conan. Man, the thing is, that's an emotional position to take. So what if he takes like a Candace Owens stance? Who cares? This is the problem with black people. Like we act like if you don't agree with me politically, which is mostly liberal, I can't talk to you. And if you look at white
Right,
people, especially in political, they separate us. Like, okay,
if I
go
can
ahead.
interject, I'm sorry about that.
Yeah, go
So
ahead. Go ahead.
I'm guessing if this July guy was a Biden supporter or Kamala Harris supporter, you don't think Oni will be upset at him?
No, not at all. Not at all. Especially when he said the word anti woke. You know, what that woke term means is you sit there and you would inject a black person just for political purposes. And the only characteristic that he has is just that person being black. And he has no other meaningful characteristics of it. I mean, if you look at the superheroes or the Marvel comic heroes like Blade, people love Blade. You know, Blade was just a well-written character. You don't just like Blade simply because he's black. Blade has other characteristics about him that makes him popular. It's the exact same thing with Black Panther. So what Eric July's goal is just to make a black character that's just good, and you don't just know him for just being black. He has other characteristics that just makes him good. Instead of forcibly interjecting politics into something. And black people got to stop being so emotional. Who cares about their political beliefs? Who cares? If the product is good, support it. And maybe they do have different political beliefs. What if Black Sands and Eric July came together in unity? That would have pushed the black independent creators even further. But instead, you drew that line. You attacked them. So now you draw the line. My supporters support me, and your supporters support you, and we'll never come together and work anything out because we think differently politically. That's stupid and destructive.
I agree. I kind of agree with that because the one thing, like I love Black Sam. I'm glad what he's doing, especially for his community. But one thing he should have done. Listen, you don't like his political ideology, who he supports. That's fine. I don't like it either. But
Can I interject real quick?
But one thing they both do agree upon, the comic book industry does lack masculinity. That's one thing they both have in common. I agree. I wish they used that in more unison, or to say, hey, like as a black man, be careful. They'll give them warning signs, like be careful. They're gonna do this to you. They're gonna sabotage you this way. Turn this way. Go the other route. Be careful, etc. I know. I agree. Put the political things aside. That's why civil rights movement was always had issues because there's always been two different ideologies. Just agree, like, okay, we need to do something because masculinity is literally dying in America. It's literally dying in every form that we see. I wish he kept it aside or kept his mouth shut in the long haul and just focus on the bigger purpose. That's the other thing is, as long as he's not talking about me, as long as he's not trying to sabotage me or the community, he's not doing any of that. We're cool. Like we had real coons back in the day. This is nothing. He's normal compared to the real coons we used to see in history. So we just have the maturity put it aside. This would not be much of an issue as much as it should be.
What's the definition of a coon anyway, if I may ask?
Most and broad definition, most of a coon is a person pretty much if someone like in the black community who's literally sabotages their own community's progress.
Black people who act outside of our own best self-interest.
So the gangsters are coons, then. All the gangsters and the drug dealers are all coons.
A lot of them are. A lot of them. They certainly negatively affect us and don't particularly care for the damage they do.
Yeah, but truthfully speaking, and politically, especially in America, it's really only used one way. It's only used really if you're like a conservative thinking black person. Yeah, exactly. I mean, you will never see Roland Martin being called a coon for dancing with Hillary Clinton when she was running for president, or even the Breakfast Club having Hillary Clinton. Talk about man. You did. But I'm saying collectively,
you got called it a lot because of that. He got called a coon all over the internet for that one. I will say that. He was dancing the jig, wasn't he?
He's doing something, man.
Guys, do me a favor. Please hit the like button. Please hit the like button. And then link to the chat room if you want to call in. You're more than welcome to call in. We'll stay on for like another 20, 30 minutes or however long, you want
Yeah,
to
man.
stay on.
I just want people. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry, man.
No, T, go ahead, T. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just want people to understand that this is not no
Oh,
black woman hatred,
I,
but we have to
I
understand when you put black women in a masculine position and you
can
promote
I
her
say
in the media, that hold on, I'm almost done. That does mess with the black family because it what the white liberal does is he tells the black woman that you don't need the black man. You could be strong and masculine. And look at our family structure. We got like 70% single mothers in black mothers in America, and then you're enforcing that I don't need a man idea. So that even puts the black woman in a more masculine, stressful position where she has to do everything by herself, where she's going to have a lot of health problems and possibly a lot of financial problems handling everything by herself. That is the destructive message that comes across when you have that masculine black woman as a black backdrop onto every popular black franchise.
Well, you said the white liberal are telling the black women that they don't need a man, and which avenue are they using to do this? Is it through the movies or is it something
Social
they
welfare,
announce
the
on
social
TV?
welfare
Or
Movies,
system, the
music, and
social welfare
politics.
system, the social welfare system.
well, that's not
Certain
telling
men,
somebody anything. Just it's not that's not telling somebody something.
But it's a
Giving you
combination of
something.
it's a combination of things. So it's a combination of the media images as well as the social welfare system. So you have a system in place where you're not allowed to have a man, and then secondly, you're telling women
But,
actively
but the
that
social welfare is
they don't
generally for
need.
the entire population. It's not specifically for black people. I mean, there are
Well,
more whites on welfare than blacks. I mean, no one is saying that
Mostly
right, but
women
our
on
women,
white women that they
not
don't
our
need a
women
man.
identify, more with feminism than the average white woman does.
I don't know how you come up with that. I think the most
That
feminists I
that is
know
a
are white
that
white
is
women
social.
actually.
see,
No,
Mr.
No,
that,
Mike,
I
but
think
Mr. Mike,
feminism it's an
yes,
American
most
thing.
yes,
To be
you're
honest,
not
most
it's not a
familiar with
black
the
woman
Oh,
thing.
come
Black
on, man. There's
American
some African
experience. So why
feminists
are you
out there.
speaking on the Black American
Yeah,
experience if you're not familiar on it? I work
familiar on
in
what?
the urban environment. I see how with the propaganda and how the resources are allotted in our communities. So, Mr. Mike, so again, I'm asking you, please do not make generalizations about different groups within the diaspora because you
What
just said you're
generalization
not
am I making? You keep making this bogus accusation. What generalization am I making?
the generalization you're making is that you said that well for what I said was that you said more there's the white women who are the feminists. Well, yes, in number, but in terms of proportion, it is proven that black and Latino women are more likely to identify as feminists than your average white woman.
Well,
That is a
And
I
it
haven't
ain't
seen a
just
statistic that
FBA women, it's African women too.
yeah, but,
yeah,
I'm saying
feminism is on the rise globally, which unfortunately is sad. I don't like it, but we can say
you
it's
have to understand what has
but
happened because we as a community have let our guard down, so different ideologies are coming in, and they do
correct.
it through resources, allotment of resources. When the
but then
man
I
is not
don't think
able
we've
to
ever had
provide,
a
Our community has completely sold its soul to liberals and liberal propaganda, and to the
and
into the into the into the new deal and stuff like that, and that's and a great society. We've sold our soul to programs so that
yeah, but what
people
I
can
heard there
become.
was that it was a white man that came and told black women that they don't need a man.
it
And
didn't
I'm
happen
still
that
trying to
way.
understand.
You're making generalizations. You need to understand
I'm
our
not making
culture.
generalization. I said what I heard, and that's exactly
Right,
what I
but
heard.
but that's because but you don't have a
Somebody said
cultural.
a white man is telling black women that they don't need a man. So
Okay,
I'm not making generalization. I'm asking question
well
that how is
he's asking
that?
questions because you don't have the cultural context. So what I'm saying to
I
you is
don't
that
really.
it's what I'm saying to you is that that Miss Magazine, which was the propaganda arm of feminism, right? Started about by what's the famous feminist there? Not Gloria Elwood, the other one. Anyway, it'll come to me. But Ms. Magazine was formed, and that was funded by the CIA. That's a proven fact.
And I'm glad you.
And that's the kind of propaganda that came in, and basically feminism came in and undermined the black movements, and all these movements have come ever since has done nothing but take from and to undermine the black movements. And the number one way in which they were to undermine it was to go ahead and tell our women that we don't need each other. And
Who
and and, and
told? Who specifically told black women and black men
it's
that
the
they don't need each other?
FBI,
Bro, you would
CIA.
Who
have to
did?
pay attention to the politics in America,
I
man.
just
That's like
explained
a
it to you,
big
brother. I just
question you're
explained it to
asking,
you.
bro.
I just explained it to you. It was basically the government went ahead and made this big push of feminism, right? And the feminism is what's taught them that. Yes, there are white women who believe the same thing, but they're few and far between because white women majority of educated white men voted for Trump, right? They don't care about that feminism stuff. But you ask the average black woman about it, and they will tell you how tough they are, and talk about how they don't need a man, and how they have this burden and stuff like that. They praise each other for this burden that they supposedly have, but then they feel as if it makes them more of a real black woman if they're able to be tough and take it. And so
I'm sorry, from my own experience, from my
Mhm.
interaction with many black women, the
Mhm.
ones that would say they don't need a man, usually the ones that maybe the guys that are around them are just not treating them right, or they just not willing to commit to them. So after some of them get so frustrated that they begin to talk like that. So I really don't think it's from feminism that's making a woman just start to think that I don't need a man. When obviously by your nature, you
Again,
know
like the
that you
gentleman said,
need
we
a
don't have
man.
the cultural context to
And
have this discussion, Mr. Mike. There's a history with it.
I
Undermining,
don't
making
know
sure
why
we
you
do
have to
a
keep. I'm
job.
telling you my own experience. Well, is there anything wrong with me telling you
You
that?
say you live in America, but you should see. I don't understand. You said you've lived here, so therefore you should see this. If you're talking to other black people, you would understand certain stories and certain experiences to
And I'm telling you
better
my own
formulate your
experience. So what is
idea.
wrong with that? I'm
I
telling
feel
you
like you
that
just
my
jumped
own
off a plane
experience.
and got here. It's just I don't
But
know, sir.
I'm
let
telling
me
you my experience from my interaction with black women here. The
No,
ones
because
that
you're not really
usually,
interacting. Because if you really interact, there's a story. There is
maybe
a story and there's an
well, I'm
experience.
not telling a story. I'm just telling you my own experience. I'm
okay,
not
but let
telling
me
you a
let me
story. I'm
ask you
not.
this.
There could be an element of truth because look, man, there is an issue going on with the family structure, man. But the thing is, when we look towards the media, they heighten it instead of trying to come up with a solution to repair black relationships. Because yes, when unfortunately, when if our young girls don't have fathers in the home to protect them, to tell them what a man is supposed to be, to take care of them, they may not know what a man looks like and get with the wrong dude, or they may be touched. It could be a lot of traumatic things, but then you have a media that elevates that heightens that says, yes, your man is bad. They don't do anything to correct the family structure, and they kind of do a broad brush on all black men, which then creates this gender war between the genders.
Yeah, Mr. T, am I may I
I just don't think. I just don't think any woman
let
would
me
meet a
enforce
right
how they
guy,
talk to black men.
and
See,
then she would
I
say
was
she
on that
doesn't need
feminist
him.
stuff until I went to court, and I saw how they belittle black men. I saw with my own eyes, and it is so degrading and so disheartening.
Man, oh man. Okay, Michelle, was it Michelle? Was it the child support court, like the
Of
family
course, it
court?
was.
Oh
Yes, it
man, you should
was.
listen. Man, I tell this story all the time,
Oh
Michelle.
shit.
That's what I'm hyped. I get
So,
hyped with what Mr. Mike is saying because he doesn't
but,
understand how there's a hidden hand in our
I do
devices.
understand, but what I'm trying to
but
tell
let,
you
let me
is,
hold on. But
listen.
Mike, hold on, Michelle. Let me tell you, I share this story all the time. So when because I pay child support. So when we went to like our first court date, like, so I remember going in, like all the men were on one side, all the women were on the other side. And then like the men, if they had their new girlfriend or their new wife, they were there with their new wife, and then the ex-wife or the ex-girlfriend or the baby mama, they were on the other side. And I remember this like yesterday. So they would call us up like one by one, kind of what's going on, blah blah blah. And if you couldn't settle it like in the main courtroom, there was like a little breakout room where you did have to go. So I remember this like yesterday. So they called up this, they weren't technically a couple, but they called up this couple. And so they then go into then they one by one they go into this little breakout room. And so I remember the man comes out, he sits back down, and his new wife or his new girlfriend, he's talking to her like, yeah, she wants more money, and I've already given her this. I take care of my son. I don't know why she's doing this to me. So then the baby mama comes out of that breakout room, and she literally walks up to that man and his new wife. It's like, yeah, we can't leave here until you give me $3,000. And nigga, I know you ain't got it. I'm just sitting there like, and this is in the court. Like, this is in the court. Exact words.
Dynasty, you don't know these people.
And then just going through the whole system. And I'm telling you, if you have the wrong judge, Michelle, your life could be miserable. Like and the thing what really, really bothered me, Michelle, was the majority of these women. That's why, this whole educated woman and college degrees, and the sisters are the most educated. The majority of the women, because they would ask these sisters, "Are you college educated?" And the majority of the women who are carrying on like this through this whole process all had college degrees.
Oh yes. Oh yeah. It's horrible.
And,
I live in DC, so it's a government town. Guess what? They're government workers, so they're at least making 50. I would say maybe 60,000 plus, and they go in the room and they show out and show down. I mean, it is
oh
so embarrassing.
man, you should have. Oh my good. I mean, and then like even through the whole process when we started doing the Zoom calls and all that, like as far as the court days, because they were doing it by Zoom once COVID came. And you see how these women were acting out. But the one thing that was consistent, Michelle, which shocked me, was the women who were acting out were all college educated,
But
all
then
had degrees.
another issue I have, I don't feel the court system really wants to see our families united, because there could have been a better way we could have resolved that. Maybe have older female elders in the room to help manage the feelings of some of the women, and also
So let's
men.
blame the elders then, not the court. If the elders would have stepped in, well, they wouldn't have had a reason to go to the court in the first place.
Because I understand you're trying to seek
So
our
the point
understanding.
I'm saying is that the issue in the community.
But Mike, I'm trying to hear. I was really trying to hear Michelle. Go ahead, Michelle.
We need some type of communities. One brother I worked with, there was like a brother, like an organization that was helping men get back their kids. So they kind of counseled him, mentor him. So when he did go to court and the mother approached him, he was better able to interact with the mother. Why wasn't something done also for the female, so they could come together on common ground and work together? See, these are the type of things we as an African community or African diaspora community need to start looking at. Because again, it is a I wish they could make a reality show for child support court. It is hilarious. Hilarious.
Oh, that's gonna be popular.
Oh shit, I make money.
Your mic's muted.
Your mic is muted, Dynast.
Yeah, sorry about that. I used to kind of think like Mike at one time until I went through the system and saw, and I was like, "What the huh?" And yeah, but like I said, and if you get the wrong judge, it could be hell.
That's another issue. Why is a white woman making decisions on a black family issue? Because it was one judge was a white woman. It was a circus. It's just a circus.
And then Michelle, there's are you familiar with Raphael Warnock here in Georgia?
Yes.
So listen, his ex-wife is trying to get more child support because she wants to go to school and get her doctorate. And I'm just like, I guess she wants to go to Harvard and get her doctorate. So she wants to take the child from Raphael Warnock, move to I guess Harvard is in Massachusetts. I don't know where it's at, and at the same time is demanding more child support. And that's the thing. Like every case that I listen to, as far as my experience, and then you throw in Raphael Warnock, like all these sisters were college educated. That's why with the whole I'm college educated, blah blah. I'm like, oh, and
well, college educated women are actually more likely to get a divorce, statistically speaking. That is actually a fact. So I mean, people will act as if having a college degree insulates you from those type of things. Well, judging by the numbers, it makes you more likely to go through a divorce.
Isn't college more white liberal oriented? Like they got gender studies courses and really political figures running the colleges. Yeah,
it is.
Bro. The thing is, what really bothered me with the Raphael Warnock situation with his ex-wife, she was literally demonizing this man just to prove her case, so she could get more child support and go get her doctorate in Boston.
I'm looking that up, man. That thing's crazy.
She was literally attacking this man, demonizing this man, assaulting his character, because her end game was, let me get full custody, and me and my son will go to so I can go to Harvard and get my doctorate and let me get more child support. That's what really bothered me.
And once you look at those kind of laws, logically speaking, like my business professor said, he used to be a business lawyer. in certain corporations. He even said the law is not logical. It was never built to be logical. It was just built to. It was just made to make profit. Any form of law that makes the most profit is going to be the new law. It's not logical whatsoever. And what he explained when he talked about child support and alimony, he said you're just paying for your spouse's lifestyle. You're not paying for the kid. That's one thing he told us in class. Like, you're just paying for a lifestyle that they want. That then you're paying actually taking care of the child. It's really, even he said it's a dysfunctional laws, politics. That's all it is. It wasn't meant to help families or at least make it more easier for the other person. It wasn't meant to be that way because they saw the future profits in that kind of dysfunction. And he told us boldly in my college course. He didn't give a damn.
Well, that's obvious based on the situation he just named, because she's basically telling everybody her plan and her plot to get what she wants, while using the kid as cover.
Exactly.
she's not even pretending, and nobody's calling her out on it. It's not illegal. It's that's amazing.
Exactly.
That's amazing.
Yeah, the way it was designed, it's meant to break you apart. It's meant to cause dysfunction. That's the whole point, because there's more profit. It's really sick and it's really sad. That's what he told us. Don't get married. Don't have kids. Go to a specific state or country where the man got more power. He told us this because he had some male clients, and he saw how broken they were because of this. Even when they had more of a chance to win, and if you did win your case, he said you end up more broke, more than ever, just to try to protect your own ass.
Well, we all agree that the court system is mean. It's very mean, especially towards men. But it's a fact. But the reality is that it's not something designed specifically against black men. It's designed against all men. Because I do have a lot of white friends that actually going through the same damn thing, man. So even Spanish, everybody go through it. So what I'm saying is, let's not make it look like something is just specifically designed against black people. It looks like we like to just think everything is against us in a way, like just design against us, how to get us and things like that.
Originally it was.
Mike, can I make a comment? Hold up.
Mike, have you been to child support court?
I didn't have to because I didn't have to because I mean.
So you're saying that I have, and I won my case after so many years of fighting, and I learned how to fight. Every time it's black people majority. You're speaking on it like you were there.
But I agree with you that maybe
that should be a sign that it is built against us. You go to traffic court, you may see a couple
really,
more fixes, but you go to child support court, bro, and I'm talking about you can go to White County. You're gonna find out
white men are not held. No, other races are not held.
No. Hold on, hang on. Mike. I'm gonna jump in and I'm gonna say something, yeah, because this is something I've started to clock about us, and I'm speaking as an African here, right? If you're on this show and from Dynast to everybody else is telling you what it is and how these things wind up seeming to, by magic happenstance, always come down harder on us, do you not understand how insulting it is to stand there and start saying, yeah, but what about everybody? Mike, no one want to hear all of that.
No, listen. What I'm saying is, when laws
if you've not been in it, you just said you ain't been in the system. You ain't gone through the situation there, yeah? How can you be there to be speaking so confidently that it can't be what everybody else here is talking about? All I'm saying is if you're sat here and everybody's giving it to you like it is, that's like me going and being in a room with 10 Nigerians that tell me Nigeria is a certain type of way, and I say, no, it's not.
Nah. So it's not an oxymoron. That law that was created for everybody. Are you saying laws are specifically created for a group of people?
Yes, Mike. Yes, they are in America.
It's child support
in America. Hang on. Are you telling me America doesn't have a history of doing that? Are you telling me America doesn't have a history of doing that?
Yes, Jim Crow. Yes, Jim Crow was a law specifically created for black people. Yes, I agree with that. But we're talking about laws today. When they put a law in the book, the law applies to everybody. So when the law is working against you, maybe it's you that's doing something that's allowing law to work against you. A law is the law. It's created for everybody.
Mike, so are you telling me then that all of these people here, all these people here just seeing it wrong, yeah? All these men here just seeing it wrong, yeah?
No, it's common sense what I'm saying here. When the law is in the book, it's up to you to figure a way not to become a victim of the law. So don't say when law start working against you, it's because you're black. Law is made for you because you're black. Child support law is made for everybody.
No, correct me if I'm wrong, but My bad. Go on, brother. Go on.
No.
Those
I
who
get
are
your point that the
outwork
law is
my
made for everybody.
agency right now my agency works with helping people against crime, police crimes, child support, other things. I actually have been a paralegal as well. Mike, look at it, you got to learn U.S. history. I'm also an education and education administration degree person who's worked in education. Mike, these laws are made against black people.
Oh, wow.
The Constitution has laws made against black people. The militia in the Constitution, when it says on the Second Amendment, when it mentions the militia was actually free white persons, and their job was to hunt down and keep control of slaves at first. Then it got changed a little bit about 50 years later. That is what the Constitution was built and used against us. They used the American Psychological Association and their science against us and put it in the law. There are several laws and cases that you can read. When you read Brown versus Board of Education, they're telling you through court law and through the judge's memorandum and orders what their opinions were on the law. When you read the case of Brown versus Ed, the case with the slave Sanford from Sanford, the Sanford case, Dred Scott case. They're explaining to you they made laws against us that were not overturned. They became overturned at a point, and now they're being overturned through states. As in Roe v. Wade is happening. It's about the state powers versus the federal and about people's freedoms. But the law is built against us. You just walk into child support court. And I teach my students, I teach law and civics to the hood and to anybody else who wants to know. If you go into the court, part of our assignment is to go into the court and sit there and see who's there, listen to cases, several hours. I do more hours than I have Yale and Harvard's law curriculum. I do more hours in the court than they do, just so our people can see, and they can't say what Mike said. Child support, especially, is built to keep the black man down. The law might seem like it's class one, but it does not. Walk in there. My bad, Dynasty.
Go ahead. Hey, Mike, let me ask you this. Would you say that the laws in Nigeria are fairly applied across the board? Against everyone evenly?
Well, it depends on if you can afford a good lawyer. And,
laws are for everyone.
Come on, man.
No, the law. No. Wait. The law was created, right? Now, if your argument is that it's not being applied, maybe the judge is kind of like giving injustice, carrying out injustice against you, right? That's a whole different argument.
I asked a simple question: are the laws in Nigeria fairly applied to everyone? That's my question.
Nigeria is a third world country, and we all know that.
No. Bring it back, Mike.
The fact that it matters, laws are created for everyone, right?
And laws are enforced by people, and if people have biases, like in Nigeria or in America, then the laws are going to start to eventually have differing effects on different groups of people. Yes, we should be aware of it, but we can't disregard that completely. And as an African, I'm going to say it, we need to be very careful with how we speak about these things, particularly on public platforms. That's all I'm going to leave that with there.
Let's stick to the key point. So child support law was created for black people.
Mike,
let's go back to the key point.
Mike, hold on. Mike. See, you're being disingenuous, Mike. In Nigeria, are the laws applied fairly?
Nigeria is a shitty country, man. Nigeria is a third world country.
Okay.
Give me a yes or no. Give me a yes or no.
No, Dennis, you can't compare Nigeria to the United States. In Nigeria, the law is
we're gonna move on. We're gonna move on. Hey, go. We'll pass it to Alan, and Alan will pass it to Chrissy. Go ahead, Alan.
All right. Yeah. Basically, what I wanted to say was that that the laws. Yes, I agree with to a certain extent that the law is made for everybody, right? And those laws are now creeping in and affecting white men as well. Okay, which you could see forums online with white men sounding just like brothers, right? But a lot of these things are experimented on and done with us first because we bought into liberalism. And when we bought into liberalism, we allowed our families and ourselves to be experimented on, essentially for new sociological ideas. And so all these sociological ideas get tried out on us first. Okay. And basically you have a child support system, and that does things to, and families breaking up, and it all starts with feminism. Our women bought into feminism more than the white women did. Okay. And then as time went on, as they were able to get that stuff into the colleges and into the universities, then it started spreading like wildfire to other parts of the world and in other communities. And so the things what happened with our breakup of our families is a preview, if they allow this to continue, of what's going to happen in all families. All right. And it's because that is the goal of liberalism. They put it inside the charter of the BLM. Even they want to break up the patriarchal family. That is what they want to do, because they don't see it as useful. They prefer having not just matriarchies, but having same-sex couples, matriarch-led families, or whatever arrangement you want to have. They resent and they hate religion, and they resent and they hate patriarchal families, which helped start civilization. That is their end game and their goal. So yes, the laws were made for everybody, but it affects us first, and then it's gonna eventually get to everybody else.
Brother Allen, but it destroyed us. We're being gentrified here in DC so fast because our families are being destroyed. It breaks my heart to see that reason why we can't buy places, afford places. The rent's high. I mean, it is affecting so much to us as a community.
I'm in your area. I know.
Oh, you did? Okay. Yeah. I mean, I was looking at a house in Northeast. The mortgage is $5,000 a month.
Yeah. That's why I moved. I'm in Baltimore now, but I worked in DC for a while, and DC became completely unaffordable. It was I thought the gentrification going on in New York was bad. That thing they did in DC was blatant, and they were knocking on people's doors and asking you to leave and letting you know you could buy a cheaper house in Prince George's County and to get out. It was really bad. So yes, the family structure does affect that, because a family affects our ability to finance anything. If have two incomes better than one. So yeah, absolutely.
I had a quick story. I had a lady, a grandmother person. The reason why, once she passed on, the family thought they're going to keep the house in the family because of gentrification. You know why they couldn't? Because back in the day, when the so-called war on drugs was happening, she was taking out loans and stuff to bail her grandkids out of jail, and the parents, and using the money to take care of them. So once she passed away, they didn't realize she had all these liens against the house because of those loans back from the 90s and early 2000s. I mean, it's horrible.
Yeah, I also want to. Well, go ahead.
Hey, well, let's do this. Let's pass it up. Go ahead, Chrissy.
Yes. Hi, everyone. One thing I understand, the stories about, sorry, because I have a cold, the big wig people who are being told to pay like $20,000 a month, crazy stuff, right? But I'm talking about the everyday man now. To my understanding, the single Black mother has a net worth of $5, right? So what I don't understand about the whole child support argument is, shouldn't you be helping to financially take care of your child? Because
Chrissy, hold on, Chrissy, let me interject.
Okay.
Chrissy, I gotta interject. Chrissy, I gotta interject. But that's if every penny was going towards your child. But if it's going towards college debt, here we go. If you have to ask for more child support because you want to go back to school,
crazy.
I mean, whose fault is that? Whose fault is that?
That's unacceptable. That's
unacceptable. So that's what we're talking about.
Right. I'm thinking about my own situation. I have two children. If you left it up to my husband, they would go to public school. They may go out once in a while. He doesn't. I find men generally don't think about there are the little things that help to make you, because you're trying to build little people who are going to be competitive adults, right? So, rather it be a language class online or one child is interested in dinosaurs, getting them in a dinosaur camp, or it's swimming. They don't think about these things as important to the development of the child. They just think, okay, food, clothes, got that covered, school, got that covered. So, I mean, there's so many more other things to helping to develop a functional human being that's going to be competitive that a lot of times men don't think about. I'm
But
not
what I don't
saying
understand, if the man is more financially capable, I don't why give the child over to the man so then he doesn't even have to pay child
well,
support
I don't think
if he's more financial
I don't
capable
think that
instead
he's
of
financially capable. I just one income many times is not enough, right? That's why it's unfortunate when when people break up, but one income is not enough. I'm not talking about the women who are using child support to whatever. But even if I think of if you're putting it towards the house, I mean the child live in the house, right? I mean the house, the food, you're buying food, they live under the same roof. So if part of it is going towards ensuring that you have a roof over your head, doesn't that benefit the child? Unless I'm missing something.
Well,
But I
I
mean,
got
it's
I
not
got
just going to
explanation. I
go
got
towards
explanation. I
Burger
got
King
explanation.
and
I
the
got
museum.
explanation. Like, okay, I got explanation to explain this. All right. There's African Americans who are talking about the child support and alimony thing. One of the girls, she was from Syria. She was from Lebanon. She was Muslim, and she got involved in conversation. They let her in the chat, but talked to her about the child support system, and mostly dominated by women. They get the alimony and child support, and they asked her opinions on that. She's like, no, so that she said that law makes no sense where I'm from, because why should you get paid for breaking up a family? Why should you get all the benefits of being of a wife, and you the one that cut your husband out, cut your husband out of your life and your child's life? Why should you get paid for that? Because she said in her culture, if we divorced, you get equal parenting, and the alimony and child support, you get equal parenting. But for alimony, the husband only pays you, like, say, two, maybe like in their country, like say $2,000 or $3,000 in total. That's it, nothing more. What any money you want to make it yourself. But they get equal parenting because they believe in their culture. No, the child needs both parents, divorced or married. But the husband should not keep paying for a marriage that no longer exists. And like I said earlier,
You're talking about alimony, correct?
yeah, alimony and child support. Because the thing is that why should you make this amount? Why should you get this amount of money if the child needs both parents, and they need both of them? And because and the thing is, like, he should not be paying for a lifestyle, like my teacher, he should not be paying for a lifestyle that's going to benefit you more than the child.
Right. Well, no, that's wrong. But if the child is whoever the child is with, majority of the time, carries more. Even in the house, if you have a man in the house, if you, as a mother, you carry more of the burden. You know what I mean? If the child is with you more of the time, and you're spending more resources, I don't see what the problem is. I don't get it.
Because the thing is like for men, well, if I like, I don't have any children, and I don't know what people go through, but if I'm a father and my wife divorced me, which is 80% of the time for women, I'm giving child support. Okay, as long as that $500 goes to the kid, fine. But she requests more, that's gonna be a problem because I got my own expenses.
Why is she? I don't know why she's requesting more. Is it that he moved from private middle school to a private high school, and there's an increase in costs? I mean, I don't know. We'd have to
So,
find out.
Christy, let me ask you this: do you think men who support their children should be on child support?
If you already have an agreement, to me, you can leave the courts out of it. If you guys already can sit down as two adults and have an agreement, you're going to give me this much each month towards our child. I don't see why you have to go through the court. That's me personally. You know what I mean?
Men have no control over that. The woman decides to go to the court. It don't matter what agreement they had, and it's like even if you show receipts or proof of that you've been taking care of your child, all that gets dismissed.
Well, no, that's wrong. I think there definitely should be balance. But again, whoever the child is with most of the time carries more of the burden. I mean, that's just a fact.
I personally think that the biggest issue with child support is that it's used as a tool. So in and of itself, the idea of it, shouldn't you be taking care of your child, is correct, and you should be taking care of your child. But it's even things like you mentioned. Well, the man might be cool with public school, but you might send him to a private school, and now you can turn around and use that child support as a tool to get your way, and the state and government and you know, everybody will get behind you and force that man to do something. And it could be something that he completely disagrees with. You know, it could just be separate opinions. And rather than you dealing with that within a marriage or coming to some kind of agreement, you don't have to do that anymore. You can actually separate yourself from that and use the state as a tool for you to be able to get your own way. So in and of itself, the idea of a person taking care of their child, and that's what child support is for, you know, the idea of it makes sense, but that's not how it works out. It's really just used as a tool, you know, for a woman to get their way and basically make a man's life a living hell, you know, if they want to do something. So I'll yield the mic.
And many,
Exactly.
if I may add, I work with women, and some of them are not using the money on the child, and I've like, I've seen it.
Michelle, that's the point. Whenever the conversation is, well, you need to be paying for your child anyway. Like all that money ain't going towards the child.
I had one client.
Michelle, I can't stand when people say, well, you should be wanting to support your child anyway. Of course, but if every penny was going towards the child, that's one thing. But it's not.
But these are issues that we as a community needs to be regulated, not the court. The bigger picture comes to it, like Miss Chrissy. I respect Miss Chrissy's opinion, but I think we need to look at it from a bigger context, so that we are not in control of our own selves anymore, our own communities. So now this dysfunction has proliferated, and we don't know what to do about it.
So I understand what you're saying.
We know what to,
so here's my question.
We know what to do about it.
Hold on. Let Chrissy talk, and then we'll pass it to Brandon. Go ahead, Chrissy.
Oh, can I speak?
Yeah, go ahead, Chrissy. Go.
Okay. No, okay. So here's my question then. If it was like, for instance, the men on the panel, if it was up to you guys, you in your perfect world, you're in a relationship, the relationship break up, the child is with the mother. What financial plan do you think would be fair or appropriate? What would you want?
I don't think it's fair or appropriate that the child just automatically goes with the mother in and of itself. So I mean, right off the bat, I think that's an issue.
Yeah, I would say the same thing, and especially if it's a boy. Maybe because mothers are more nourishing. Maybe she keeps the child when the child's still in a young age. But 10 years old up, I think that child needs to be with the man. So yeah, right off the bat, I wouldn't even agree with that. But I would agree with, like, instead of her taking his money, he puts the money to support his own child. Like, he pays for the programs. Different events for the child, clothing, things like that. Because giving it to the woman is almost as if he's not responsible enough to know what he needs to do to provide for his own child.
I agree to real quick, Brad, real quick.
So if there are expenses for the child and then she falls short because you've decided funds should be allocated to a specific thing, but in my scenario, the child is living with her, should she then come to you and ask for additional and provide evidence for why she needs it? What would you prefer?
In my opinion, he should, because my thing is, you're still going to the man for resources, and you guys are divorced. You're still going to for resources and some sort of income. So he does have much more of a say of what the child should get. Like, she won't take it to private school, say it costs like $10,000. Like, no, he can go to a decent black or public school for less than half, and he's paying for that. And he's like, he get the same decent education. He might get decent clothing. He doesn't need to go to Gucci, all this other stuff. He has more of a right to say, like, he should have the final say so in a way, because it's his, in a way, he is responsible for that kid, especially financially too. So he has more of a say so at the end of the day. You're still going to him for resources, because you can't really bite the hand that feeds you, and they will get mad when they turn on you and say, no, I'm not doing this. He should have equal power of the relationship, especially with the child, because that's half of him. And anything happens to that kid, it's still going to be on his head.
Here's my opinion on child support, right? Raising a child, we all agree, is a full-time job. Like, your freedom is gone. It's really a full-time job, 24/7 job. Now, here's my opinion about how payments should be made. If the custody is split, like in the case of Danny's, where Danny's has to have the kid for half of the week, and the baby moms have half of the week, and then I think whatever money Danny should, the guy should be paying should be only money for the child, since he has to split the responsibility.
Mike, I don't want to cut you off, but Mike, that's not how the system works, though, bro. Like, that's not how. I'm
saying, I'm just giving my own opinion.
Mike, I know men who have their children like more than the woman, they still got to pay child support. Like
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's terrible.
out
That's
there.
terrible. I'm saying how I think it should work. I'm just trying to tell you how I think it should work. How it should go. Now, if the woman or the guy has the child full time the entire week or most of the time, then whoever is paying the child support, whether it's a guy or a woman, should not only pay for the child, but also pay that person for their time. Because now that person has lost the freedom. They have to do this full-time work, and you have your freedom. You're out there in the world doing whatever you like. You should be paying not only for the child, also be paying the other person for their time. Because raising a child, that's a full-time job, dude. So when people argue that, why are they charging me money that's not only going to the child, it's also, I mean, and the child doesn't need more than this. Nah, that person is raising the child. You need to pay that person too, because they're doing a heck of work, dude. It's kind of like you going
Mike,
for a 9 to 5 job. And
Mike, it's not. I mean, it's not. You're not a like. You're a parent, not a babysitter. What do you mean a job? Like you're
no,
a, you're a parent.
no. Essentially,
a babysitter.
you both made a baby, but one person is doing the work, the other one is not doing the work.
And the woman is doing majority of the load. Now, if it's different where the man is doing majority of the load, then yes, I think he should have a heavier say in where resources go, because the child is with him most of the time. He sees things that the mother is not seeing, whatever the parent is. But I agree with Mike to a degree. Whoever has the child most of the time carries a heavier burden of responsibility.
I would say whoever provides for a child.
Let's do this. Hold on, one mic. Let's pass it to go ahead, Brandon. Brandon, but your phone sounds janky though. But go ahead, Brandon. Try Brandon.
My phone does sound janky. My phone does sound janky because I'm driving, but I just wanted to ask a quick question. So basically, I just got cursed out by the women in my family because my niece, my cousin, she's my little cousin, she's 20 years old, her car broke down, so they've taken her to a car dealership. She's about to sign a loan for a 2018 Chevy Trailblazer, used, 58,000 miles on it, 28% interest rate, car note about to be damn near $1,000 a month.
Do it.
Is that the
Don't do it. Don't do it.
No. Of course I said hell no. They told me I'm a chauvinist, I'm a misogynist, and everything else. Now, is that the man's fault or is that the women's fault?
That's her fault. She signed the dotted line.
Yeah, that's her fault if she decided to get the bad loan.
I just have a question for Mike. Would you put a woman on child support?
But if you got a bunch of women encouraging her to do it, she don't know shit. But a man said don't do it. He got shouted down. Like they made it into like a jealousy thing. And now all the women are encouraging her. But then if things go wrong, it's gonna be the man. Whose fault is the man's fault? Because that's what women do. They blame the man when he tries to protect. I tried to protect, and I got called a misogynist.
Or say there weren't men there to give them good advice when in all reality somebody gave them advice and they just disregarded it.
I'm saying, and this is what, even with the child support thing, the reality is not, oh, this is wrong, this is right. I don't care what these women get on here and say. Women have the advantage, and when they have the advantage, they support whatever gives them the advantage. So when they talk about we need to change it, they don't want to change shit. They want to keep being in the position where they have the advantage, even if it ultimately leads to the destruction of our community.
Let me ask y'all this though, because Mike made the point that if the woman has the child, you want to pay her. But let me ask you, Mike, if you had custody of your children, would you be coming after your ex for child support?
Why not? Why should I be the only one being the burden of raising a child?
Financial burden.
You have to pay me. You have to pay for the child and also pay me for my time. If you can afford it, I will go after her. You pay for the children. You pay your part for the children. You also pay me for my time, because now I'm losing my freedom. Because I could be out there traveling, doing so many things, enjoying my life. Now I have to spend all this time raising kids while you're out there enjoying your life. I mean, you have freedom. You wake up, you don't have a child crying.
I wouldn't even.
Raising a child is not an easy task, guys. It's a hard work.
whose choice though is it that there's only one parent in the life? So if the child
We
is with
don't
one
know.
parent the majority
Well,
of the
it's
time,
both. It's
but
both.
that makes a difference
No,
because
we do know because women like constitute 80% of divorces and
And but we
separations.
don't know why, because I hear a lot of men online like to demonize women for that. We don't know why those women chose to leave. There might be legitimate reasons.
The majority is frivolous
okay,
reasons.
But,
Like I'm,
but we all
but
agree
we
that
don't
most
know.
men cheat. Do,
To know that.
do we all
But
agree
time out.
that most men cheat? Do we all agree on that?
It doesn't.
So now,
No,
if most
no,
men
time out.
no,
cheat,
we don't agree on that.
No, we don't.
okay,
And time out. It
come
doesn't
on.
matter. It doesn't matter why they left. What I'm
It
saying is
does
this:
matter. It does matter.
even no, time out,
If
time
a
out,
man is
time out a
cheating
second,
on
time
you
out.
and
No,
you are,
no, time out.
there's a
What I'm
potential of
saying is
him bringing
this:
a disease to the
if
house, you have a right to
if
divorce
the
him. You know.
okay, that's fine. But what I'm saying is, once the divorce is had, and now we're figuring out who the child is going to be with, and if the child is with one parent the majority of the time, or they're really taking on all of it, you have to ask why. And once again, we don't know why. We don't know why they got divorced, or we don't know their situation. Maybe the woman, felt a certain way, or the man felt a certain way. But the child is both of yours. It should be evenly split. It shouldn't be one parent is taking up all of it. But in a lot
Agreed.
of the cases where one parent, mainly the mom, is taking up everything, it's not always the case that the dad just doesn't want to be in the life, and the dad is just out doing whatever they want to, whatever they want to do, and living it up, going on vacations every day, keeping all of his money for them. That's not the
Mike,
case.
stop
I'm
pushing
not
this like
saying it's never
propaganda,
the
Mike.
case, but that's not always the
You're
case.
put,
The
you're
main reason why 8% of divorces are mostly done by women, and it was a survey done by it was all because of marital differences. It wasn't
yeah,
because he was
exactly. It's all
broke.
because of
It
And
wasn't
what
frivolous
because
falls
bullshit.
under that? What falls under
let me
marital
finish.
differences?
Let me finish. Let me finish. It wasn't because he was abusive. It wasn't because he was a jerk. It wasn't because he was a bad husband or father. It's because of marital differences, which means, technically speaking, they had the women in this modern era have more different expectations of what they thought marriage was, because they all had one that Disney fantasy. That's why Kevin Sound Show was so popular, because he asked them, "What do you guys?" He literally talked to them. It was like, "What are you guys looking for?" He want the expectations that they saw on Disney, that they saw in TV and media, and it wasn't the lifestyle that they wanted. Like there's the majority of women are not in this era, like a lot of modern, what we call the modern women that divorce. They're not even real mothers. The first thing they do is literally attack the husband like he was the bad guy. Next thing you know, she wants to be like the 20-year-old she never got to be.
Exactly,
Their
exactly.
expectations of what they thought marriage was compared to our elders and our great grandparents, they thought it was like the Disney fantasy. And when they saw the real life hard work of the lifestyle that they can be in, it pissed them off. And then a lot of them went to anger, depression, a lot of them went to frustration. Some high rates of women were cheating on their husbands, not because of anything negative, just because the expectation of what thought marriage wasn't reality.
Exactly, and Mike, you're pushing propaganda. You're like saying, "Oh, most men cheat in relationships." Do you know how many men out there are fathering children that aren't even theirs, that they don't even know about?
I mean, both men and women
There's so
cheat. There's
many
no
there's so many
question, bro.
women who cheat with like fucking pastors and shit, and like the men don't know anything about it. There's actually women out there that are like demons, bro.
I mean,
Well,
I'm not arguing against that. I never said. I mean, well, I'm just letting you. Like you guys were saying that. Oh, 80% of. I mean, most divorces are initiated by women. And I'm saying, like, okay, if you look at it, like most men tend to have the desire to cheat, right? And in many cases, they do. And some women may have a reason to say, hey, listen, if this guy is cheating, I don't want to got to bring a HIV home to me. So, hey, let me just, divorce.
what
So
if I
I'm
told
just.
you at least in
But it's not all
America,
from
the
cheating.
majority what if I told you in at least America, women cheat more than men on average? What if I told you that?
Right.
Would you agree with that, Mike?
Most American
Do we
women
all
cheat
agree
on
on that,
men.
Mike?
Yeah,
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know for a fact.
it's a
How
fact.
can we
I mean,
agree that
most.
all men cheat, but you can't agree that
I can't.
women cheat at least?
Do you see all these
Well, you
women
gotta
with
give me
like
the
6
numbers, give
different
me the
baby
statistic, and
daddies?
I'll go by it. I mean, I can
You,
only speak based on my own environments. I mean, most
well,
men
I
I'm
mean, like,
around.
yeah, but you see these women with
What?
like six
Hold on.
different
What's that?
baby daddies.
Mike? Do you know the paternity fraud rate in Nigeria?
What are we talking about?
I mean, you keep saying. I mean, you're Nigerian. I mean, it's just like, do you know the paternity fraud rate in Nigeria?
I don't know. Tell me, Dennis.
It was like
Educate me
one
about
in every.
Nigeria.
It was like 1 in every 5. Something crazy.
Really? Okay. Thanks for letting me know, man.
All right, go ahead, Kabak.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, actually, I'm surprised Mike doesn't know that because, like, I have a lot of Nigerian friends, and I thought it's like pretty much common knowledge that like Nigerian women cheat a lot. That my Nigerian friends
I honestly don't think so. I mean, I think Nigerian men cheat more. I mean, most
well, you
Nigerian
know,
women I know.
I've heard that there's just a big cheating culture in Nigeria, just generally.
I mean, well, I don't know which part of the environment you are, but I don't Nigeria. Maybe if you're talking about westernized
He's talking
Nigerian
about
environment,
Lagos.
like Lagos,
They're
yeah.
from
If you're talking
Lagos,
about
yeah.
that, but in the rural Nigeria, most part of Nigeria is rural. Most part of Nigeria is not urban. Most Nigerians are not westernized. So in an urban environment, it's almost like an impossible thing where you see your wife cheating.
Yeah,
It's
that's.
very
I
rare.
mean, I obviously everything
I
I'm
mean, most
saying is.
Nigerians have been Americanized, some Nigerians, especially
Yeah,
men,
so
so Americanized, and our women
yeah,
too.
obviously what
I
I'm
mean, I
saying
see a
is
lot
like,
of young Nigerian girls these days trying to be Cardi B and things like that. So I won't
okay,
doubt that it's going on
yo,
these
Mike,
days.
1 second, 1 second, Mike. Yeah, so obviously everything I'm saying is like anecdotal, but even in the rural areas, like I know that Kano's a pretty big, pretty big city in the north, but around the rural areas, I had a friend who was like a teacher out there, where like in the outskirts of Kano in a village out there, and even him, he was saying like there was married women coming up to him like trying to cheat with him. So I don't know. I just don't like this propaganda and this false narrative that's trying to be pushed that only men cheat. The thing is that there's
Well,
shitty
nobody
men.
did
There's
that though.
also
If that's what you think I was doing, I didn't do that.
well, because you're
I
saying
didn't say
that
only men cheat.
most men cheat in relationships, and it's not like that, man. I think it's more 50-50, to be honest with you.
I
think it's
doubt if
more
it's 50-50, man.
I think it's more 50-50, to be honest with you. I think that there's the
It's
same
not 50-50,
amount of
man. I'm sorry.
huh?
It's not
Huh?
50-50, man.
What do you think it is then, huh?
Cheating is not 50-50, man. I'm sorry. Men cheat more
Yeah,
than
it's
women. I'm sorry.
50-50, bro. No, man.
Excuse me if I may add, but this cheating, all these infidelity, all these extramarital activities, where does this ultimately lead us to as a people at this point? That's where I'm at as a person of diaspora. Where are we going? Because other groups are talking about tech, they're talking about artificial technology, they're talking about going to the Mars, and we're still here arguing about our family system.
Well, because the family system is the backbone of civilization. So I don't know what your point is.
My point is, sir, is you bringing up the issue of cheating. What is the underlying issues of cheating?
Well, the
how
underlying
does one
issue of cheating is if you're in a marriage, you shouldn't cheat because that's gonna lead to more broken households. And as we have seen, broken households leads to a broken community. So that's why we are talking about this. That's why it is important.
Okay, so I just looked up the whole child support thing. The average child support payment is $430 a month. Is that what we're like on here complaining about? $430 a month? Like, is that
Oh
too
my
much
God.
to
Okay,
a
you know what?
child on a
If
monthly
it's not too much, Chrissy, then don't ask the man for it. Then just
$430
get it out of your own pocket.
a month?
Take it out of your own pocket.
I know single mothers
Excuse me,
who are
Kabas, somebody really needs
struggling.
that money. I work with women; they do
I don't
need it.
get
It's
it.
complicated.
Yeah,
Then just take it out of
that's
your
why
own
I'm talking
pocket.
about it because I
don't
know
what
a
you
lot
want
of these women go through
starve.
this.
So the mother and child should just starve on the street. This is not a lot of money. $430 a month. Is that what we're complaining about?
Well, but Chrissy, you don't know everyone's situation though. You can't just say that's not a lot of money because there's some people.
It's easy.
But isn't it based on your income or something like that?
Yeah, that's the thing. It's based on income, and people just complain. So
They
usually like
divided
maybe
that
Yo,
40%.
Mike, you don't even know what the fuck you're talking about, Mike. Man, just shut up.
What do you
bro.
mean? I don't
Don't
know.
talk about Mike like that.
Mike doesn't even know what the fuck he's talking about, bro.
It's the same across board. It's based on your income, dude.
Mike is just running his mouth.
Okay,
You don't have to degrade it.
That is
But
correct.
what am I saying is not factual, dude? Just argue against the point. Don't be emotional about it.
They divided that amount
It's based on your income. It's not like they're telling you that go find this money that you can't find.
at different prices.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Let's put
They
this in
divided
context.
that amount, Chrissy.
Huh?
Let me put this in context.
Chrissy.
Oh, go ahead.
What you're stating, the math you're stating, they divided that amongst many different Americans to find a mean. They divided that. So even rich people are involved in that. So even rich people are involved in the mathematics that you just said. So if it's 400 and whatever per month, that includes people who are mega rich who are paying support, which lowers the amount that actually is really going across the black community. So you have to pay attention to the math there.
Okay.
No, that's actually a good point. Yeah, that's a good point, because when we look at these numbers, a lot of people aren't usually really using their critical thinking. It's because there can be outliers that skew the overall
Let's skew the
average.
numbers, right? Higher or
And
lower. Very true.
Yeah.
But it's
and
still based on income, correct?
Yes, it is. It's based on 20%. And so you got to go to the law. The federal law mandates every state at what they should charge. It's 20% for the first child, and then it's a sliding scale down for each child after.
Okay.
So at
But
20%,
I don't know
based
any
on
woman
what you
getting
make.
child
So
support
after the
who
first
is
child,
like
you didn't learn your
eating
lesson. You went
bonbons
and
and
had more
living the
babies.
life. I know a lot of them who are struggling.
Well,
So I
Chrissy,
don't.
who asked for the child though? They volunteer, either them or the courts volunteered
I'm
to
sorry?
get that child instead of doing joint custody. Why not volunteer to do joint custody, as someone said in Dinah's?
Yeah, if the man wants joint custody, absolutely. I can think of a family member where he don't want joint custody. He wants
Yes,
to be
we
free.
do.
He wants his
Yes,
free.
many
No,
men
no, no.
do.
I'm talking about my family. I'm talking about a family member
Okay.
who does not the person she married does not want joint custody. He wants every other weekend, whenever he's available, that kind of thing. Majority of the burden is on her, right? She was in a marriage. Majority of she has 3 children. Majority of the burden is on her. So what? So he should go live his life, and she should
Yeah,
sit there.
wait, Chrissy, is 20% of his income actually going towards the child?
It is going. I mean, from what I can see, but I don't. It's almost like
Lay put this
no. Let me speak on my family member. It is going towards. She's not eating bonbons and partying it up. That's not the type of person I'm talking about. The
Is
money
the child wearing name brand clothes and Gucci and all that?
No, they're not wearing that. And y'all, I noticed like online, like a lot of Black men. I want to just say it. Y'all really just create these like extreme narratives about Black women.
They're not extreme. This child support stuff is not extreme. This child support stuff is not extreme.
Most women who are not like wearing, you talking about like some of the ghetto situation. Most of these children are not wearing no Gucci, and the women are not at home eating bonbons, living the life off of these pennies that they're getting.
Okay,
in the ghetto situation,
they're not putting those guys on child support.
Okay,
they're not.
Yeah, but my thing is like, what's up with the disrespect, though? I mean, if it's pennies, then why don't you just get it out yourself? Why do you need the man to chuck pennies at you?
When I say pennies, and I don't know if it's being cheap or just penny watching or pocket watch. I don't know what it is. But to me, if you lay down, right? You lay down, you have a child.
Yeah.
The man and woman had the child together. The man and woman are responsible for the child.
Yes.
Whatever happens in the relationship, there's a parting. The child still needs certain things. As they get older, children get more expensive. I think they said it takes about $100K to raise a kid. It's probably more now because of inflation. Like
110%, yeah.
Okay,
but why shouldn't a woman get extra?
Yo, Mike, just let her finish, Mike.
You're
Please
giving
let
like
her finish.
$300 a month, right? And I mean, I could tell you $300 a month wouldn't cover one of my children. It just wouldn't. It's not, because you're not just like, okay, $300. This is going to buy your yogurt, and this is no. I mean, there are other hidden costs when it comes to children. Even taking them back and forth to school, back and forth to activities. There are lots.
But Chrissy, there's a fundamental point that you're missing here, right?
What is that?
And I just want, and I think it's a part of the conversation that we haven't talked about a lot, is before the child is even conceived, before that even happens, before you open your legs, you know, to let this man, you know, like you were saying, it takes 2 people to conceive a child, right? So it's not necessarily fair, but it's the way that nature has dictated it. Most of the responsibility, or of the consequences, will lay down on to the women. So where's the accountability for these women who are like sleeping with these bums, basically? I'm not 6 children.
I'm giving you a family example.
Do you have a men mentoring group?
Where's the accountability for a man that goes to make babies?
Wait. Just Mike, just let her finish.
Why are you calling these men bums?
Let her finish.
No, don't tell me what and what. I mean, the blame should be across board, man. Stop these. The woman should be accountable. We should both be accountable, dude.
Let Chrissy finish, bro.
We should both be accountable, dude. Let's stop these. I mean, come on, man.
Just let Chrissy finish.
Daniel, a man should not be talking like this. I'm sorry. A man should not be talking like this.
Mike, no one's forcing you to be here, brother. You go to the other side of the
street. I don't know. I mean, come on.
Yo, Mike, just let Chrissy finish.
You let her finish.
hear from Chrissy.
All right, go ahead and finish. Go ahead and finish. I know it's uncomfortable. The truth hurts, but come on, go ahead and finish.
No, I'm just saying that the example I'm giving is not women quote unquote choosing bums. I'm talking about a person who was married to someone who seems like an upstanding citizen, and there are situations that happen in the marriage that it did not work out. And just the way I hear a lot of men say, oh, women should choose better. Well, the men who are here complaining about women should have chose better too. I mean, none of us are, you don't really know somebody until you know somebody.
But yeah, don't get it twisted. I'm not. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
You know, it really takes time to peel back the layers, you know. But I mean, for whatever reason, if the marriage departs and the man, he does not want, what do you call it, joint custody, and the woman has a child most of the time, she's going to incur more expenses. I don't understand why we need to, therefore, unless she's an irresponsible woman that you laid down with, why we need to pocket watch and become an accountant to see, okay, $5 for McDonald's, $12 for the game on Saturday. It just seems weird to me.
I understand.
She's supposed to be doing she has the child. She's doing that the entire time of her life. Men and women together when they're married supposed to be doing their finances. So why does it sound weird to you?
It sounds
We're supposed to do our finances for our children.
It sounds weird from the way y'all are coming from. It's coming from a It's coming from. I'm sorry, 1 second.
Wait, Christy, can you at least understand the pain that some of these men have?
But hold on, but Christy again, Raphael Warnock, and this is listen.
No, that's a bad example. She's crazy. I don't
know, but Chrissy, but Chrissy, when you go through the child support system and you hear these women, they're all, I mean, not all, but a lot of them are crazy. I'm sorry.
Like, I agree with you on that.
Let me answer the context of that. One thing we're not talking about is is the fact that when we talk child support, we also kind of forget that the men, regardless if they're married or not, the man still has his own expenses. Right. So 500. So that's the other issue we don't talk about. Like, since he's pretty much since the family broke apart, technically, he has to leave the house that he was paying for and has to get his own apartment. Has to probably get another car. Has to get his own utilities. So $400 it doesn't sound like a lot, but it can be over time, especially with the expenses. What just starts keep yourself afloat. And they were
expenses too, correct? They look at both of their incomes, correct?
Some states do that, Chrissy.
Okay, if they don't do that, then that's bad.
Georgia started that with the sweat versus sweat. Is the case in Georgia that's decided to look at the woman's income as well as the men and try to make child support equal. Sweat versus sweat v. sweat, Georgia. You can check that out. Sweat, the woman started the case. The woman was an attorney, started the case against her husband, who was already paying alimony, had his own things to pay, and the courts ended up saying men and women, or male and female, should equally pay. And they should look at the entirety of the male and female, what they're making, and make a median amount for both.
That's no problem. That sounds good. That sounds fair. As long as
that's not what's happening. That's not what's happening, though.
Hey, hold on. One second. Let's pass it to African Always because he's been waiting. Go ahead, African Always. Go ahead.
Hey guys, I'm glad I don't have you guys' problem. I've been married 32 years and I same woman, buddy, and I don't have that problem. But let me ask a simple question, because I know a lot of guys. I got married way back, and a whole lot of my friends got married. And I would say of those who got married, how many are still married? Probably 20%. Now,
hey, African Always, African, are you on speakerphone or?
Oh, let me hold on a second. Let me have to switch the microphone. Hold on. Dennis, let me switch the microphone while somebody else speak.
Donnie's asking what country he's in with that percentage. What country he's talking about?
He's in America. He's in America.
It's kind of like that's one of the main things we kind of talk about, because like when I hear my friends when they're paying child support, alimony, he said the one thing is like not just the payments alone, because you have your own expenses since the families broke apart. The other issue is like there are times they were called during their job about a child support case, like they're called by the judge to go on certain dates. They're going back. There are times my friends had to go to the court about the child support issue so many times it started affecting their job. And there are times some of them were even let go because of that. And on top of that,
hold on. Hey, African Always, But hold on, Black Line. I got another one for you. I got a homeboy, right?
Mhm.
So takes care of his daughter. His wife, his girl was wanting more child support. So he wasn't getting the notices because they were sending it to a different address or whatever. So he
Mhm.
gets pulled over. He has a warrant from Miss Court, this child support court. They locked
Mhm.
him up over the weekend, and he couldn't get out to the next weekend. I mean, he couldn't get out to that following
Mhm.
Monday. So
Yep.
it's just we're not going crazy. Like I hear just these
No,
people.
that's
Like,
horrible.
Exactly.
Yeah,
And
I
once
think
they
there should be
and once they
reforms, but
like
there
real
needs to
quick,
be,
Chris,
support.
real quick.
and
Yeah,
he's not a bum. Like he takes care of his daughter. Like I know
exactly.
he takes
Exactly.
care of his daughter, but he's in jail for a weekend because he misses child support court date.
Exactly. Exactly. You miss a couple court dates, even when it's not intentional, because like I'm working and they go to the and he gotta tell his boss, I got court coming up, this and this. That affects his job and his employment. They gotta tell the court, I'm working right now, I'm trying to get this child support to catch up with the payments. And then once they lose a job because he's missing too many days, now the child support just builds up over time. And it gets to a point where it's like, wow, and he's going to go end up in jail because of that. And he can't afford and now it's even harder for him to find another job because that's just on his record now. These people, like we here to decide a child support, even for your personal friends and family, it is sad. Even when you try, they'll find ways to fuck you over, especially with your own life. You can be a great guy. It doesn't matter. The system was built that way to sabotage you.
So, Chrissy, after hearing that, Chrissy, do you see?
Hold on. Let African always go. African, your mic is still kind of off. But go ahead.
My mic is still cut off. All right.
Yeah, your mic is, yeah. Your mic.
All right, hold on. I switched to your laptop thing. Okay, hold on a second.
So, Chrissy, after hearing that, you kind of understand why some men might take it as a slap in the face when you're just like, well, it's just $400. Why are you guys complaining about this, et cetera, et cetera? Do you kind of understand our frustration there?
I understand that situation is bad. I think there should be reforms to the system. It shouldn't be like, oh, you miss a court date, we lock you up. It shouldn't be so punitive, right? There should be reforms and there should be kind of steps of engagement. If two adults can't get together, if she wants more child support, then we need to maybe get through mediation. If y'all can't sit down together and like, okay, for what? Why? What is it? Is it necessary? And there needs to be more reforms and more steps of engagement before it's like, oh, let me just throw you in jail. But I think there needs to be a system where children are financially taken care of by both of their parents if they're not together. Yes, I do. But there should be reforms where it's not as punitive as what you're saying. I do know in some cases it is very punitive towards men, but there needs to be reforms in the system. But I wouldn't say completely dash away or get rid of child support.
I don't think
no, I was going to give an example. In Jamaica, there isn't really child support like that, so you will have a man decide to get up and leave, and the poor woman is there with the child or with two kids, and she's there struggling, like almost at the point of begging on the street. I don't think that's okay. And he's out living his
I was
life
gonna
and
say
got
that
a new
too, man.
woman and gone.
If I have my way,
That's
I will implement
problematic.
the child support system in Nigeria, Dynast. Honestly, I would put it there because that stuff disciplines you. I'm telling you, an average black guy in America now has maybe 2-3 kids. In Nigeria, dude, I got cousins like this guy has no job, but his wife got like 6 children. I mean, dude, why you having so many babies? Because he has no government to hold him in, accountable to feed those children, make sure those children are fed, they're taken care of. That's why you have so much poverty in these third world countries, dude. Because there's no system that force you to take care of your children, to make sure your children are fed, they have medical and all those things. They don't have the system in place. What America is trying to do is to make sure no child grows up in extreme poverty, and that's why the government cannot take your children alone. That's why they force people that make babies to pay money, and the reason why they go after your pocket is to kind of prevent you from going further to make more babies that you can take care of. So the system, yeah, it hurts and everything, but the purpose is actually for a better good of society. To be honest,
I disagree with Mike.
So Mike, then you got to explain the welfare system.
And that's the welfare is costing, and that's why. And this,
my family, I had rest in peace. I had a lady in my family, tons of children, all different men.
And the welfare system is costing the government a lot of money too, and that's why they're doing what they're doing with this whole child support system.
my thing
to
is,
prevent people from.
my thing, Mike, if you're gonna talk about, because the thing, understand, Mike, the same way the child support system is weaponized, the welfare system is weaponized. I can show you a clip right now, lady in Baltimore. I got 5 kids, 5 different men, and man, my government check ain't here yet. So how'd you get to number 5? How'd you get to number 5? How'd you
And
get to
that's why
number
they're
5?
going after men that are getting girls like they're pregnant.
So how do you get to number 5 by different men? Like, how do you get to number 5 by different men?
Can may I answer the question, Mr. Dynas?
Go ahead.
Okay, let me tell you something. If you're a woman and you have Section 8, you will never be without a man. I'm telling you. You will
That's
always.
what I'm saying. And that's what I'm trying to tell Mike. Like, okay,
because
get rid of Section 8, get rid of food stamps, get rid of all that, get rid of that. The lady was literally like, she gets like, I forgot how much money she gets per kid. So what it does, it just encourages you to have these babies, and the father don't get around, but they'll have to get around.
That
So
is,
I'll get it.
if they get rid
I
of
had a
Section
tenant
8
like
food
that.
stamp,
Women,
you will have a third world
what we're
country
talking
situation,
about.
Dynas.
That's not
I
the
had a
college
tenant like
educated
that.
women you were talking about, is it, Dynas? Isn't that a different segment of women we're talking about? The welfare, because it's based on income. So it's not the college educated women trying to go to Harvard who are getting welfare, right? That's a different segment.
My
Dynas,
thing
my
is,
son.
Those ones can't afford to go on welfare. That's why they go after the man,
African always. Go ahead.
Listen, guys. What I hear is a bunch of crying and whining. Let me tell you why. Anyone who thinks $400 a month is going to take care of a kid is crazy. It's crazy. Not even maybe in Nigeria you could do it, but not in the United States. And most of these people here are referring to the United States when they're talking. So $400 a month is not going to do it. Look, I know the system, sometimes women exploit it. As I said, I had a tenant that was Section 8 years ago that exploited the situation. But for every one that exploits it, I can show you 6 that didn't exploit it. When you have a building and you have people in the building, most of the time you end up with buildings with women in it and kids. And I can tell you from personal experience, and you guys can say all you want, I'm talking about real life experience. The guy drives a nice, and this is not one situation. I can tell you, I can show you a whole bunch of them. The guy drives a nice car. Nothing wrong with that. Hey, everybody wants to drive a nice car. He's paying $400 or $500 a month. In fact, over the years, it used to be $200 a month. Now it's $500-$600 a month, $1,000 a month. And that guy's, it comes to me and he's screaming bloody murder. The wife is, or the ex-girlfriend or whoever it is. And most of the time, they're not married, by the way. The cases where you guys are talking about people are married and they're divorced, and the majority of the case that ends up in family court don't have, it's not a married situation. It's a boyfriend, girlfriend, shack-up situation. Now, the guy there are cases where I'm telling you, I know guys have been taken to the cleaners. I've seen it, and I feel it for those guys. But for every one of those guys, I can show you 4 or 5 women who are suffering. First and foremost, if you have a car payment of $600 a month and you have a monthly child support of $400 a month, I don't want to hear you. I don't want to hear from you. No one should listen to you, because your car is not more important than the child. Now, you said a woman slept with, however many people she slept with. That may be true. You should have a policy. Don't sleep with a woman who can't take care of the kid on her own. If that's your policy, it'll never happen. It will never affect you. Before I was married.
Whoa. I gotta stop you there. So,
you can stop
all right.
me.
Okay. So I want you to repeat what you just said, and I'm gonna give it a counter argument. Go ahead.
Okay, cool. What I'm getting at here is this: that their relationships go bad.
I need you to repeat what you said about the women and their kids.
So, which one of them? Because there's so many things. Which
part? If a woman can't take care of her kid, I need you to repeat that.
Generally speaking, okay, right? The policy should be, every one of us should have that policy.
Go ahead.
Don't sleep with a woman who, if you drop dead tomorrow morning, that child's going to suffer. In other words, she can't take care of the kid. Every girl that I've ever slept with before I got married, if I drop dead and left them with a kid, that child will be perfectly okay, because on her own.
But see, the thing is, African always, you got team man, men need to step up and take care of these kids. Man, we need the men to step up
No, no,
and
no.
marry these women with these kids. We need the men to step up.
No, no, no. Look, the damage. Look, most of the time you hear the crying now. The damage was done years ago when people were having a great time. The girl looked fine. And guys can't. I understand. I was young too, but the reality now is, as I said, I see guys. I've seen some guys who were taken to the cleaners. I see women who use the system to the max. Where the poor guy, I feel bad for the guy, but I'm telling you, from real life experience, guys. I'm not sitting here trying to tell you when you have people who have to pay you rent. Over the years you deal with all kinds of crap. You hear the sad luck story and their bad luck stories, and what I'm telling you is, I used to rent to Section 8. I don't anymore because it's a certain caliber of people that comes under Section 8. Call me prejudiced, call me whatever you want to call me. But when you're a business person, at the end of the day, you have to look out for your bottom line. But the society and the system in most cultures defer to the woman when it comes time for split up. Not because the woman is any better than the man. Not because the woman is any better.
Wait, if I can ask you a question. So the don't sleep with a woman if she can't take care of her kid. Is that what you said? Or
No, I'm
No,
saying
don't get her pregnant. Is what he's saying.
no,
Don't get her pregnant.
no. Hold on. There are two parts to it. I'm saying the system, the way the court system is set up, and here and in many countries, is that the women are looked at as nurturers. It doesn't mean the woman.
No. After you got. I want you to repeat what you said because I got a follow up question to what you said as far as women who can't take care of their children, or if they'll pass away, or
He said don't sleep with a woman who if you were to drop dead couldn't take care of the child.
Okay, now does that include? Okay, does that include women who have to use public assistance?
Listen, my friend, there is nowhere in hell you'd catch me talking to somebody on public assistance. You'd have to shoot my ass.
Okay.
Why?
So
because why?
Hold on, I got another one.
Go ahead,
Would you? Okay, let me ask you. Would you recommend a man to marry or date a woman who has a kid by someone else and has that person on child support, or has that person paying alimony? They're recently divorced.
It depends. It depends.
No. So
it obviously depends.
Here we go. After all, you got a son. You have a son, right? You have, or say you had a son.
Yeah.
But say you had a son, right? And he says, "Daddy, here's my new girlfriend. Recently divorced. Just had a child, or has a child. She has the ex-boyfriend or ex-husband on child support and or alimony. Would you recommend your son to marry that woman?"
No.
Okay, cool.
No.
Okay.
Look, guys, listen. Life is about reaching to the end of it as a success, not just to reach to the end of it. So if you are out there, this is what I say to my daughter, and I will tell any young person this. Before you jump in bed with somebody, spend some time and talk to them. See where the hell they're going. Because if they're not going down the road you're going, trust me, whatever is going to sweet you today is going to sour you tomorrow. The bottom line is, like, marriages, look, I come from a big family, specifically, my extended family, which is my siblings. And there are divorces in there. Fortunately for the kids, like my sister, for example, two of them, when they divorced, they basically raised the child on their own. They didn't need the woman, the guy. But now, in one case, my brother was the bum, but in one case, the husband. So there's a mixed bag in terms of who to blame. But typically, no matter how it pans out, if you meet somebody and because oftentimes these women look fine, guys, we all know that, right? You have a responsibility to yourself and your future to map out where the heck you're gonna go, because you're one night of, trust me, anybody can get a woman pregnant and have fun doing it. That's the easiest part. The hard part is raising a child. Now, as I said, I've seen guys taken to the cleaners by expert women who knew the court system 10 times better than them. But I've also seen so many women who the guy, listen, I've seen guys driving really nice cars. Is it their car? I don't know. I didn't go look it up. But I seen them drive really nice cars, but they refuse to give the woman a dime. And she even though, look, some women will drag the guy to court and fight him like that. But many women don't have that kind of a stamina. Many. I didn't say majority. I said many. So the idea here that a woman gets pregnant for $400 is madness. That's like saying somebody just have an abortion because they just want to have an abortion. Usually, and by the way, there are more women who have kids who have an abortion than actually single women. That's a fact. But that's a side story. The issue here is child support and the women in men's lives. All I'm saying is this, that the court system looks upon the woman, for better or for worse, as the nurturer. And unless something in the system tells the court system otherwise, in other words, if the woman is strung out on drugs, that's something in the system telling the system, hey, that whatever you think is the norm, this is not. So unless the guy can come up with something to counter that, the system is going to hand over the child to the mother. Now, the $450 child support is an average. So the extreme would be somebody like Donald Trump, who might be paying, $200,000 a month, and the really other extreme might be somebody paying $150 a month. Oftentimes, it's those people who probably on minimum wage. So that's what they qualify for that. What I don't like, and what I think a lot of the women are saying is you cannot use your personal experience to dictate, or at least come here and speak to everybody else's situation. You may be that guy who, I am telling you,
thank you very much.
You may be that guy, but that's you. I am saying to you, I know guys personally. In fact, I've even said to guys, look, everybody knows the Shaq story, right? If you don't know the Shaq story, Shaq's father basically abandoned him. Now, Shaq's stepfather, picked him up with a woman with a couple of kids, and when Shaq became famous, the father showed up. He showed up and said, hey, listen, you're my son. And Shaq is looking at him like, some reporter asked Shaq, your father is not being, he's going through a tough time. And Shaq says, what are you talking about? My father's driving a Benz. You know who Shaq was referring to? He was referring to his real father, the one who was there for the mom and him. And what we have to do personally, each of us, stop using your personal experience and extrapolate for everybody else. I have
but isn't that what you're doing right now?
No,
African
I'm telling you, I have a lot of people I see.
Give me the data
over the
points.
years.
Give me the data points, because you're giving me anecdotal
dude, I gave you more data points than all of you here were talking earlier. I am telling you that I see a lot of people in my daily activity when I go collect my money. And I'm telling you that I see the extremes on both sides. But in general, right? Come with your stats and prove me wrong. But I am telling you, generally speaking, there is, and by the way, you know who gets to the cleaners? That one good guy, that one nice guy. That one guy who happens to meet the woman from hell. That's the guy who gets to the cleaners. But I am telling you, I know a lot of guys whose car have fine rims on it. You understand? And I would sometimes have conversations with them like, dude, seriously, you have 2 kids. When was the last time you bought them a school book? And they're like, they will try to come and say, well, I'm like, dude, but you just put on brand new rims on your car, or you just put on this, right? The fact of the matter is, $400.50 is not going to raise any child per month. That is the minimum you can do, and it is those guys who end up causing a lot of women to go on these support systems. Now, the women themselves, I have a question for. Here's my argument to the women. What are you doing with those guys? Listen, 9 times out of 10, those guys are players.
Thank you. That was my entire argument.
Right? Those guys are players. So, have some sense. Have some, because that guy's going to knock you up and disappear. You understand? And become everybody's collective responsibility, because you go and support, some kind of a support system, for the government, maybe WIC or food stamp or whatever the case may be, but we're all paying for it, right? Because of bad decisions you make. You asked me earlier, somebody asked me, I think it was Dinah who asked me, if I would go pick up a certain person. I'm like, hell no, you'd have to shoot me. Isn't that what I said? Because bad decisions up front lead to a lifetime of stress. Now, so all I'm saying is just stop using an individual experience and extrapolating across the board for everybody else, because that is not how life works. And people like me who bear part of the brunt of this thing, because they might live in an apartment that I own or whatever the case may be, I have to put up with a lot of that crap. You understand? And I am in a position to see both sides of this. That's why I make sure I talk about the one good guy who got taken to the cleaners. Trust me, the guys who are the nicest, who take care of the kids, they're the ones, generally speaking, who get taken to the cleaners, man. They happen to find out one woman.
Yeah. Well, I want you to repeat that again. I want you to repeat that again.
But it's a fact. They find out one woman who's going to drive them nuts and drive everybody else nuts. So, the guys who don't give a crap, man, they tend to find the nicer woman. Sometimes it's just
always, and this is what I tell people: deadbeat dads don't pay child support.
Yep. No. And if you have to go to court 10 times, look, the woman knows.
You're not going to get nothing from them. You're not going to get nothing from them.
Yeah.
That's don't pay child support. Like listen, all the good men I know, and I know this is personal experience. All the good men I know who are involved, they're the ones that are getting hit over the head.
Yeah.
But when I talk to sisters, like, listen. And then when I talk to sisters, I'm like, hey, what's your situation with the father? Or do you have the father on child support? When they say no, I'll be like, okay, why? Man, I ain't gonna get that. I ain't gonna get no money out that nigga. That nigga ain't got no money.
Exactly. By the way,
there's sometimes an exception where, listen, me and my ex, we worked it out. He's a good dude. There was no need to put on child support. But the majority of the time, that nigga ain't got no money. I mean, let me get out that nigga.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I'm like, okay.
Absolutely. Look,
that's what I said. That's why I said deadbeat dads don't pay child support. So that's why this argument that the child support system is in place to make sure, I guess the deadbeats come to the table. I'm like, deadbeats ain't coming to the table, because
unfortunately,
I know people are like, you only had to pay $18 a month. I just took them off it because. Like, I mean, what was that? Like, it costs more to put a stamp on the check to mail to me than actual child support I'm getting. So why even waste my time?
African always. I'm still waiting for the data that you said that you.
No, I'm not giving no data. Go look it up, man. What, you been lazy?
You're saying
I gave you. You're being lazy. I told you how I got my data. You're saying my data comes from real life experience dealing with multiple tenants. Hold on, dude, I am telling you, you're lazy. Go look it up.
Okay, yeah. But you're the
I
one
am
here
telling
saying
you
that
how I got my data.
I got my data in front of me. You want me to say it?
You can then spill your look. Spill your data.
What are you trying to prove? What are you trying to prove? This is not a science class.
Yeah,
I'm trying to prove that his point is completely irrelevant. He's coming here saying we're taking personal experiences. And
listen. You're wasting
your
time.
Doing the exact same
This is
thing.
an African channel. This is part of our discussion. It's our experience, Mr. Kabas.
Yeah, but he's saying we're wrong for doing that.
No, I'm saying
we're wrong
you cannot. No,
our personal experiences.
I said you cannot use your personal experience and extrapolate for everybody. That's what I'm saying.
But
do you know what extrapolate means? It means you take one example and project it on everything else.
But that's what you're doing. You're taking anecdotal individual experiences.
Anecdotal individual experience. Did I not just tell you guys? Look, you're trying to be argumentative here. In court, let's say you're trying to be argumentative. The fact of the matter is, I just gave you a bunch of. Look, do you want me to call each tenant and tell you, or each person I've dealt with over the years?
Okay, so you men account for 85%.
I am saying to you,
payment.
no matter which way you put it, guy, my data element is stronger than yours.
Okay,
Now,
so
you
I'm
can
going
go
to
look
talk.
it up
I'm going to.
online.
My data is from the U.S. Census Bureau from
Your assessment
2015.
is somewhat biased. I work for the system. It's biased at times. It's biased.
Go, why can't
Okay,
he talk? Why can't he
so
talk though? Why y'all
my
can't be able
data
to
from
talk?
Tell us
the
what the woman, what the man be paying the child
so
support?
my
Go
data
ahead.
from
I
the
want to hear
U.S.
the data.
Census
Hold on,
Bureau
one
is
mic,
biased.
one mic. I want to hear Kabaka give the data. Go ahead. Source your data. Go ahead.
Kabaka, give us the data.
So my data from the U.S. Census Bureau is biased, but this guy can just talk about his tenant stats
Go ahead and
that we
use your
don't even
data,
know
man.
about.
Go ahead and use the
I was
data
just
because I don't know what you're trying to prove
okay,
here.
yeah, sure. So I was just saying that men account for 85% of child support payment, which I agree with Chrissy. If it does get to that point, the man should be responsible for the payment of the child. But even when it's a woman, in the rare cases where a woman is paying for the child support, they pay nearly 56% less than a man would have to pay. On
Is it
average,
that
an
they're
annual
making less money on average? Because on
on
average,
average, a
women
man would have to pay
professions where they
5,000.
make less.
Whoa, Chrissy, I gotta stop you, Chrissy. Per our sisters, most educated, out earn men. So
Are
what
black
you
women
mean?
out earning black men
Right?
across the board?
That's what they say. I'm talking about. They say we out earn black men. It's hard to find a brother that makes as money
That's not
and
true.
more educated than
Okay,
them. So I guess so. All right, hold
The
on,
data
Chris. Are
doesn't
you
back
saying
it
that's
up.
not true?
The data
Hold
doesn't
on,
back it
Chris.
up.
Hold on one second, Chris. Are you saying that's not
Yeah.
true? Are you saying that's not true?
To my understanding, I think even Kevin Samuels spoke about it, and I remember can't tell you the source that across the average, black men still make a few percentages more than black women across the board. I think the median for black men was like 42.5. The median for black women was like 32 or something like that, or 30K, something like that, as far as like median average across the board. So that's why I'm asking that question.
Well,
yeah, that could be a true
But the
point. I just
man
don't
don't
like
think
people who
it's
come
statistics
here.
though.
I just don't like people who come here with the arrogance, such as African always saying, "You guys are just using your own personal data points." When he's doing the exact same thing, you should have some self-awareness there, African always.
Dude, I gave you my data points. If you don't like it, you don't
Your
like it.
data points
At
is
the end of the
random
day,
tenants that you've had in your life.
let's
So
hope.
what point are you trying to
you're
make,
not.
Kabaka? Where do you stand on the
Yeah,
issue?
I don't get his
At
issue
the
though. I
end of the
mean,
day, I don't think the data really matters. I mean, I think that the points are made if you listen to what
Now you're
is being said and
contradicting
what
yourself,
everybody
man.
else is being said. No, I'm not contradicting myself.
he just
I
wants to
never
be
said anything
controversial, man.
about data. I'm just saying that the data doesn't matter. What he said proves the points that we were even talking about before. He literally said that in all reality, these dudes that aren't worth anything, that are broke, they're not paying child support anyways. And the
Exactly.
dudes that actually have it, the good guys or whatever, are the ones that are getting taken to the cleaners.
That doesn't
That's
mean
what
they
he
should
said.
not be.
Exactly.
But that does not mean they should not be called upon to pay. Look, the ability to pay, the means to pay, or the responsibility to pay are three different things. And all of those are required. In other words, if you father a child and you're broke as hell, can't pay a penny, you still are responsible for that child. If you make not so good money, you should pay proportionate to what you can afford. If you are wealthy, like some people who become president, then that's a non-issue because you'll be paying so much more than the court will ever tell you to pay. Those are three different criteria: the ability to pay, the requirement to pay, and you needed to be held accountable by the court. Now, Dennis get it right. He said that many of these women will not go to court because they know there's not the guys are deadbeat to begin with, and you can't get blood out of stone, the old expression goes. So they don't go to court and deal with anything like that because there's no point in taking a guy who never has a job, who's strung out, to court. You're not going to get anything out of him. The most you can do is punish him. And why do that? Because if you slept with him to begin with, then why are you punishing him now when you know he was a nobody from day one? All I'm saying here is that when we come on these channels and we start to talk in a way like it is the women are bad or the men are bad, life is far more complex than that. Life is far more richer than that. And the court system is designed it gives women preference. Now, if you can prove to the court that you are a better parent and the mother, and frankly, you have to disqualify the mom to get the child. In other words, you'd have to say, I mean, Generally speaking, you almost have to do it.
After always, the only way a man could disqualify the mother is that mother is smoking crack on
That's what I
camera.
mean. That's what I mean. That's what I mean.
You
That's
know,
what I mean.
outside
You
of that,
have
man,
to.
it's not gonna happen.
No, but right. But my point is, it takes an extraordinary circumstance. Generally speaking, the court is going to hand the child to the mother. Now, as I said before, anyone who thinks, I'm assuming some of you guys have kids, all of you guys have kids. Everyone who has kids know that $450 a month, or even $500 a month, isn't going to go very, very far. That's why there's an argument out there that people just have babies.
Let me say this. After always, let me say this. I pay more than that.
Of course.
But okay, but listen, if your child is not if your child's in public school, not in private school, I'm adding up the expenses for my son who's here right now. Sure. Outside of him, if your child isn't in private school, football league is not that expensive. Basketball league is not that expensive. To get the cleats is not that expensive. To keep them clothed and fed, $450 a month. And when I was growing up, I played one sport per season. So it was football season. I played football, baseball, basketball. My son, he's doing swimming, soccer, flag football, all at the same time.
Well, I don't know. You have to tell me where you get your.
And listen, and what I'm saying, $450 a month, if the kid is in public school, is actually not that bad. That's the. I'm going
to defer to you.
If he's not in private,
I'm going to defer to you because
if he's in public school, $450 is not that bad.
I'm going to defer to you.
African always. I do have a question for you.
I'm going to defer to you. Here's why I'm going to defer to you. It's hard for me to. Okay, I'm in New York, one of the most expensive markets in the world. I happen to be just a little bit north of the city, an even further expensive area in the world. So I'm going to defer to you because I can't speak to somebody who is in, say, for example, southern Mississippi, where $450 might go a long way. Mm-hmm. In New York, it doesn't go very far, right? Yep. So I am going to defer to you. What is a reasonable rate? But remember that whoever quoted that number quoted the average. So I'm assuming that somebody in Louisiana is not going to pay $450. The average in Louisiana might be $250 or $275. And in New York, it might be $550, $600, whatever the case may be. All I'm saying is this, that the challenge of raising a child is complex as it is. Yes, the court is skewed towards women, generally speaking, but that's not new. That's been around since the dawn of time. The reason is many African Americans get caught into the system because they're on the lower economic strata. If any one of us were taken to court and we were making $500,000 a year, we wouldn't be complaining because the fact of the matter is that's a check you write and you probably read it at the beginning of the year and forget about it. But you should still be in the child's life. But my point is, we are from a system perspective, the ones who tend to get caught up in the system because the American system is more classist or incomist, if you want to call it that. O.J. Simpson walked away because he had money. If he was a poor guy, he'd have been railroaded and been in jail a long, long time before that. The system in America is set up like that. If you go to court, if you're the person, the other party is, let's say, a professor at the university, and she is making, let's say, $80,000 a year. The chance of you and her going to court, you know what would bring you guys into court? Venom. In other words, you're so fighting at each other, you hate each other so much that you end up in court. But generally speaking, it's the people at the lower end of the economic scale who generally tend to find themselves in court. And who happens to be those people?
You're kind of long-winded, African always, but I do have a question for you. You said something interesting earlier in your earlier monologue. You were saying something about the women in your family. They were dealing with some bums, or you were saying something to that effect, but they were still able to be fine in terms of raising the child without the man's support. So I guess my question to you, African always, is why was that a situation for the sisters in your family? That example you brought up.
It's okay. So before let me preface the answer by saying A child should be raised by both parties, men and women. Period. So that being the foundation, that is the goal. That's what everybody should be striving for. Now, one sister. So I gave you skipped out one piece because I also told you that I had a brother who I thought was a bum.
Okay, yeah, my brother.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes. Listen, guys, there's no good guy and bad guy here. It depends on the individual and the situation. Now, economically, yes, they were able to do it, and still get the dad involved, but they didn't need the dad economically. They got the dad the parents involved, the other party involved, but economically they didn't need that person. Is what I'm saying. So there were no need to go to court and fight over a situation like that.
So was it because of their own?
That's unique.
Was it because of their own careers, or was it because of the family structure they had?
Both. Both. Because first of all, in life, it's much more complex because when you grew up in a house where there's a parent structure, husband, wife, and so forth, you tend to want to gravitate to something like that. So even when they split, the idea of keeping the dad and making sure the dad and not say a bad thing about the dad is still important. You understand? But that comes from their background. So to answer your question, that is more the reason than anything else, because they could have even split and say, I don't want to.
I guess my overall point is, because I know Christian and them were asking earlier what my overall point is, and I thought it was fairly clear, but the point in me asking that question to you, African always, is I do think that one thing we are missing is just overall the importance of building a strong family structure. Earlier, I forgot who it was, but earlier someone was saying, other races are talking about sending their people to Mars and artificial intelligence. Why are we talking about abortions and children and child support? And my whole point was that this is important because a strong family structure is like the backbone of any civilization. So my overall point is, and I don't know if it was clear to you guys, was that overall a great way to avoid this is just not having premarital sex, is to, and I think you would agree with that, African always, is to make sure that you're married to the person you're having children with, having women who understand the structure of a marriage, and men who also understand their role within that marriage. I think that is a solution to a lot of these problems that we are facing, is stronger marriages.
I agree, but those
100%.
infrastructures were destroyed when we were conquered by the Europeans and others. That's what I was talking about. We had it down. I mean, it wasn't perfect, but we had a system in place, but it was destroyed. And
Michelle, is that Chrissy or Michelle talking? Is it Michelle or Chrissy talking?
I'm sorry, it's Michelle. I'm sorry.
Michelle, and not to cut you off, but our families were intact before integration.
Yeah.
I was gonna say that.
Yep.
White man for everything.
Integration is what happened.
They blame for everything.
Hey,
guys, in college they told us.
Can I get a final word in?
Sure, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I like what y'all was saying, Kabaka and African always. And I like how y'all just brought things together, and Chrissy and Michelle as well. But now you can see like what Dynasty was talking about in the show. Mass media have us all on this panel speaking on different ways where we can see that those raised in Africa have their culture intact, and then we can see where us raised in America have had our culture torn apart at the point that Dynasty just said, integration. But one point you said, African always, that was off. Everyone here was not speaking from personal experience only. As I've stated, I'm dealing with these things in the system. I'm coming from court records.
No, I recognize that. I recognize based. Yeah, no, I absolutely recognize you.
And on that note, you said something that kind of moots your point. We're speaking about child support, but you said that you don't accept Section 8 people anymore, which for one in America, I believe is illegal. Gentlemen, to let you know, look it up.
Absolutely, it's legal. But
no,
it's
illegal. No. Listen to what I'm saying. I want you to look it up. It's illegal.
I know that.
Point two, the people you're speaking for, those people that's getting child support, are on Section 8. 3.
Not all of them.
3.
No.
Let me get finished. Let me finish. 3. Immigrants are on Section 8. These are people I work with. These are people whose statistics I have to work with. So immigrants, they don't stay on there. Don't get me wrong, African always. A lot of immigrants get right off as soon as they get where they need to go. Fine.
Yeah, Section 8
But
is
the
not
people you're defending, you're kind of moving your point because a lot of them are on Section 8. These are people you serve. Now, the Hansberry case, you've seen the movie Raising in the Sun. That's the Hansberry case, but said that redlining and things like that are illegal. It's also illegal to not accept someone because they're on Section 8. Don't listen to me. Talk to an attorney, or when Diners
I don't need to listen to an attorney. I know your point.
I'm gonna finish. If Diners gets the lead attorney back on, he can let you know this. I look out for my people. You my people.
Yeah, no, I get that. No, listen, trust me. I know the legal. Listen, I know the legality of that. What you're saying is absolutely true in terms of that. Now, it's as a general rule. You're right. The Section 8 is not, to my knowledge, I've never been on it, but I've dealt with it. Meaning, people who use it. It is not there's no citizenship requirement, meaning that you have to be American. As far as I know, so anyone could be on it. Now, as to how many people are on it from outside, I can't speak to that because I can't speak to a point where I don't have a data point.
Kabaka tried to speak
so you
to
might
that.
be right.
Kabaka could have told you the stats because
No,
the same stats he has can speak to that. Actually,
right?
How many people on child support are people of a lower bracket of income? Kabaka could have spoken to that if you.
No, but I think everybody knows. I think everybody knows that. No, but I think everybody knows that. I mean, the fact is that
I don't think so.
Well, I explained that the court system, people who typically ends up there, all right, people who normally ends up there tend to be the people lower down in the economic strata, which happens to be us and Hispanics. We tend to be from a income perspective, we tend to be on the lower rung. Now, whether the system is biased against individuals, yeah, I'm absolutely sure. In fact, I've gone to court where if I looked different, I would have gotten a different outcome in terms of court, housing court, and stuff like that.
Are you saying if you had looked like if you look like a straight African American and they had not heard your African accent, they may have treated you differently? Is that what you're saying?
I'm simply saying that I didn't look like a certain persuasion, and therefore.
Oh, okay, I get what you're saying. I get you.
Yeah.
Ray.
But I am not going to leave it. I mean, say more than that. All I was trying to say is this: that there are good sides and bad sides. The people, generally speaking, who I mean, we're talking about I'm trying to count up the numbers. Probably about 100 people I've dealt with. So it's a big number. It's a big number. Plus, anecdotally, from what I hear from other people. So it's a good sample size because if you're doing something for the country in terms of what do you call it? Surveys, they use 700 people. So my 100 is, it's not the fanciest, but it does carry a lot. All I'm saying is this: the challenge that we face, us as a group, is we tend to be at the bottom of the food chain in terms of income. And when you are at the bottom of the food chain, the American system is set up in such a way that if you have money or you have the means, you can shelter and even though you're maybe black or blue or green, money goes a long way in making your life smooth or your travels through the system smooth. If you are dating someone who they get pregnant tomorrow morning, you are looked upon as the sole means of support. You shouldn't be dating that person. That is my advice to you.
What about also inheritance? Like you said, if you passed away, you're taken care of. That's why we're supposed to build enough to build inheritance for our future, right?
Right, but the way I said it was, me as a young person starting out, because remember, I was young once. And when I was younger and I was out there in the dating world, like everybody else, them ladies are fine. You're going to be checking them out. So I ask myself, what happens? Because I've seen people taken to the cleaners. I've seen what happens, when this is a side story, but my mom raised a hell of a lot of kids that are not ours. In other words, people who work for her, she ended up buying uniforms and school uniforms and all kinds of stuff for these kids. So I understood what happens when a child comes into this world without financial support or emotional support. I could see it. I could observe it. These were my friends, even though we weren't in the same economic class. These are people I know. So when I went out there as a young man, one of the things that came to my mind was, what happens if you're dating somebody, you have a baby, they have a baby for you, and you go out on the street one day and car run you over, the bus hits you. What is going to happen to that child? Is that child going to suffer economically? Is that child going to become a ward of the state? And if I could not answer that question in the affirmative as in no, I'm sorry, you may be fine, but I'm not touching that, because it's very easy to get somebody pregnant, but it's a hell of a trouble to take. Plus, when I first started working, I used to see women show up at the workplace who, if they didn't come up the day the payment was made, or the pay was made, and didn't collect their money, by the end of the week, there would be no money left. So me as a young man in my teens at that time, I think it was probably late teens, seeing that, saying, no, man, this is crazy. Why would I subject myself to that, or even get myself involved with people like that? No,
African, before I go with my family, because I'm about to go with my family. We talking about family. I'm about to go take care of my business, and I'm sure Daddy's going to be going to do the same thing some point soon. But so, this is what I'm saying. The topic of the show was dealing with the Black Panther trailer. I took it into media because mass media is a problem. We can see it's a problem because we're talking now, and I'm glad Donnie's had this show, because now African Always, Mike, Michelle, Kabaka, and Kay, we're starting to have a dialogue to try to at least understand each other and what each other is going through. Correct, African Always? You're hearing more now of what we're saying, at least, right?
Absolutely.
So in conclusion, I would hope that the Black Panther movie 2, when it comes out, is not going to have people paying child support on it, number one, and pushing that type of narrative, and pushing the single mom narrative and the anti-Black family narrative. I hope it's not going to be doing that, 1. And 2, let's continue on talking and get the solutions together, and please, everybody, understand each other. Everybody has a story. Statistics also help. Kabaka statistics, they also help. But the stories and the experiences, together with statistics and the things we need to do, hope we can bring that all together, man. I'm accepting of the African culture. I'm accepting of our African mind. But just because I see black face, African face, don't mean that it's black face, African thought, because a lot of people is worshiping white up in here talking. That's it. Thank you, Dynasty.
Have a good day, man.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Temple. Thank you. I appreciate it. Have a good day. God bless.
Bless you all.
Guys, I am going to jump off myself. So, Dynasty, thank you so much. Kabaka and Mike and Michelle and everybody else. Look, it was a good conversation. At the end of the day, each of us are responsible. Hopefully, all of us learn something from each other, because as I said, I couldn't speak to some aspects of this because it's out of my purview or my knowledge. The one thing I would say is, if you and somebody are together and you split up, do not say anything bad about the other party. It is not. It'll serve you well, and more importantly, it will serve the child well if he or she does not have a negative image of half of who they are, right? If they could leave it one thing, please do not trash the other party, because you are trashing half of the child you think you're trying to get on your side, and they will resent the hell out of you later on when they get older, because you would have destroyed, or at least made their life a lot more complex. So thank you so much again, everybody, and have a great day.
When will you be back, Mr. African Always? Because there's another, because as being a landlord, I would like to ask you more questions about the Section 8. I don't know if Dynasty will host another. I know you're about to get off. I'm not trying to hold you.
It's up to you. You can ask him. You can ask him. It's up to him.
What I noticed, okay, I'm not going to take us too much off the panel. The question is, there's a Jewish population in New Jersey, and I think they're even making their way down here a little bit. Until they're using Section 8, they'll get somebody from their community, the Jewish community, to buy a home, and they'll use their Section 8 to pay. And I'm like, why couldn't we do, as a community, come together and do this? That would eliminate so much.
Michelle, if I can interview, I can tell you right now, Michelle. So I live in African Always. Sorry to cut you off. I can tell you right now.
Even the food stamps, we own food stamps alone. We could have a black home.
I'm gonna tell you right now. Like African Always said, it's the mindset. It's the mindset of the individual. I'm here, like where I'm at, the community I'm in, here in Atlanta, transitioning, gentrifying. The folks who are on Section 8, tearing stuff up, dirty baby diapers in the front yard, hella Dodge Challengers and Chargers parked in the front yard. I'm not OE bottles, but liquor bottles everywhere, yelling, screaming, hella random babies just crying. I mean, it's the mentality, like African always said. That's why it's the mentality.
Yeah. All I can say is this. Look, I've been blessed in a sense because I think Kubaka talked about it in terms of like the importance of family structure. So I will not put myself up to say I'm like everybody else, because the truth is that I happen to grow up in a house where there was solid, rock solid support across the board. So yes, that puts me in a different situation. That doesn't mean I'm going to guarantee success, but you're set up. The mindset is really the driver of most things. Downtown Brooklyn today, a little box is going to run you $1 million. That little box used to go for $150. I think I gave an example here when I was trying to sell a property back in the day, which was sold by the way. And I said to you, I went to the tenants and tried to get them to buy the bloody building, and they didn't buy it. But they had the means to buy it. They had the mechanism to buy it, but they wouldn't put the things together to buy it. So this is what Dynast is talking about, Michelle, when he says the mindset. Nothing is owed to us in America. The one thing America, and most people will die to come here for it, is the things in America. Black and white in America is the most important thing. What I mean by black and white, I don't mean color. I mean as in laws, the rules. You can come to America and understand what the rules are. And once you understand what the rules are, you can then let the rules work for you. So that's the advantage of being in America. Some countries, even though they have the things on paper, it's not going to be executed. I think Dennis asked Mike earlier about how the rules work. The rules in some countries, yeah, if I know you, it works. If I don't know you, too bad, right? In America, we're fortunate. By the way, that's why people who leave Nigeria and come to America do so well, because the hard work and hustle they bring don't meet the hesitation and the resistance they would back home. So they're left to their own devices, and in this case, get the best education, go to school, and whatever else. So, Michelle, the biggest driver of success is not who your parent is, it is your mindset. And that, to a large degree, depends on how you were brought up, the people in your circle, and that will dictate your outlook. So it's not a matter of Section 8. You can use any money to buy a property, for example, right? I think somebody mentioned about how expensive property is, and but if you can't buy property, you can certainly buy. I mean, a house. You can buy a piece of land, because that also appreciates as well, right? You may not have, you may be land rich and house poor, but at least you've got something that is appreciated in value and asset-wise, asset class, right? So it is the mindset. It's what it comes down to. So that's all I could tell you. They're not doing anything. These people are not doing anything that you could not do, Michelle. They're not doing something, as far as I know, that's illegal. All right, it's not illegal to buy a building, put somebody in Section 8, because Section 8 pays you a fixed amount every single month, so you can count on that money, right? And if you buy a building or apartment or whatever the case may be at a reasonable price, right? Sometimes the Section 8 money alone is sufficient to cover it. So these people are on Section 8 and they're paying your whole mortgage sometimes. You understand? So they're paying. All you have to do is come up with a down payment and watch your asset grow over time. But that's not going to happen without you knowing it and executing it. It's not the white man trying to hold you down. It is the fact that we don't know most of the time.
I agree. Thank you, Mr.
Let me add to that. See, the difference between the third world country and a first world country is that the institutions are very strong in the first world countries. The rules really is what really matters. Now in the third world country, the rules are there on paper, just like African always said, but the institutions are not strong. So in many cases, the rule really doesn't matter. You can't use it to your survival to your advantage and things like that. But in the first world country, that's my argument earlier. That listen, the law is there for everybody. The institution is very strong. It's up to you to either let it work for you or work against you.
But
So
Mike, the thing, Mike, the problem is when I'm in Nigeria, I see plenty of Nigerians getting it, doing very well. That's why I just,
yeah, you can do very well. Yeah, you can also you can
that are doing
also,
very well and doing good.
but you
Yeah, I
can't
was
tell
about
me
to
there's the
say that.
Nigerian system that's allowing them to do very well. Like you can't really say that, And
You can't
again,
say that.
over there, money like the basic point I'm making is that the institutions there are very weak. Now, even people can manipulate the system over there to become wealthy in their ways. And over there, you really need money to use the institution to help you to work for you. Whereas here, you can be poor as dirt. If a rich man violates your right, you can use the system because the system is so strong that you can be a very poor person and actually sue
See,
a rich person that violates your.
Mike, I disagree because like I have businesses in Africa and they're doing good and they were easy to set up.
Yep.
And
Yep.
so that's why I disagree. I have several businesses. I've set up in Senegal, Sierra Leone, and Nigeria, and literally,
What do
I
you
paid a
disagree?
lawyer. I paid a lawyer to go to the CAC in each
Mike,
country. I got my business
That's
paperwork, and now I got businesses, and I ain't got to. I just don't have to go through all this stuff. I'm not saying it doesn't exist. It depends on the industry, I'm sure, but I don't see it.
okay. Let
Mike,
me put it this
can I
way.
ask you a
Let me
question,
put it
Mike?
this way. Wait. Let me put it this way.
Okay.
Let's say in Nigeria, right? Let's say you catch a case. Let's say you're a poor Nigerian. You catch a case, right? You get charged to court. You can't afford a lawyer. Do they assign you a lawyer? Does the system assign you a lawyer as a person that can afford a lawyer compared to America, where let's say you can't afford a lawyer? Do they assign you a counsel? So that's what I'm saying. So it's not just saying it's not. It's not really the
Honestly, you don't want
institution's
no
not.
public defender. Trust me. People,
That,
trust me, you don't want no public defender.
Michelle, thank you, Michelle. Mike, these
Yeah,
public
public
defenders.
offenders are useless.
Mike, ask anybody that had to use a public
Well,
defender how trash they were.
yeah, they can be charged, but at least you get if you're completely innocent, you can the public defender can at least make sure that you're not found guilty. You understand what I'm saying?
Are you
The
saying
public
if
defender
you?
can at least but in Africa, for example, you can be completely innocent where literally like but the fact that you just can't get a lawyer that understand the law to easily prove you that this guy here didn't do this, something like that.
But
You
Mike,
don't have
Mike,
it.
do you know how many stories there are of people wrongfully imprisoned in America for like decades for crimes that they didn't
because of
commit?
public
That
defenders.
happens in America too.
Because of public defenders. Yeah, I mean, Mike, it's these public defenders don't care. I was watching it. I don't know why I was watching it, but it was actually pretty good. So they have this on Showtime. I'm not trying to plug it. The Supreme Team. There's this documentary on Showtime, and one of the dudes, head of the Supreme Team, had to get a public defender. And I forgot the statistics of when someone has to get a public defender, how often they're found not guilty. And it's like you might as well defend yourself.
Yeah.
I mean, you might like they gave the statistics of if you have a public defender, like the chances of you going to jail, like you might as well just go in there and defend yourself.
But those are in difficult cases,
Oh,
Dynasty.
but
Well,
Mike,
we're
I do
Oh
talking
have
my
a question
God,
for you.
Mike, you just
we're talking about simple cases where I
Yeah,
mean
but Mike, wait, Mike, I have a
you're talking
question
about
for you.
cases where somebody went and associated himself with a bunch of
Wait, Mike,
criminals and
Mike,
wrapped himself in the mess, but he's innocent. And then
Mike,
the per-
I have a question for you, Mike. And then I mean, like the way that you answer this will help me understand kind of the mindset you have. So in we're talking about Nigeria, and I'm not from Nigeria, so I can't claim to understand, but I'm just going to take what you're saying at face value, right? So Nigeria has all of these issues, and it might sound like an extreme question, but it's a question that I want to ask you: is would you be willing to die to change the situation in Nigeria?
well, if my death will actually, I mean, create a change, I will. But I mean, unfortunately, the way we are right now, it's not. I mean, I don't think if you die, anybody remember you at
Okay,
all.
well, I'm glad you answered it that way, because I think this is something that I see like a lot of African people, we be complaining about the governments we have and such. And I think that at the end of the day,
I don't think
whose
I'm
fault
complaining
is
about
that?
government here, okay? So don't accuse me
Huh?
of complaining about government.
No, no, I'm
Right?
not talking about you. I'm talking about
Okay.
people in general. Like we complain about our governments or just the structures of our nations in general. And these are nations that we control, that we are the majority population of. And I guess what I'm trying to say is, at the end of the day, when does the responsibility fall on the people themselves to change the situation for themselves?
And
Because
that's always been my stance. Like the problem of Africa is the Africans. The problem of Nigeria is the
yeah,
Nigerians.
because the poor people outnumber the people in the government structure. You can easily change the situation, and I guess it falls upon us to empower our people to understand that. But I just wanted to highlight that point there.
Well, it also falls to the rubbish that people consume. I mean, I mentioned earlier that people should be careful how they go to the theaters and watch all these movies and consume all these media. It's not just in America, even in Africa. Like the things we consume, it's across board. I'm sorry, like the minds of the people has been so flipped. The average African does not even know himself, to be honest. Like these days. And
That's
I
the
grew
purpose
up
of
kind of
mass.
like
That's the purpose of mass media.
yeah, so it's across board. The only difference is that in Africa, you still have the opportunity to actually be exposed. I mean, to hear otherwise. Like I said earlier, when I was growing up there, yeah, I was consuming a bunch of rubbish. But on the other side, when I get out there, I also was consuming the alternative information. But in
So why
America,
why so why should Africans leave their basically abandon their countries? Why can't they stay to fight for their nations to change?
I don't think anybody's abandoning the countries. I think people may be moving around for economic survival and things like that.
But but but, but that's
That's
not. But we've been doing that for
I
decades, and
don't I
that
don't
hasn't
think
changed
I don't
anything.
think if you live in New York, if you're born and raised in New York, and then you see a job or somewhere in Atlanta, and you decide to go over there for the job, and it means you're abandoning New York or you don't want to fix New York's problem. I don't think
But
that.
you're saying within the same country though, Mike. I'm talking about leaving Nigeria to
It's
go to
no difference.
America.
Whether country or no country, economy is economy. The global economy is tied together. People are
It's
looking for.
different.
Listen, at the end of the Dynasty, the present day reality. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Different. It's a difference, Mike. You're going to a completely different country where you're not a citizen, where you apply to be a green card, where you can't even work until you. I mean, come on, Mike. It's a completely different. It's completely different. Come on.
It's completely different that you're seeking economic.
No, but Mike,
Uh,
they are abandoning their nations, because once they leave Nigeria and they go to America or the UK, then they
when
become
you
like
use the word
British
abandon,
British
listen.
citizens.
Abandon meaning, listen. What abandon means when you're in control of something, right? And you abandon a thing. You're telling me it's someone walking on the street in Nigeria is not in control of Nigeria, right? What is he
It's their
abandoning?
homeland. They should be in
What is
control
he
of it.
abandoning? Is he abandoning his what tribe? Or what is he abandoning?
He's abandoning.
You have to be in control of
He's
something to be able
abandoning.
to
He's
abandon it.
abandoning his birthright. That's what he's abandoning.
Abandon his
Because
birthright.
Hey, hey,
yeah,
I have a
because
question.
you're
So
I got a quick
what
question.
determines your birthright is where you're located? Is that what you're saying?
yes, that is what I'm saying. Because your homeland is your birthright. It's the place of your ancestors, and you do have the birthright to be in control of that nation. And you're abandoning
To be
that when you flee to
controlling,
the
to be
West.
the
Wait a
key
second.
word is
I got a
controlling.
question for Mike. I got a question for Mike. Because obviously you can't speak for all Africans, like I can't speak for all Americans. But as far as the media that you consume, and you shouldn't consume certain things or be careful, which I completely agree with you on. That's what I was saying at the beginning. However, over in Africa, and obviously, like I said, you can't speak for all Africans, but um, maybe even if they're not consuming some of the American media and some of the BS that they put in our movies, our media, our music, this, that, and the other, are they getting, like you said, that you can go outside and get alternative sources, but are they really getting that? And the reason I ask is within this context. I have a friend who, he knows somebody over in Kenya. And long story short, he was just telling me yesterday that she's contemplating and she's getting ready to possibly go over to Saudi Arabia and find a job over there, like, on one of those kind of programs. And I was pissed off hearing about it because I'm like, that's not going to be a good situation for you. Regardless of how dire your situation might be there in Kenya, and I'm not sure, I can't speak on it, but it's not gonna be any better than that. I don't know what you might have consumed that might be telling you, oh yeah, it's gonna be better, and they might have a job or they'll put you through this program. But from things that we know, you know, you go over there, get treated terribly, damn near get thrown into slavery. A lot of the women, and this is a woman, You know, so
Yep.
my question is, are they getting just in the same way that we get bad things through our media here, and are you guys actually getting, are you getting the actuality of the way that the world is? Like, it seems like a lot of Africans or whatever, they kind of go out in the world when they finally do leave, or as some people are saying, abandon their countries. And I don't know if that's neither here nor there, but they don't really realize what the rest of the world is until they get there. They don't realize racism and the thing, the way that people feel about black African people globally, and they don't have that idea. So can you speak to that at all, as far as what they're getting? Because it doesn't really seem like they understand. Like, I think Dynast had a show on it, I don't know, maybe a month or so ago, about have the African, have our ancestors, or the elders, have they taught the rest of the Africans that people are racist, other places, because they don't seem to really understand the racism like we do, dealing with white people in America here. So can you speak to that?
Okay, see, I don't think an African making a decision to migrate somewhere, well, has anything to do whether he knows that there's racism there or not. Even an African on the continent that's very aware of racism, aware of how the rest of the or other races don't like him, anything like that. Once he gets the opportunity to go anywhere where he sees an economic opportunity, right? He's going to ignore the racism aspect or they don't like me aspect and go there and get it.
Okay,
Actually,
so they're willing to
he's going
put
to
up with
ignore it.
that. They're
Say it
willing
again.
to
That's
put up
not true,
with
Mike.
that.
That's not true, Mike. That's not true, Mike.
Dennis,
That's
you're
not true at
telling me
all.
that you're telling
Mike,
me.
we have plenty of Africans who are delusional or oblivious when it comes to racism in America until they get here. There's plenty. That's
No, I
not true.
agree on
In fact,
that. But are you telling me? Okay, I agree that there are people. Yeah, that, but for the most part, most people don't know nothing about racism until they get to places.
Yeah.
But you're
But
telling me
wait,
that that's.
Mike, wait. If
Let's see
that,
now.
even
Let
if
me.
what you're saying is true, Mike, even if what you're saying is true, Mike, basically they're willing to put up with that versus staying within their own nations to make their own nations better.
Versus staying in their own nation to make their own nation better. What do you mean? Listen,
Well,
hey,
because you're saying
No,
that
no,
if an
no.
African
That's what
migrates,
it is. That's what confuses me. That's what
listen.
confuses
Migrating
me.
somewhere doesn't mean you're not making your nation better. You understand?
okay, so
In
tell me
fact, in
how.
many
Tell me
cases, you
how.
actually ended up making a nation better
Okay,
because
so tell
you're
me how
going
a
out somewhere to
Nigerian.
go acquire information, acquire knowledge
Okay,
to
but
increase
okay,
your.
well, you know they don't go back. The majority don't go back. They stay in
Well,
America
I don't know the
and they become
statistics.
Americans.
Well, I don't know the statistics. Well, if they don't go, it's the
I
personal
meet so
choice
many
whether
I meet
someone
so
chooses to go
many
back or not.
Nigerian wait, actually I meet so many Nigerian Americans, right? And then I tell them, I'm like, well, what about Nigeria? What about like the politics happening? They're like, fuck Nigeria. I'm an American now. There's so many
I'll be
people with
really
that
honest with
mindset.
you. Let me tell you one thing I know about Nigerians. Right, once their first 2, 3, 4, 5 years when they get to America, the first thing they're saying is "fuck Nigeria" and things like that because they finally. I'm talking about the extreme poor. I'm not talking about people that were doing better in Nigeria. I'm talking about the one that came from maybe extreme poverty. There, they finally left their poverty environment and get to an environment where okay, they see better opportunity. Yes, the first thing they will say is "fuck that place, fuck the Nigeria, fuck the my bad experience I had there." But after some years, when they've gone past that emotional things, some of them, not all of them, or most, mentality begins to change. You understand? Like,
Okay, but
okay,
you and me agree that only Africans can change Africa, right?
yeah, it's only
We
Africans,
agree on that,
absolutely, yeah,
correct?
it's only
So
Africans.
how is because when I go to West Africa, there's like this
Can I get
there's
in?
this like mindset where they're like the West is supreme and we have to go to the West for better opportunities and we have to go to the
that's
West to live a
true.
good
That's
life.
true. That's true.
Yes.
But
So
let me
my thing, like,
let me be balanced. Yes and no. Some yes, some no. Some people are happy in Africa. Some are like, Diners, listen, can I get on the
If
next
you're
flight?
doing well in
okay,
Africa,
yeah,
I
that's
don't know.
true. That's true.
I
But I
don't know
guess
why people think everyone in Africa, like Dangote, is not trying to leave Nigeria to go to America.
yeah,
What the
well,
heck?
Dangote is a billionaire, but what I'm saying is the mindset is, because I mean, I'm also from the West, so this is what I'm seeing, and perhaps that's the mass media aspect of it as well too. But what I'm saying is, if we both agree that only Africans can fix Africa, right? Shouldn't we be protesting against the idea of talented Africans leaving to go to the West? Because we know
No,
that.
no, no, no.
But
I
it's
think it's
not
a
as
bad idea.
easy as you say, though.
Listen,
That's
guys,
not
let me
as
tell you
easy.
something.
Hold on,
It's
one
easier
mic,
said than.
one mic.
Okay, right.
Go ahead, Idris. Go ahead, Idris.
I don't know if it's Kabaka that's saying people are abandoning Africa.
Yeah,
If
it's me.
I, Are you from Africa?
No. Hello.
Yes.
Can
I'm
you guys
sorry.
hear
I'm
me?
not. I'm
Can
just
you guys
saying.
hear
Are
me?
you from Africa?
No, I was raised in the States, but I've been to Africa.
Have you really lived there?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I need to understand what your definition is. But do you mean
No,
like
but
have I lived there for
but but
years or?
but this is not today. This is historical. People always move in search of
Idris, let
success.
me interject. Idris, let me interject. This is the problem. This is the issue.
Let me
Okay, and
finish.
I think this is where.
Okay.
Well, no, it's my show. Let me finish.
Yeah.
Like no other country or continent or group of people does the term brain drain get associated with. When you think brain drain, you think Africa. You don't think Asia.
Exactly.
You don't think South America. You don't think Europe. You think Africa. No other countries complaining about brain drain.
Do
It's
you also
Okay.
agree?
All right.
Do
Can
you
I
also agree?
respond to
Well,
that?
let me say this. Let
That
me say. I'll let you go. Let me say. Do you also agree that as much as we're suffering brain drain, we also acquiring a lot of brain
Wait,
gain
wait,
as well, right?
wait. Idris,
From
I guess
who though?
Idris, the point is this though. Uh, what Danius was saying is, this is basically what I'm trying to articulate.
but that's not just Africa though. Asia
When
had
the
it for
Chinese, wait, I'm talking
for
about the Chinese now.
decades.
I'm talking
Mhm.
when the Chinese come to America, right? They're not coming here with a mindset of I'm going to come to America and just be an American. I see all these Chinese students coming to America. Their main goal is they come to America, they learn, they study, they take the benefits of America, and they go back to China to add to China's society, to add to China's continued growth. The thing is,
That's
when
happening now, but that was not the same years ago. They had that issue too.
okay,
No,
But
that was
it's
definitely
easy
happening
for us to
years
say
ago.
that
That's how they
now.
built up. It was definitely
okay, yeah,
happening
but so
years ago.
like
Yeah,
then
but
That's
they
how they
okay,
had
built
that
up.
same issue back in the day. They did. But now it's changing. That's true. It's changing now. But the same thing will eventually come for Africa.
I don't
But
see
we
that
have
happening, to be honest, especially with
Well,
what's being
I
proposed.
if an
you see that's the
individual
part of the
decide,
problem with being negative about Africa. It's easy
Well,
to say
but I
that.
don't see because most people aren't advocating. I'm going to stay in my home country and then build. I just don't see that. I don't
why do
see
you
that
I
have
as
don't
being the
problem
think
with
the
majority.
staying
somebody not
part is
going?
the
Well,
issue. You have a point when you say people should go back. That's a point. But the staying part,
I don't think he has a point.
I don't think that's it. Because I think it's still good for people to migrate and
Mike,
learn.
you actually agree with me, but you actually agree with me if you
No,
really
no,
think
no. I'll
about it.
tell you what. I just disagree with you. See, this idea of telling people that they should stay in one place
Exactly. I don't
and
agree on that.
listen, and stay in one place and not leave their homeland, and that's the way that we advance. If you study history of the planet, there is no society no, Danny's.
No, Mike, you're missing the point.
Boy, you didn't let me
Okay.
land though.
No, I'm gonna let you land. I'm gonna let you land. You're missing the
Okay.
point. Africa has not benefited from its migration like
Thank
China,
you.
Japan, or other countries.
Exactly, Mike.
It hasn't.
Danny, you yourself always say Africa is the future, right? You always say that. You saw that the foundation is being okay. But wait.
And no, and even worse, it's benefited the places that they go to
Well,
Exactly,
yeah,
Mike.
good
That's
for
the
yeah, it
point,
does.
Mike.
Of course.
all the
Wait,
way
wait.
across the scale. It benefits everybody else but them.
Okay, they
That's the
benefit. So
point here.
they benefit themselves and they benefit everybody else. Yeah, if I go somewhere, of course, if I'm working and paying taxes, it's benefiting them. Also, I'm making money, so it's a mutual benefit. But now here's the deal. That's what you have to understand. The fundamental point I'm trying to make is this: there is no country that became great or superpower on this planet without having a diaspora that went all over the world to acquire knowledge and bring that information back, right? To advance.
That's the
Whether it's the
thing.
British,
It's
wait.
bringing it back.
Let me land,
Bringing
man. Let
it
me land.
back.
Dude, let me
Go ahead.
get across. Dude,
Go ahead.
listen. Whether it's the British Empire, they send explorers to go all over the world to acquire knowledge, take knowledge, which is not even Europeans. Go to Africa, go to Asia, go to Saudi, took their information, took their knowledge, and came back to Europe and set up curriculum to have more brain advantage over the rest of the world.
But
Now,
Mike, Africans aren't
let
doing
me.
that
I
though.
get the point you're saying that we are not going back. Of course, we're not going
Exactly. Yeah,
back
we're
right
not going
now
back
because
because
listen, we're not going back right now. Why? Because the foundation to build hasn't been fully established on the continent yet. So most of us are like, okay, we are gonna wait here for now until the ground is feasible for us to get back to
So
and start
who are you waiting to
developing.
do that for? Who are
So
you waiting to
Yeah,
do
that's
that
Mike,
what I'm
it's
for?
Mike,
not
Mike,
saying.
hold
time
on,
to
hold
go
on, hold on.
back
Let me
yet.
interject. Hold on, let me
But
interject.
China
Mike,
did
I'm
that
gonna tell you
though.
what the
China
problem.
did
Hold on,
that.
hold on, hold on, one Mike. Mike, and this is the problem with your argument. So the same way black people were gentrified out of the communities here in America, you're gonna be gentrified out of Africa on the rate you're going. You just got to suck it up and go.
Who's gentrifying? Gentrifying in what sense?
It's the same excuse about black people in the communities that I live in right now in America. Oh, we ain't going back. It's a trap. It's the hood. And somewhat to a point, I don't blame them. It was the trap. It was the hood. White folks came in, cleaned the shit up. Now black folks crying about they gentrified out the community.
No, it's a
It,
different,
And
Dennis.
they can't even afford
It's,
shit.
it's a different. It's a different. It's the black American that moved out of the hood, right? They're not sending money back to the hood to fix something, right? But the Nigerian diasporans, we may be living
oh,
here.
Wait, Mike,
Not
I
Where,
think
just
where,
Mike,
where,
Nigerian diasporans. Generally,
this,
diasporans are
Mike,
sending
Mike,
money
Mike,
back
hold on,
home.
but
stop it.
Dennis,
So, no,
you
no,
can't
Mike,
disagree. Okay, go ahead. Go
Mike,
ahead.
Mike, this is your guys' form of welfare. I mean, come on. This is what you guys
But
are sending back is your form of welfare, food stamps, and Section 8. That's what you guys are sending back. Come on, don't act like
no,
you're
no, no.
sending
But,
back.
average
Mike,
Nigerian. Wait, now
let's be honest,
let me
bro.
respond. Let me land. Average Nigerian living in America, right? He's sending money to build some kind of infrastructure in his hometown, whatever village, or he's talking to people that have ideas of maybe most of the private schools in Nigeria are built by Nigerian diasporans, right? Including myself. I'm being in school over there right now. So we are here taking the capital, but we got our highs on the where we come from. Our mind is there. Our high is there to see the perfect opportunity where either we go back and just set up something, or we see what we can be doing with whatever we are acquiring here and sending it back there. Whether either we're sending a relative to school, funding, sponsoring a
Okay,
relative.
anyway,
Yeah,
Mike,
but how
I,
does
I
that
gotta come
work?
clean, right?
So don't see and
Mike,
just say
wait,
because
let me
we're
ask you a
living,
question
we're
real
not
quick.
developing.
Mike,
Yeah, go ahead.
Let
Mike,
me ask
I
you one
gotta
Yo,
come
question.
clean,
Can
Mike,
Mike.
I
So
can I
one
say
question, one
something?
question, one question.
Kabaka, I
Mike,
wanted to
does it make sense? Does it make sense that there's more Nigerian doctors in New York than there are in Nigeria, and the leaders from those countries end up going to America, all the places that people are running to get their treatments and stuff, than being able to do it right there in their country? And that's something that you
exactly.
have enough brain power to do, but you're not doing it there. You're doing it for other people, which
What do you mean
ultimately
we're doing
ends
for
up
other people? Are you saying the
being
Nigerian doctors
their
in
own
America are not
country.
getting paid?
Well, oh my God, Mike, it's not
Are
about
they
the
not
Hey,
getting
but
individual.
paid?
how's
It's
that
not about the
benefiting
individual. It's
Nigeria?
about the collective.
Wait.
How? Time out.
Where did they earn more? Which doctors earn higher income? The Nigerian doctor in America or the Nigerian doctor in Nigeria?
But
Who's earning
But
Mike,
higher
that's what I'm
income?
saying.
Kabaka, you're
Why
talking
is it
about
like that
advancements
though?
for
So I should
individuals.
abandon my job paying me over $500,000 a year to go be earning some $20,000 in Nigeria? Is that what is that
But
the
see,
advice you are giving the Nigerian doctors in America?
No,
But that's
no,
why
I'm not saying that.
Nigeria will never progress because the people have the mindset where they're just like, let me just go benefit myself
You
versus
have to fix.
benefiting
You
the
have to take
nation.
care of yourself before you can take care of others. Until the
But then,
structure in Nigeria is fixed, we have a structural problem. Until our structure,
but
which
Mike, you
everyone
agreed
is
with me
working on it.
earlier.
Somebody else can't come in and fix that for you, and then you
You
go
have to
back and
fix it
just
yourself.
live happy.
Well,
You have to fix it yourself.
where they are fixing it is who's
Okay.
living in Nigeria, who's
Anyway,
fighting,
so
who's doing it.
I gotta come clean on the
It's
panel
not
here,
the
right?
Nigerians in the house where they have to go there and go fix it. The Nigerians on the ground are working. They all fix it there. We are the one
Okay,
there.
so
It's not like the Chinese man is the one there fighting for us and the white man is the one
Just
over
one
there.
second. I gotta come clean on the panel here, right? Because I wanted to position it in a certain way to kind of just expose some of the arguments that I hear from Africans who advocate basically abandoning the
My
continent.
goodness.
So myself personally, my parents were immigrants who came to America from Uganda, and I was born in the States. Recently, I've moved back to Uganda, and I'm here, and I'm helping the people, and I'm building with the people. The reason why I didn't want to reveal that earlier in my argument is because I know that Africans will be like, well, what about you? What are you doing? They're gonna attack me from that position. But what I'm trying to say is that Africa will never progress if we continue to look at the West as like my parents did. If we continue to look at the West as if it's like this basket of opportunities, and that we should just leave our homelands and never go
But
back,
it
which is
is
why
though.
but this is why I advocate, and this is why I think why Dinah says Africa is the future, because it's sort of a counter to that narrative that I feel like is getting pushed to a lot of our people.
And Kabaka,
But yeah,
let me say
Idris,
Okay,
you
this.
had a question for me?
Kabaka, let me say
can I
this.
say something?
But the
Kabaka, let me
West
say
is a
this.
basket of opportunity for average African.
One
Is
mic, one mic,
extremely
one
important.
mic, one
Go
mic,
ahead.
one mic. Let me say this. And I'll say this. With the diaspora or without the diaspora, Africa's still the future. Period. So
Exactly.
with us or
Okay,
without it, still the future.
can
Yeah.
I say something?
But the question is future for who? Man, I'm listening. I'm listening to these venture white
Future for the
Indian.
diasporas, African diasporas, and Africans. There's the future.
Listen, I'm listening to these white and Asian, non-black venture capitalists talk about, yeah, man, these upcoming markets like Africa, man, that's the future, buddy. That's the future. So they already plotting on going in
Yeah,
and investing and taking it over. So again, with or without us,
exactly. Yeah.
Listen, Danis,
Yeah,
you know the
Willie
history
Fungo
of
actually
China,
said
right?
it. Willie Fungo
Hello,
actually said it really good
Kabaka.
in the chat. Oh yeah, go ahead, Idris. Yeah.
There was two things I wanted to talk about when I came on. Actually, you said your parents don't decide what you become, it's your mindset.
Yeah.
Oh, there is no most statistics shows that your parent is the main driver of what you become. And let's say generally you have 21 years to develop from what your parents provide.
Yeah.
And those are the foundation that builds your mindset. So your mindset comes secondary to what you wear, what you learned through those periods. So it's not easy to say it's not your parent. It's not just your parent that is true, but the main driver of your success is what you learned through those young years of
Were you
yours.
here earlier when I said that a strong family structure is also important towards someone having a
Yeah,
successful
but you
life?
said it's not the main. You said the mindset. You don't gain your mind if you grow up in a bomb environment. If you largely you have a higher tendency to become a bomb.
Yeah, I mean it's I guess what you're saying is the proximity would equal to, like if you I get what you're saying. You become the product of the environment that you're around most of the time.
Yes,
And I
largely.
can
I mean, you have people who get out of it.
yeah, and I guess that's the point I'm trying to make as well too, is that it's almost sort of like a nature versus nurture type of debate.
Yeah.
If you seek out the information though, and if you have a desire within yourself to change, I personally feel that a lot of people do have the agency to get out of those traps. I do want to just address something quickly here in the comments. I did come clean that I am an African, and I explained why I withheld that information earlier in the conversation. So I don't know what some people in the chat are saying. But you had a second question, Idris?
Yes, and I mean, but not the second one. I'm just addressing something that you said before I forget it. You said something about you went back and you are doing it, and I don't, and Africans would, if you did not, if you came out first and said that, Africans would kind of bash you for that. I don't think that is true. Most Africans want the means, the way to go back and really be able to be successful back
Well,
home.
they would bash me because they would say, "Well, you were trying to prevent us from getting the opportunity because your family went there. Why are you trying to block us, et cetera, et cetera?" They would come from
Okay,
that
well, I
that
can
point of view.
speak for a lot of Africans, but I'm from Africa, and I'm happy that you are doing that. I mean, there are things I'm doing back home, and there are ways that I'm hoping I can go back and really like be part of the growth. But
Yeah.
it's not as easy as we make it. Yes, you have done it, and I see, and you might think it's easy, but there are so many things that contribute to that. Dynas, I get Dynas's idea and his vision, and that's good for Africa. And I wish more people could do it, but it's not as simple as we want to make it. To be honest, it's not.
Well, I hope I wasn't trying to articulate that it was simple because it definitely isn't simple. I don't know if you were here when I told Mike the question, like, would you be willing to die for your nation to progress? And my point in asking that question was to articulate that there is a high cost to this, but I think it's a cost that is worth it overall for the benefit of all of us, honestly, because I think a lot of us have an individualistic mindset, which is why I think we've been kind of at the bottom of of the pyramid for so long now.
And of course, sacrifice is part of life. You know, without sacrifice, you can't achieve anything. But there are some sacrifices you can regard as wasted sacrifice. You know, so you have to make your sacrifice wisely. Yeah, it's like I responded to you, like, hey, yes, am I willing to? Yes, I will make that sacrifice if actually I know that it's a sacrifice that will actually you change, right? So
Yeah.
there's been many sacrifices, it's been a wasted sacrifice. Literally, there are
And
many
Asia
people that
and
we
most Asian countries have formulated that idea within their societies, and they have made foundations wherein you can go back and be a success.
and I was gonna touch on that. Like I was mentioning, you guys know the history of the Chinese, right? Well,
Yeah.
a lot of the Chinese diasporans were all over the world, right? They were just doing their thing, making a success, building, doing for themselves. And they were looking at China like, okay, this ground over here is not really solid for any kind of advancement. Until a group of Chinese actually took over the Chinese space, right? There, and they set the whole foundation up. Next thing, the all Asian diasporans started, Chinese diasporans started coming back and they started building China. So that's the step. The step
Wait,
is
when exactly did that happen? Because I'm getting confused over the years because I, China built up themselves so quickly over the last 30 years that it was like night and day.
I think
So
because of
when
the
Yeah.
was it
industries.
that
yeah, because some group of people decided to
But
set the
America
foundation.
contributed largely to that too. Industries from the US,
Yeah,
from
we
the
get all
West,
that. We get yeah, I know a lot of them
industries.
were Chinese diasporans went back. You know, we get
But
that.
you know,
Not just that, but America as a whole. I mean, a lot of industries left this continent to go to China. Let's not say just China, but
It's because of the
Asia.
Chinese smart way of doing business. That's why they didn't do it to go help China. The Chinese use their
No,
smart
they do it
business
to help
IQ to.
themselves, but in a way, they help China too.
They didn't
They did
help
it
them.
to
You
help
can't say
themselves.
somebody help me because if I do business with you and I take advantage of doing business, doesn't mean you help me. Okay, the
I
Chinese,
mean,
yeah, they invited the Western companies to come get cheap labor and everything. The Chinese use their own intelligence to spy on however they were doing those things and
No,
copied
they
it.
exploited their
So
own
you can't say
population.
that
They
exactly. So they
exploited
were
their own.
just being
but
smart. The Americans did the same thing. U.S. Europeans go all around the world to snatch people's information, people's knowledge, and use it to help themselves. So when
Okay,
anybody else does it, doesn't
no,
mean
but we
they also
cannot say
exploited.
them doing that they are
so
helping
hold on,
though.
one mic. So Mike, so knowing that, what are we Africans doing?
yeah, what we're doing right now is we are snatching information. Many of us come to America. We come to learn things, snatch information. Go to Europe, snatch information. And somehow some people have a problem with that. Like, why you coming here to go to school? Why you coming here? That's which to me this is a backward way of reasoning. We are
But Mike,
acquiring dynasties. Well, let me learn.
but
Listen,
we're
listen.
not. Yeah.
What you see going on right now is positive, but you're not looking at the positive side. When many poor Africans with no opportunity on the continent are living to go to places where they can get access to information and knowledge, get exposure, it's a positive thing, Dinis. The exposure is a positive thing. In the future, when Africa's foundation is set, where we had these, because the fundamental problem we have in Africa right now is just the foundation is very weak, very bad due to the imperialism, and this imperialism is a matter of time where it's going to die off. It's going to die. It's going to end because nothing runs forever. Once the imperialism dies, the foundation will now start to be set up. Right. Once the foundation is set in Africa, the first people that will rush back will be the African diasporans, and by that time they would have already acquired a lot of intelligence, a lot of knowledge of Europeans and the United States and all this rest of the world, China. They will come back, and next thing you know, development will start to take off. So you guys should start looking at these Africans traveling all over the place. That's something negative. It's actually positive. It's better. I'd rather have an African kid that has nothing to do walking around in Africa and not acquiring any intelligence than to go to another world, whether it face racism or not. Racism does if it doesn't kill you, it makes you stronger. Experience racism, whatever it is, learn that okay, this is how the world is, and go to school, get intelligence, get knowledge, and then when Africa is ready, he comes back.
All
I'd
right,
rather
so
have
Mike,
that
hey,
than
hold
be
on,
telling
Mike.
Africans they don't leave, sit over there.
Hold on, okay, Mike. Crypto Black made. I mean, what are your thoughts on this comment? Mike is waiting in Houston for Africa to be built by the Chinese and the white man. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, Africa is a dummy. Does he even know me personally? How does he know I don't go to Africa? I just came back from Nigeria. He said I'm waiting for Chinese and white men. Which Chinese and white men is building Africa, dude? We have government over there. And this dumb idea of the Chinese is building, they're doing business in Africa. They're not coming here to build Africa for you for free. They're doing business. People are there doing business. Yeah, they're exploiting and doing things like that. Yeah, of course. Because like I said, the foundation is weak. But morons like Crypto Black will be like, oh, my, he's over there built instead of the Chinese. Do I have the billions of dollars of the Chinese have? Do I have the capacity of competing with the Chinese on the continent?
Mr.
Do I?
Mike,
So
Mike,
what sense does it
we
make?
as a people don't want to come together as a collaborative to take our $1 billion. That's my issue with the reparations. Black people, they're not going to give you us. I do agree we deserve reparations. Don't get me wrong, but we're going to understand we're going to have to make them pay us. That's my issue. Right. We need to make these people give us our money, and we're not willing to have these conversations. Like we're like you,
Make
Mike,
who give you
around.
money? I didn't get what you just said. Make who give you money? You said Africans gonna give you reparation. I didn't hear you. Could you repeat what you said?
I said that. I said that these, based on our history in this society, we are due billions and billions of dollars, but we haven't come to a consensus as a people to make them give us our money.
Exactly. I mean, yeah, that's the thing. So the thing is, for someone to give you something, you have to put them in a position where they have no choice but to give you. But is that what you guys are doing? Are you putting them in a position? Are you working on forcing white people in a position to give you money, or
Mike,
you're just doing some counterproductive approach of starting senseless beef with the African immigrants? Is that a way? So you create division between African immigrants and Black Americans. That's the way to push. Wait. That's the way to push.
I never said that.
That's the way to. I'm not saying you. I'm just saying your people that are doing agitation for reparation. Because for you to get something from white people, you have to push them in a position where they have no choice but to give you. Because no one will ever give you something unless they're forced to. So, is the approach that your people are taking right now? Is that the right approach to push white people to
but
pay
also,
you money?
let's talk about
You burn bridges between. You go attacking Nigerian immigrants, and you think that will make us.
Actually, Mike, I have a genuine question for you, Mike. I have a genuine question for you. So this is something.
Kabaka, this would be the last question, then we're gonna close out.
All right, cool.
Go ahead.
All right, cool. Yeah. So I guess like you've been saying, Mike, that like these people need to immigrate to America to get all this knowledge and everything, right? So with like the advent of the internet, is it really necessary for people to have to like physically go to another location to learn this information when they could just do it themselves online?
Well, if you need to acquire information from MIT or Harvard, well, it's not. You don't do that from the internet. You have to actually attend MIT.
But that's kind of an old world approach to it, because I mean, a lot of the information they teach you at MIT, you can actually just seek it out yourself.
Really.
Right.
You
What's
can,
the
yeah.
point in going to MIT and keeping all of that knowledge right there on the campus of MIT or within that general vicinity instead of taking it back to a place that actually might need it? That's my point.
No. Here's the step. Listen. Here's the step. Let me tell you steps about life. You acquire knowledge, right? You take that knowledge. You build yourself. You build your life. You build your family, right? And then after that, you decide to go build society. That's the way it works. So what African Nigerians are doing is.
Mike, let me tell you what's going on in Red Close Out. All right. You're coming to MIT, you're getting hundreds of thousands of dollars in debt. Then you got the student loan debt trap. So then people got to stay here and work jobs so they can pay off their debt. And it's just becoming a repeated cycle. But everyone, let me go. We got to go. Thank you for joining us. Until next time. You're welcome. Till next time, Family Dynasty, Mr. for Peace.
All right, peace, guys. Peace.